Chapter 1302. In the vast starry sky, the phoenix roared in the sky. Black and red phoenix flames circled around it like a shooting star. A few days later, the phoenix appeared in the sky above the underworld. The phoenix body and the main body walked out. They looked at each other, and the phoenix body disappeared into the main body. With the return of the phoenix body, Ning Chen's aura became stronger. He took a step forward and walked into the divine forbidden ground. At this moment, the kings of the 12 palaces of the underworld felt something. They opened their eyes and looked at the knowing destiny state cultivators in the sky with a strange look. The knowing destiny state was finally back. In the hall of impermanence, the Dawn Moon House master stood up. Her calm eyes flashed. This aura was the heavenly book. It was the main body that had returned. Where was the demon body? Why didn't it return? Did something happen? Not far away, in another hall of impermanence, a man looked sideways. There was a faint joy on her beautiful face. He was back. In the hall of King Bian Cheng, King Wu Guan, Qing Ning, and Ina walked out. The latter's figure flashed quickly and rushed forward excitedly. Master. In front of the hall of King Yama, Ina rushed over. Ning Chen stopped and caught the excited girl. He smiled and said, "You're a big girl now, but you're still like a child." Ina looked up and giggled. She said happily, "Master, I missed you." Ning Chen rubbed the girl's hair and smiled. Let's go. Let's go into the hall first. I have something to discuss with you." Okay. Hearing that there was something serious, Ina stopped fooling around and followed behind obediently. They walked towards the hall of King Yama together. In the other 10 halls, the kings of the underworld also moved. They turned into flowing lights and flew towards the hall of King Yama. Half an hour later, in the hall of King Yama, the kings of the underworld sat down in front of the long table. They looked at the knowing destiny state in front of them. "I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you one by one," Ning Chen replied. He then told everyone in detail what had happened in the past few days. Below the seats, the kings of the human race listened quietly. As the matter progressed, waves rose in their hearts, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. In just a few months, from the forbidden land of gods and demons to the primordial demon realm, too many unbelievable things had happened. It was beyond everyone's knowledge. Gods and demons. The Dawn Moon House master murmured softly. They had finally appeared in this era. "Why don't I see Senior's sister die?" Ning Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and asked. "Female Exalted has not arrived for a long time. She might have encountered some trouble. Lady Dai went to receive her. She should be back soon," Prince Qi Lin Yuzhen replied. Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. He looked at the human kings present and said, seriously, "The 10-year agreement between the human race and the primordial demon realm will soon be over. Once the time is up, the underworld will likely become the primordial demon realm's main target. Right now, the underworld is not strong enough to fight against the 100 tribes of the demon realm. Does anyone have any good suggestions? How about breaking up the whole into parts?" Luo Xingqian suggested before the long table. No. Mu Qianshang decisively rejected it and said seriously, "The underworld's strength is inferior to the devil realm's 100 clans. If we are all separated, it will be easier for the 100 clans to defeat us one by one." Not bad. Beside him, Luo Fei also rejected the suggestion and said, "If we are separated, orders will not be transmitted in time and actions will be difficult to be unified. The underworld's strength will also become scattered and will no longer be a threat to the devil realm's 100 clans." Luo Xingqian shut his mouth helplessly and stopped showing off his tactical intelligence. Luo Xingqian's suggestion is not absolutely unacceptable. Ning Chen said seriously, "Up until now, the underworld has not been able to fight against the devil realm's 100 clans. This is a fact. Breaking up the whole into parts can indeed preserve the greatest amount of strength. However, Qian Shang and Luo Fei are right. The purpose of the underworld's existence is to fight against the devil realm. If we are separated and fight on our own, the threat to the primordial demon realm will be greatly reduced. This is also a fact. It is not easy to have the best of both worlds. In front of the long table, the Dawn Moonhouse Master said calmly, "In the current situation, it is very difficult for the underworld to fight against the 100 clans and protect itself at the same time. In the past, the underworld was not the devil realm's main target. However, after the knowing destiny states havoc in the devil realm, once the two realms go to war, the emperors of the devil realm will definitely target the underworld with all their strength. I suggest that we avoid them for the time being." Hearing this, the kings of the underworld fell into deep thought. The current situation was indeed somewhat troublesome. It was difficult to choose between splitting up and joining together. Everyone, there is no need to be overly worried. Compared to before, the underworld is now being targeted by the primordial demon realm. This means that the underworld's strength is enough to threaten the 100 clans. This is a good thing for us. Among the kings, Qing Ning said softly, "At least the strength of the human race and the devil realm is no longer out of reach." In front of his seat, Ning Chen nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Sister Qing Ning's vision was indeed very far-sighted. The kings were awakened from their thoughts and looked at each other, surprise flashing in their eyes. Qing Ning was right. Unknowingly, the underworld had become a great threat to the primordial demon realm. It was time for them to change some of their previous thoughts. I invited everyone here to inform every one of these matters. There is still some time before the 10-year period ends. Everyone can go back and slowly think of countermeasures. Ning Chen looked at the kings of the underworld and calmly said, in front of the long table, the kings nodded and stood up one after another, leaving with a heavy heart. Luo Fei, Zi, wait a moment. Ning Chen called out to the two of them and softly said. Xiazi and Luo Fei heard this and stopped. They looked at knowing destiny in front of them, doubt flashing in their eyes. Luo Fei, I want the cultivation method of the Scroll of Moon. What are the conditions? Feel free to state them, Ning Chen said seriously. Luo Fei glanced at the man beside her, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. I thought you would have made this request long ago. To the side, Xiazi quietly stood there, not saying a word. Luo Fei stretched out her right hand, and a golden page appeared. The golden page overflowed with light, and the cultivation method of the Scroll of Moon was densely engraved on it. Take it. As for the exchange conditions, I will think about it later and ask you. Luo Fei chuckled. Thank you. Ning Chen didn't refuse. He took the Scroll of Moon and looked at the two of them. Luo Fei, Zi, knowing destiny is grateful to have the two of you accompany me all these years. Long-winded, Xiazi lightly said and turned to walk out of the hall. Luo Fei smiled and didn't say anything else. She also left. After the kings left, Ning Chen stood quietly in King Yama's palace. He looked at the kings of the 10 palaces and sighed softly in his heart. Master seems a little different. On the way back, Ina looked back at King Yama's palace and softly said, It is different. Qing Ning nodded. In the past, Ning Chen wouldn't deliberately leave problems for everyone. He would do almost everything himself and think of a way out. But today, Ning Chen threw out the problem, but didn't give a solution. This was something that had never happened before. Master shouldn't have something to do, right? Yin was a little worried. Don't worry, it won't happen. Qing Ning shook her head. Your master should be deliberately cultivating everyone's ability to take charge of the overall situation. These years, we have relied on him too much. It can be said that without your master, the underworld would be like a sheet of loose sand. There is always a limit to one's strength. Your master may have realized this and is working hard to change the situation. Yin had heard this before and scratched her head. She couldn't think of a solution. Was she too stupid? Qing Ning looked at the expression of the maid beside her and smiled. She said, "Don't worry, take your time. After all, not everyone is born with a clear mind and good at scheming like your master. After all, there is only one Marquis scheming in the world. We will do as much as we can." Gave a simple and honest smile, and the gloominess from before immediately disappeared. In King Yama's palace, Ning Chan retracted his gaze and looked at the scroll of moon in his hand. The scroll of moon was more suitable for women to cultivate. This was also the reason why he hadn't asked Luofei for so many years. But now he had basically mastered all 10 scrolls of the tomes of arcane. It was time to try to cultivate the last scroll. The next moment, in King Yama's palace, Ning Chin sat cross-legged. A strange light rose and a strong aura spread out. Heaven and earth, the sun and the moon were bright, and the divine travel was not chaotic. Since ancient times, no one had cultivated all 10 scrolls of the tomes of arcane. Today, for the first time, the knowing destiny Marquis tried to integrate the martial arts of the 10 scrolls. The 10 scrolls of the tomes of arcane had been destroyed. However, the knowing destiny Marquis had mastered 2 scrolls twice and had already remembered the laws of light and chaos. The 9 underworlds battle law was developed, and the light and chaos reappeared. In King Yama's palace, heaven and earth rumbled, and all the laws collapsed one after another. After the light and chaos, the phoenix fire rose again. The phoenix quickly developed the scroll of travel. Supported by the secret technique of time and space, the body of the knowing destiny, Marquis, gradually faded. It was an unprecedented scene. The 10 scrolls of the tomes of arcane appeared one after another. In the void, pages of golden paper appeared. The laws evolved, and the collapsed scrolls of the tomes of arcane reappeared. In each palace of the underworld, the kings of the human race felt the shocking aura of King Yama's palace, and their faces flashed with seriousness. "I'm looking forward to it." In Wuchang Palace, the Dawn Moonhouse Master looked at King Yama's palace in the distance, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. No one had cultivated all 10 scrolls of the tomes of arcane. The knowing destiny Marquis was walking on a path that no one had ever walked before. If he succeeded, the dragon would roar in the sky, and he would be the king of the human world. At this moment, on the peak of the Ziwei godly realm, the master of the godly realm trembled slightly, and a gratified expression appeared on his old face. The prophecy was finally coming true. Peacock. The master of the godly realm looked back at the woman in the wheelchair behind him and said softly, "The new master of the godly realm is about to appear. You should go to him." Peacock was silent. After a long while, she bowed respectfully and turned the wheelchair to leave. "Master." As soon as Peacock left, a white light flashed on the peak. Child Xiao Bai walked out and looked at the elder in front of him. He said, "A new time and space crack has appeared in the north of the Ziwei galaxy. This time it's 1,000,000 miles long." Hearing this, the master of the godly realm sighed and said, "I see." Chapter 1303. In the underworld, King Yenlua's palace. A strange light rose and countless colors floated above the palace. The sound of the great Tao reverberated. In the 12 palaces of the underworld, the human kings looked at the King Yenlua's palace in shock. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the Yin-Si ghost prison, the elders of the ghost clan felt the terrifying fluctuations from the King Yenlua's palace. They rose into the sky and flew out of the abyss. In the sky above the ghost prison, the elders of the ghost clan looked forward and narrowed their eyes. Such a terrifying aura. Was a human king about to prove his Tao? While the elders of the ghost clan were in a daze, the white bone throne in front of them rose into the sky. The ghost king sat on the throne and looked forward with a strange look in his eyes. This aura belonged to the 13th prince. Perhaps the ghost clan had made the right choice. "King, is the 13th prince about to break through to the emperor realm?" The great elder of the ghost clan asked. "It doesn't look like it." The Ghost King shook his head and said, "The 13th prince is still some distance away from the Emperor realm. Although this power is terrifying, it doesn't belong to an Emperor realm sovereign. If I'm not wrong, the 13th prince should have a great breakthrough in his martial Tao. Maybe it's the extreme realm, or maybe it's the birth of a heaven-defying battle technique. No matter what it is, there is no doubt that the 13th prince's strength will have a qualitative leap." The 13th prince had the strength of a peak king before. Now that he has a breakthrough in his martial Tao, wouldn't he be able to compete with an Emperor realm sovereign? The great elder of the Ghost clan was shocked. The Ghost King was silent. After a long time he said softly, "Maybe." All the kings looked at the king Yanlua's palace. The 10 heavenly books reappeared in the world. The heavenly books that had collapsed and disappeared in the mortal world reappeared. The 10 heavenly books gathered, and the entire underworld shook violently. Days passed, and the 10 heavenly books gradually solidified. The 10 heavenly books formed a book, and the great Tao was engraved on it. In the King Yanlua's palace, Ning Chen's aura became stronger and stronger. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds changed and the heavenly tribulation appeared. After a while, it quickly disappeared. On the golden book of the heavenly books, the heavenly book was opened. The chaos book disturbed the chi of heaven and earth. Within the rotating wheel royal hall, Luofei's heart was in turmoil. The knowledge Marquis was truly too terrifying. In the neighboring King Pingdeng Palace, Xiazi stared at King Yanlua's palace in the distance. Light flashed in his cold eyes, knowing destiny walked in front of them again. This guy has gone too far. In King Qingguang's palace, Luo Xingqian's face was filled with envy and jealousy. There were 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, and obtaining even one of them was enough to become an overlord. However, this fellow had obtained 10 scrolls by himself. This was too much. Why? Are you jealous? Yama's 3rd hall, Song Emperor Palace. Mu Qianshang sent a voice transmission and mocked. Those 10 heavenly tomes. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to cultivate them. You should just relax and shoot your arrows. Scram! Luo Xingqian could not help but curse. He chose to ignore this bad friend of his. Just as knowing destiny was refining the 10 tomes of the arcane, a black streamer flew across the sky above the netherworld. In the streamer, the black blade, Qi, turned into a butterfly and flew directly toward the netherworld. In the next moment, the black butterfly collided with the divine restriction. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the entire great star. In the 12 palaces of the underworld, the kings of the underworld sensed this, and they all looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. What happened? In front of King Biancheng's palace, Qing Ning walked out and leaped into the sky. She opened the divine restriction above the underworld. When the divine restriction was opened, the black butterfly flew past, and the blade Qi broke through the sky. In the various palaces of the underworld, the kings of the human race walked out one after another. They looked at the blade Qi in front of them that did not dissipate. This was the aura of Hua Zhongjie. Not good. In the void, Qing Ning's figure landed and her eyes flashed. Hua Zhongjie went to pick up Female Supreme. There was a high chance that she was in danger. The problem was that Ning Chen was still in seclusion. They could only deal with this by themselves. Hua Zhongjie and Female Supreme might be in danger. We have to send someone to help them. Thinking of this, Qing Ning regained her senses and said to the kings in front of her. In front of King Pingding's palace, Xiazi looked at the King Yanlua's palace that was filled with the aura of the kings. After a while, he calmed himself down and said calmly, "I'll go." Qing Ning nodded. Zi's strength was one of the best among the kings. Ning Chen was in seclusion, and Zi was indeed the best choice. Lady Dai is asking for help. She must have encountered a lot of trouble. It might be too much for Zi to go alone. Luo Xingqian and I will go together. In front of King Song's palace, Mu Qianshang said, In front of King Qingguang's palace, Luo Xingqian, who had not expressed his opinion, was dragged into the labor. He was very unhappy. "Be careful," Qing Ning nodded, looking at the three kings who had gone through life and death together. She reminded them seriously. "Understood," Mu Qianshang replied. He looked at the two of them and said, "Time is tight. Let's go now." "Okay." Xia Zi and Luo Xingqian nodded. They leaped up and flew towards the sky. The three kings left together. In front of the King Yanlua's 10 palaces, Qing Ning looked at the backs of the three kings. After a few breaths, she looked at the King Yanlua's palace and transmitted her voice. "Luo Fei, follow behind them. If there is any danger, come back and ask for help." In front of the King Yanlua's palace, Luo Fei's expression turned serious. She nodded slightly and followed with light steps. In the starry sky, 3 streams of light flew past and rushed towards the spirit void star region. At the border of the 2 regions, huge spatial cracks crisscrossed. It was abnormally terrifying. The extremely unstable space was constantly collapsing. It was an unprecedented scene. It was as if the entire starry sky was about to collapse. In the distance, 3 streams of light rushed over and stopped in front of the collapsed space. What happened here? How did it become like this? Luo Xingqian looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and said with a shocked expression, "Be careful. Don't get sucked into the spatial turbulence." Mu Qianshang reminded. The two nodded. Their figures flew out and continued on their way. In the collapsed starry sky, the 3 figures flew past. Their divine senses were fully opened, alert for any possible danger. Around the 3 of them, the space was constantly collapsing. The turbulence roared and forcefully swallowed the surrounding spatial fragments. Suddenly, in the depths of the spatial turbulence, a terrifying roar sounded. It was deafening and resounded through the starry sky. The 3 of them felt it. Their expressions were shocked. Their vital essence surged out and resisted the powerful pressure that permeated from the depths of the void. "Emperor Dao, sovereign!" A terrifying impact came. Mu Qianshang's expression changed slightly. Was there still an emperor in the mortal realm? Boom! Before the 3 of them could recover, the surrounding space collapsed and quickly swallowed the 3 of them. In an instant, the 3 of their auras disappeared, swallowed by the spatial turbulence. In the distance, Luo Fei looked at this shocking scene. She resisted the urge to rush up and turned back, rushing back to the underworld. Underworld, King Yanlua's palace. A strange light rose. After many days of seclusion, Ning Chen's aura grew stronger. In the sky, the golden book of the heavenly book floated up and down. On each page, the world's top cultivation technique was engraved. When all 10 volumes were gathered together, it could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. As the days passed, the light above King Yanlua's palace gradually dissipated and returned to heaven and earth. Is he finally coming out of seclusion? In King Yanlua's palace, Qing Ning felt it. Her eyes flashed and she walked out of the palace. In King Yanlua's palace, the strange light suddenly flourished. In an instant, it quickly converged and calmed down. In the palace, Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. A powerful pressure swept out. His white hair rose and fell. In the sky, the golden book of the heavenly book fell and disappeared. Ning Chen got up and walked out of the palace. In front of the palace, Qing Ning stood quietly. She looked at the young man in front of her and smiled. "You've come out of seclusion?" Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the 4 empty palaces and said, "Where are Zi and the others?" Not long ago, Hua Zhongjie asked for help from Underworld. She might have encountered some trouble. Zi and the others went to rescue her. Just in case, I had Luo Fei follow behind them. If there is any danger, she can come back in time to ask for help. Qing Ning said. Ning Chen frowned. Senior apprentice, sister, Dai's strength was rarely matched below the imperial path. What happened that made senior apprentice, Sister Dai, have to ask for help from Underworld? As the two were talking, a beam of light streaked across the sky above Underworld. Luofe had returned. She stepped into the divine forbidden zone and quickly rushed towards the 10 palaces. In front of King Yanlua's palace, Ningqin and Qingning both felt something. They looked towards the horizon, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Only Luofe had returned. This was bad. In the horizon, Luofe's figure descended. When she saw a knowing destiny in front of King Yanlua's palace, she immediately rushed forward. Z and the others have had an accident. In front of the palace, Luofe stopped and anxiously said, "Don't worry. Speak slowly." Ningqin said. Luofe suppressed the anxiety in her heart and told him in detail what had happened at the border between the two realms. Ningqin patiently listened to her, his expression becoming more and more dignified. An imperial path aura and an inexplicable roar? Ze and the others should be fine. It's difficult to conceal the aura of an imperial path sovereign. The Lord of the Divine Realm once said that, including young Master Shao, by who had just reached Tao Enlightenment, there are only 3 sovereigns in sky beyond heaven. This means that the owner of that roar isn't a true imperial path sovereign. If it's the latter, then the owner of that roar is likely to be like the sovereigns of the primal demon realm, unable to freely enter and leave sky beyond heaven. Ningqin calmly analyzed. You mean a new great world is about to descend into the mortal world? Qingning frowned. It's possible, but the possibility is very small. Ningqin replied. Just like the primal demon realm, in order to descend into the mortal world, it took an unknown number of years. It can be seen that connecting 2 different great worlds is extremely difficult. If it's not a new great world, how do you explain this unfamiliar imperial path sovereign aura? Luofe was worried. Perhaps it's a self-proclaimed ancient path sovereign, or perhaps it's an ancient god or demon. There are too many strange things happening in this era. I can't judge it now, so I have to make a trip personally. Ningqin said. You must be careful. This matter is full of mysteries. There may be big trouble. Qingning reminded. I understand. Ningqin nodded and looked at the second Yama palace in the distance. He said, Your Highness Prince Qi, please lend me your sword. Be careful. Prince Qi's voice came from King Chujiang's palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing meteor rushed over, and a phoenix's cry resounded throughout the underworld. Thank you. Ningqin raised his hand and held the sword. Without further delay, he took a step and left. Chapter 1304. At the border of the Spirit Void Galaxy and Z-Way Galaxy, millions of miles of space cracks crisscrossed. It was a horrifying scene. A few days later, in front of the space crack, a white flowing light sped over. It was a white-haired man in plain clothes, his expression as calm as still water. After staring for a long time, Ningqin released his divine sense and walked forward step by step. Around him, the starry sky kept collapsing as the space turbulence roared. Wherever the turbulence passed, it devoured the heaven and earth. After walking for a long time, suddenly an earth-shattering roar sounded. A terrifying pressure spread out, collapsing space and swallowing the knowing destiny physique. In the space turbulence, Ningqin's figure gradually disappeared. At the corner of his mouth, an undetectable coldness flashed past silently. In the depths of the space crack, in an unknown space, the roar sounded from time to time. In the dark world, Xiazi, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Xingqian walked forward cautiously. The true qi in their bodies surged, ready to strike at any time. This place is too strange. After walking for a long time, Luo Xingqian said impatiently, Don't be careless. Mu Qianshang reminded from the side, Hua, Zhongdia, and female supremes aura disappeared here. Perhaps Something happened to them here. There were no such space cracks between the Spirit Void Galaxy and Z-Way Galaxy before. Hua, Zhongdia, and Female Supreme should have been sucked into the space crack by that roar like us. Xia Zi said calmly. Mu Qianshang nodded and said, Anyway, just be careful. The owner of that roar has a terrifying aura. At least, he has the strength of an Imperial Supreme. If we encounter him, a fierce battle is unavoidable. Roar. While the three of them were conversing, a terrifying roar of rage resounded from afar. A peerlessly powerful aura suffused the air, its might capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, constantly destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, Xia Zi stepped in front of the two, and the demonic sword Doomsday Frenzy appeared. Demonic flames rose and slashed at the Emperor's aura. With a loud rumble, the two auras collided. Xia Zi took half a step back and blocked the terrifying aura. What a terrifying aura! Mu Qianshang's expression became more solemn. Even though they were so far away, just the pressure alone forced them to resist with all their might. It showed how powerful the owner of the roar was. Xia Zi waved his hand and put away the demonic sword. Demonic qi surged around his body, suppressing the surging blood qi in his body. He said with a serious tone, Let's continue our journey. We have to find Hua, Zhongdia, and Female Supreme as soon as possible. They might be in danger. Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian nodded and continued, walking forward. In the depths of the space-time crack, a terrifying giant god floated up and down. His lower body had merged with the world, leaving only his upper body. His face was hideous, as if he was in extreme pain. After countless years of torment, he failed to corroborate his Tao. Half of his body transformed into a god fiend, achieving the Tao in another way. Half of his body merged with heaven and earth, becoming a straw dog of the great Tao. Hua, Zhongdia, and Nu Chang's clothes were dyed red. They had fought for many days, and both of them had suffered heavy injuries. Roar! The half-god fiend roared furiously. The laws of heaven and earth in the surroundings kept pressing down on the two of them. He transformed into the heavenly Tao to punish the human cultivators. Female Supreme, hang in there. I have already asked for help from the underworld. Reinforcements will be here soon. Butterfly in the flower swung her sword to cut through the laws of heaven and earth. Not far away, the Chongling noble who had been trapped for a long time was heavily wounded. Her beautiful eyes had lost their light, and she was unusually tired. Butterfly in the flower, I may not be able to walk out of here. Leave quickly. There is no need to die here for nothing. Nu Chang struggled to support her heavily wounded body. She gathered energy with her slender hand and pushed away the laws of heaven and earth around her. Her voice was hoarse. Do not give up. They will be here soon. Hang in there. Butterfly in the flower's figure flashed and blocked in front. Her two blades turned and slashed at the god in front of her. Boom! The blade light slashed down. The half-god roared angrily. Violent heavenly might spread and scattered the blade light. In front of them, the heavenly might swept past. Hua, Zhongdia, and Nu Chang's lips turned red as they retreated several steps. The undefeatable half-god turned into a dog of heaven and earth, punishing on behalf of the heavens. His every move shook the heavenly might. Even the top experts of the world could not match him. Hundreds of feet away, Butterfly in the flower's hands were bleeding. After fighting for many days, the god of blades whose name shook the world was gradually reaching her limit. A god that had become half of the Tao did not know exhaustion and could not be injured by blades. It was like the true heavenly Tao, so powerful it made people despair. Run! The heavenly Tao laws arrived again. The woman shouted. Her slender hands gathered the last of her strength. Her extreme qi surged, resisting the terrifying heavenly might descending from the sky. Blood splashed out and dyed the void red. Flowers of blood burst out from Nu Chang's body. Nu Chang. Butterfly in the flower's expression changed. She was anxious, and the demonic nature in her body rose again. The surging demonic chi scattered her hair. Butterfly in the flower's eyes turned scarlet. Flower burial turned around and slashed down from the sky. The shocking blade power slashed on the body of the god. The half-god roared in pain, and his face became more and more ferocious. The god was furious. The heavenly Tao became more and more chaotic. Endless pressure fell from the sky and tried to devour the two. Shwa! At the critical moment, a green arrow flew over from the distance. The arrow power was shocking and crashed into the half-god. The rumbling sound echoed in the void. At the end of the darkness, 3 figures rushed over. The 3 kings of hell finally arrived at the most dangerous moment. What kind of monster is this? The 3 appeared in the darkness. Luo Xingqian looked at the half-god in the sky and said with a strange expression, "I'm not sure, but it can control the heavenly Tao. We must be careful." Butterfly in the flower reminded, "It can control the heavenly Tao." Luo Xingqian frowned. It was indeed a monster. Miss Dai and Nu Chang, retreat to the side to heal. Leave this to us. Xiazi said calmly as he stepped forward and looked ahead. Luo Xingqian, you protect Miss Dai and Nu Chang. Mu Qianshang also stepped forward with his sword. He looked at the monster in front of him with a solemn expression. Be careful. This monster is hard to injure and will recover quickly. It is very difficult to deal with. Butterfly in the flower reminded again. She helped Nu Chang and temporarily retreated from the battle. Who will go first? Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed as the 2 retreated. I will go first. You observe its weakness. Xiazi replied. Demonic qi surged around him and the frenzy of doomsday appeared. The 6-feet-long sword was sharp and threatening. With the demonic sword in hand, Xiazi's figure flashed out instantly. He slashed down with his sword, and the sword qi was vast and mighty. The half-god demon raised his hands and clasped them together to block the demonic sword. Ha! Knowing that the demon in front of him was not a good person, Xiazi unleashed all his strength. Black feathers fluttered around his body, and the 12 wings of sin appeared. With the 12 wings of sin appearing, Xiazi's aura increased several times. He vaguely broke through the shackles of the monarch realm and touched the barrier of the sovereign realm. The frenzy of doomsday sensed it, and the sword hummed. The demonic sword's edge burned brighter as it slashed down forcefully. Boom! The sword qi slashed down, and a huge sword mark appeared on the half-god demon's body. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. The demon's blood splattered and dyed the void red. However, a shocking scene occurred in the next moment. The demon's blood flowed in the void and returned to the demon's body. The sword wound on the half-god demon's body quickly healed. After a while it was completely healed. Outside the battle, Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian's eyes narrowed. What kind of monster was this? Find a chance to leave. In the void, Xiazi stepped in the air and retreated 100 feet away. Roar! At this moment, the half-god demon roared at the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth distorted violently. The space changed, and there was no way out. In the battle, Xiazi's face sank. This monster actually had a consciousness. We can't retreat and can't kill it. This is really troublesome. Outside the battle, Mu Qianshang said, Let's fight and see. This monster must have a weakness. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Since there was no way out, Xiazi focused his mind. The demonic sword swept across, and dense demonic flames swept out. The peerless demonic sword qi filled the sky. Xiazi moved and charged forward again. Heaven and demon started the battle. The flames of war spread for 3,000 miles. Wherever the sword qi passed, the demonic flames burned the sky. The demon roared and controlled the laws of heaven and earth to kill the heaven-defying demon. Below, Mu Qianshang stared at the battle in the sky. The snow sword in his hand flickered, and he was ready to enter the battle at any time. In the battle in the sky, the demonic flames swept across. The black-robed demon moved, and his demonic sword shone brightly as he battled the half-god demon. Violent collisions sounded one after another. The half-god demon could not be injured by swords and blades. The battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it was actually dangerous. Boom! Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth devoured his body. Blood spurted out from Xia Zi's left shoulder. Without any warning, the demon's body was heavily injured. Below, Mu Qianshang focused and no longer dared to hesitate. He used his sword to split the landscape and join the battle. The sword realm was activated. The small world's power went against the great world's heavenly Tao law. The landscape sword realm shook violently and showed signs of collapsing. 100 feet away from the battle, Xia Zi stabilized his body. Demonic qi surged around him and suppressed the injury on his left shoulder. "Are you all right?" Not far away, Mu Qianshang asked. "It's nothing serious." Xia Zi replied, "Be careful. He is now equivalent to the heavenly Tao law. Do not be careless." "Understood." Mu Qianshang nodded. He looked at the demonic god in front of him with a heavy heart. He did not know how such a monster was born. If it was left in this world, it would be a huge disaster. Just as the underworld's two kings were fighting the half-god demon, Ning Chen stepped forward in the spatial crack. He released his spiritual sense and searched for the three's aura. In the surroundings, the spatial turbulence was whistling and constantly engulfing everything in the void. The terrifying space-time energy made people afraid to touch it. Roar! After an unknown period of time, a roar came again. It shook the space-time as the heavenly might swept over. The terrifying heavenly might enveloped him. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He found it. Within the heavenly might, a familiar aura was faintly discernible. Compared to the heavenly might, it was very weak, but it was real. Ning Chen clenched his right hand and unsheathed the phoenix cry. He slashed with his sword and cleaved everything in front of him. When the sword light slashed down, the space-time collapsed. Ning Chen took a step forward. His body was covered in phoenix fire, and he instantly disappeared. In an instant, phoenix fire lingered in the heaven demon battlefield. A white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. He swung his sword and blocked the heavenly might. At the back, Hua Zhongdia, Luo Xingchen, and the others were shocked when they saw the white-haired young man. Knowing Destiny, Chapter 1305. In the crack of time and space, on the battlefield of heaven and demons, Knowing Destiny appeared and slashed the laws in the sky. Both inside and outside the battlefield, the kings were shocked. No one expected Knowing Destiny to appear here. Xiazi came back to his senses and said, "Be careful, this monster has an immortal body." In the void, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. Immortal body. Roar! The half-god roared, and a horrifying aura spread out. The endless laws of heaven and earth pressed down, and its power was earth-shattering. In front, Ning Chen stepped forward and avoided the aura. 100 feet away, he slashed with his sword, and a phoenix howled. With a rumble, waves surged out, and frost swept across the sky, blocking the aura of heaven and earth. In the aftermath, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demon. He raised his hand and grabbed the demon's head, and black phoenix fire gushed out. The extreme Yin fire was bone-chilling, and the half-god's body was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black fire burned and swallowed the demon. Heavenly dragon quake. The demon was frozen, and Ning Chen's left palm was filled with energy. He struck out with an earth-shattering power. There was a violent tremor, and the half-god was sent flying 10 miles away. There were cracks all over his body, and his blood dyed the black phoenix fire red. The demon roared in pain, and the laws of heaven and earth around him shook violently and messily. Seeing that his move was effective, Ning Chen stepped forward and charged forward again. The phoenix cry divine sword slashed through the laws of heaven and earth that were protecting the demon. The sword's power was endless, and it slashed down. The sword slashed the demon, and blood splattered everywhere. Horrifying sword wounds appeared on the demon's body, and the white bones were exposed. It was terrifying. The demon roared, and the laws of heaven and earth revolved. The splattered demon's blood flowed in reverse, and the miraculous scene was incomprehensible. Seeing this, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. He flipped his left palm, and the sky was filled with golden light. The heavenly book appeared, and a strange power erupted, causing chaos in the world. The new chapter of the heavenly book, Chaos Volume, showed its power. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth changed rapidly, and it was extremely chaotic. In the void, the blood of the demon stopped flowing. The demon roared in pain, and the wounds on his body stopped healing. Outside the battle, Luo Xingqian was astonished. He immediately drew his bow and condensed an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying arrow light pierced through the air and crashed into the fiend god's body. When the arrow light entered his body, the blood of a fiend god gushed out. The chaos scroll interfered with the laws of heaven and earth, making it difficult for a half-fiend god to use his power. The half-god fiend who had stolen the fortune of heaven and earth from the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes and heavily injured the 2 human kings was finally showing signs of defeat. An opportunity presented itself. Xia Zi took a step forward in the battlefield. His silhouette dashed out rapidly as the mad, demonic flames of doomsday surged violently. Devil cultivator, devil sword, man and sword as one. Amidst the surging devil flames, a black stream of light sped past, rumbling through the starry sky. The devil's sword broke through gods and devils. Amidst the shocking scene, a huge hole appeared in the demonic god's chest. Blood gushed out like rain. Roar! The god-fiend was heavily injured and on the brink of death. An earth-shattering roar reverberated through the space-time crack. Half of the god-fiend's body rapidly turned into dust. It had actually transformed into Tao once again. It was a horrifying scene. The god-fiend's entire body transformed into Tao. Before disappearing, a bone-chilling hatred flashed through his lifeless eyes, causing one's hair to stand on end. After the god-fiend transformed into Tao, the laws of heaven and earth that were interfered with by the Chaos Scroll suddenly went berserk. Boundless power of heaven and earth pressed down, killing everyone present. In the center of the battlefield, Ning Chen, Xia Zi, and Mu Qianshang's expressions all froze. The 3 swords rose together and sword might spread out, forming a small world. Within the space-time crack, an extreme small world appeared, forcefully resisting the power of a large world. Luo Xingqian, take female supreme and senior sister Dai and leave first. Ning Chen said in a serious tone. The phoenix cry divine sword's might soared as he slashed with all his strength, creating a bright path. With the support of the sword might, heaven and earth rumbled. On the path created by the divine sword, even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't descend. Knowing that time was precious, Luo Xingqian didn't dare to hesitate. He took the 2 who were heavily injured and quickly left. The 3 of them left. Inside the small world, the 3 best friends from the inner realm all erupted with their full cultivation. Endless sword energy swept out, and dazzling sword energy rushed out from the small world and slashed toward the law of the heavens. Extreme power and heaven's might clashed. The large world changed color. Shocking collision sounds constantly rang out. Humans were fearless against the heavens. In the small world, the 3 swordsmen of the human race were filled with dazzling battle intent. Since when had they been afraid of heaven's will? I have a sky, but I was worried that I couldn't let it grow. Two good friends, help me slash the sky. Ning Chen said, As you wish. Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang replied. Their sword intent roared and surged. Unparalleled sword might slashed at the god-fiend great world. Roar! In the large world, the roar of the god-fiend could be heard. With their bodies transforming into Tao, their consciousness merged with heaven and earth. Their power became more and more shocking. The two forces clashed with each other. The sword might was endless. With the three of them working together, the small world continued to expand and corrode the large world. Between heaven and earth, the roar of the god-fiend became more and more ear-piercing. When they were alive, they were overlords. After death, they weren't willing to be humiliated by others. In the small world, Ning Qin flipped his palm and a white cloud flew out. The will of heaven and earth appeared. Although it was weak, it could be felt clearly. Not far away, Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang felt the will of heaven and earth that appeared in the small world. Their eyes flashed with surprise. A heaven and earth that could produce its own was truly unbelievable. Roar! In the large world, the roar shook the heavens. Terrifying heaven's might filled the air. The pressure was comparable to that of an emperor Tao sovereign, or even stronger. The difference in dimensions was irreparable. In the small world, the white cloud trembled and instinctively felt fear. What are you afraid of? Devouring this large world is equivalent to tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Ning Qin shouted in a deep voice. He flipped his palm and sent the white cloud out of the small world with a single palm strike. In the large world, the two wills of heaven and earth clashed. The god-fiend roared, and endless power, crazily, tried to devour the white cloud. At this moment, in the void, a shocking sword light broke through the void and forcefully shattered the laws of heaven and earth. If you don't want to become someone's bait, then show some momentum. Being afraid before the battle, how embarrassing! Ning Chen shouted coldly as he looked at the white cloud in the sky that was trying to restrain itself. The white cloud trembled. Under its survival instinct, it finally tried to resist and devoured the overflowing power of heaven and earth. The wills of heaven and earth clashed. Below, in Ning Chen's hand, the heavenly book shone again. Golden light filled the air and helped the white cloud to resist the will of the god-fiend. In the small world, the sword light was dazzling. The powerful sword power kept attacking the surrounding large world and cut the laws of heaven and earth into pieces. The three top swordsmen of the world joined forces again after the god-fiend battle. Their sword cultivation had surpassed the past. Even in the face of the heavenly path, they were not afraid. In the battle against the heavens, the three swords shook the world. After fighting for a few hours, Ning Chen's figure rose into the sky. He held the sword in one hand and the golden book of the heavenly book in the other. He walked out of the small world and came to the god-fiend world. Below, Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang understood and shouted. The sword will around them rose again. The dazzling sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and drove away the darkness. It was so bright that it was difficult to look at it directly. With the help of the 2 swords in the large world, Ning Qin activated his peerless foundation. The sword tip swept across the sky, and the forbidden sword appeared. In an instant, the majestic sword flow rushed into the sky like a storm. The shocking power shook the heaven and earth. 6 paths fall together, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. With the appearance of the forbidden sword, the sword will around Ning Qin spread. The shapeless sword will turn tangible and filled the air. The entire large world shook violently. Doomsday catastrophe. The forbidden sword destroyed heaven and earth. Wherever the sword flow went, heaven and earth collapsed. The strongest forbidden technique of Taoism, in the hands of knowing destiny, displayed the most terrifying power. Roar! In the god-fiend world, the roar shook the heavens. all the power of heaven and earth gathered at one point and collided with the Taoism forbidden sword. The laws of heaven and earth and the forbidden sword collided with each other. After a moment of stalemate, the sword flow broke through the obstacles and destroyed all the laws of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the earth-shattering tremors, the God-fiend world continued to collapse. Everything withered and the laws were destroyed. The moment the large world collapsed, the white cloud expanded rapidly and seized every opportunity to devour the remaining will of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven were merciless. One level of heaven grew while the other level of heaven died silently. The laws reconstructed and everything manifested. The white cloud quickly absorbed the power of the large world to strengthen itself. In the void, Ning Chun watched the growth of the will of heaven and earth in front of him and did not interfere. Suddenly, in the void, the white cloud that took over all the power of the God-fiend world manipulated the laws of heaven and earth and attacked, knowing destiny in the void. The attack was like a tidal wave. All the laws of heaven and earth were mobilized. The heaven and earth shook. It was a terrifying scene. In the void, Ning Chen stood quietly without any change in his expression. He raised his left hand, and the light of the forbidden sword lit up in every corner of the void. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. The laws of heaven and earth faded quickly and disappeared in an instant. I said that if I can make you, I can also destroy you. Don't do such a stupid thing again. Next time, my punishment for you will not be so simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chun clenched his left hand. Endless suction spread and confined the white cloud in front of him into the forbidden space. After doing this, Ning Chen's figure landed. He looked at the two people in front of him and said, "Let's go." Xiazi and Mu Qianshang nodded. Their figures flashed and flew out of the void. At the border of the two domains, outside the space crack, Phoenix fire spread. The three figures appeared and successfully escaped from the void. In front, Luo Xingqian saw the three of them walking out. His face was filled with joy, and his heart was finally at ease. "Let's go back to the underworld," Ning Chen said as he strode forward. Luo Xingqian, Xiazi, and the rest followed and rushed towards the underworld. A few days later, in the sky above the underworld, everyone returned. The forbidden sword opened, and they walked in one after another. "We're back." The kings of the various palaces in the underworld also felt relieved. In front of the King Yanluo Palace, Ning Chen looked at the two women who were heavily injured and said, "Senior Sister Dai, Female Supreme, you two stay here and heal your injuries first. We'll talk about other matters after you've recovered." Hua, Zhongdie, and Female Chang nodded. They did not say much and entered the palace to cultivate. After settling the two, Ning Chen turned and walked to the adjacent King Yanluo Palace. In the King Yanluo Palace, Qing Ning stood quietly. She looked at the person who came and asked, "What's the matter?" Ning Chen nodded lightly and said, "I feel a little uneasy and want to talk to Sister Qing Ning." Chapter 1306. In the royal palace of Bian City, Ning Chen and Qing Ning looked at each other. They had been through so much together, and the other was the last bit of warmth in their hearts. "You always come and go in a hurry. Aren't you tired?" Qing Ning went up and wiped away the frost on the young man's face. "I always thought that I could stop and rest after solving the problem in front of me. I didn't expect that this would last for more than 100 years, Ning Chen said helplessly. "When the war between the human race and the primordial demon realm ends, just let it go." Qing Ning said gently, "There are too many troubles in the world. You can't manage them all. Actually, you don't have to worry about us. Even if the human realm is occupied by the other races, we can still protect ourselves." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Yes, I don't care." He wanted to create a peaceful world for them. He hoped that after the primordial demon realm's calamity, the human realm could truly return to peace. "What about Cheng Shui? Is there any news?" I haven't had the chance to ask these days. Cheng Shui is a good girl. Don't let her down, Qi Ning said softly. Ning Chen was silent. He shook his head and said, Ever since she left last time, there has been no news. I've already sent people from the ghost race to search for her, but they haven't found anything. Qi Ning sighed and looked at the Impermanence Palace in front of her. Her eyes flashed with emotion. There was still that girl. She was still waiting. In the Impermanence Palace, a man seemed to sense it. She looked back and smiled. In the royal palace, Qi Ning retracted her gaze and looked at the young man in front of her. She said seriously, I won't force you when it comes to matters of the heart, but don't let yourself regret it. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I understand. In 2 days, I might have to leave for some time. I'll have to trouble Sister Qi Ning to take care of the matters of the underworld. You're leaving? Qi Ning frowned. When the demon body returned to the primordial demon realm, the ghost sword was damaged in the battle. The 10 years will be over soon. I have to find a suitable sword as soon as possible, Ning Chen replied. Qi Ning heard this and nodded lightly. This matter can't be delayed. Go. You don't have to worry about the underworld. Sister Qi Ning, I'm lucky to have you along the way. Thank you. Ning Chen looked at the woman who had accompanied him for 100 years and said seriously. Qi Ning stretched out her hand and lightly knocked his head before she said, All right, don't be so mushy with me. Go take a look at Aman. You haven't had the chance to speak to her since you've been back for so long. That little girl has been waiting for you for so many years. Even I can't bear to see her like this. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I'll head over now. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen didn't delay any further and strode towards the Hall of Impermanence. In the Imperial Palace, Qi Ning looked at Yi Futian's back and sighed in her heart. Yi Futian was still so worrisome. When Ning Chen arrived at Impermanence Hall, a man was standing in front of the hall. Her cute and obedient appearance was very lovable. Let's go out for a walk. Ning Chen chuckled. All right, a man replied with a smile. You've been in the underworld for so long, but you haven't looked around yet, have you? The two of them walked side by side. Ning Chen temporarily put down his burden and focused on admiring the scenery of the underworld with the woman beside him. I've seen some and some I haven't. A man said honestly. Where do you want to go? Ning Chen asked with a gentle expression. A man thought for a moment, and then she stretched out her hand and pointed at an enormous mountain range in the distance, while her eyes were filled with curiosity. Over there, the In-Si ghost prison. Ning Chen followed her gaze and chuckled. That's the territory I opened up for the ghost race. Since you want to go, then let's go take a look. The two of them walked side by side. The woman had a delicate appearance. She wasn't gorgeous or enchanting, but she had an extremely spiritual aura that made others unable to bear to disrespect her. Beside the woman was a man in plain clothes with white hair. Even though his appearance was young, his eyes were filled with the traces of time. In merely 100 years, the two of them, who were similar in age, seemed to have a great gap between them. Time was merciless, and it had changed too many things. The In-Si ghost prison. Ning Chen walked over with Aman. An enormous crack had appeared before them, and it was bottomless. It's down there, Ning Chen reminded and spoke softly. Aman glanced down curiously, yet she was unable to see through the ghost race's gorge. Let's go. The ghost race should already know that we're here. Ning Chen strode forward and slowly descended. A man followed and rushed into the depths of the gorge. At the bottom of the gorge, the ghost race elders stood on two sides. A white bone throne floated in front of them. The ghost race king sat on the throne. He looked old, but his aura was abnormally powerful. At this moment, a ghost race spy walked forward quickly and bowed respectfully. My king, the 13th prince, is here. Invite him in, said the ghost race king. Yes. The ghost race spy accepted the order and left. Not long after, two figures walked over in front of the ghost race. It was a man and a woman. They were a match made in heaven and looked like they had walked out of a painting. "My lord," the elders of the ghost clan bowed and said respectfully, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm just here to take a look." Ning Chen replied with a smile. He looked at the ghost race king on the throne and said, "Ghost race king, long time no see. How have you been?" In just a few years, the 13th Prince of Strength is already close to the Emperor Dao sovereign. It's really unbelievable. The ghost race king sighed. Ning Chen smiled and said, "The ghost race king's cultivation is also not inferior to others. In time, it's not impossible for you to become an Emperor Dao sovereign." "I'm old." The ghost race king sighed softly and said, "The half-step Emperor Dao sovereign is already my limit. Unless I have a great opportunity, I won't be able to improve in this lifetime. 13th Prince, you're different. You've cultivated for less than 200 years and are in the prime of your life. As long as you continue smoothly, you'll definitely become an Emperor Dao sovereign and be the subject of the world." "Thank you, Ghost Race King. If that day really comes, I won't go back on my promise to you," replied Ningchen. "My clan trusts your reputation," said the Ghost Race King seriously. "There's something that I shouldn't ask, but since you're here, I still have to ask. Has the 6 paths of reincarnation that my clan gave you been destroyed?" "Yes." Ningchen nodded and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. The 6 paths of reincarnation was destroyed in the battle with the emperors of the 100 races not long ago. It's my fault for not being able to protect the ghost race's saint artifact." "You can't blame your highness for this." The ghost race king sighed. "The 6 paths of reincarnation is only a king artifact. Naturally, it can't withstand a battle between emperors. Your highness's current strength has already surpassed the limits of the king realm. It's very difficult for a mortal artifact to withstand your power. Ghost Race King is very knowledgeable. Are there any divine materials in this world that are suitable for making a sword?" asked Ning Chen. "At the bottom of the ocean, in the depths of the stars, and in the center of the earth fire, there are divine materials that are rarely seen in the mortal world. However, there are very few people who can use them to make weapons. If your highness wants to make a sword, I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort," said the Ghost Race King calmly. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. The 3 places that the Ghost Race King mentioned were all places that ordinary people couldn't reach. Perhaps he could really find divine materials there. While the two were talking, Amand curiously looked at the interior of the ghost race. She didn't pay attention to their conversation. "Little girl, if you're curious, you can walk around. The ghost race doesn't have so many rules. You can look around as you wish," said the Ghost Race King kindly when he noticed the beautiful girl beside the 13th Prince. "Thank you, Ghost Race King," said Aman with a smile. "Do you want to walk around by yourself, or do you want me to take you?" asked Ning Chin softly. "You take me," replied Aman. Ning Chin nodded. He was about to move when he was stopped. The first elder of the ghost race stood in front of him and shook his head lightly. "Master, there are many rules in the ghost race. You should let this girl walk around by herself." Ning Chen was startled. Then he laughed involuntarily. He looked at the girl beside him and said helplessly, "Aw man, walk around by yourself. Come back after you're done." "Okay." Aman smiled and walked forward. In front of the white bone throne, Ning Chen looked at Aman's departing figure with a warm smile on his face from beginning to end. "Your Highness cares a lot about this little girl?" asked the Ghost Race King. "Her safety is more important than my life," said Ning Chen indifferently. "She's a peerless genius. I have something unpleasant to say. I hope your Highness won't take offense," said the Ghost Race King hoarsely. "There's no harm in speaking your mind," said Ning Chen calmly. "Your Highness has the potential to become an emperor, but this little girl's potential is still above your Highness. Your Highness is not worthy of her," said the Ghost Race King. As soon as he said this, the elders of the ghost race were shocked. Why did the ghost race king say this? Ningchen smiled and didn't care. He said, "The ghost race king is not the first person to say this, and you won't be the last. I want to know, do the ghost race really have so many rules?" "For your highness, yes." The ghost race king said calmly. "Your highness is too smart, so smart that it makes people afraid. Although our ghost race has submitted to your highness, we still have to leave some means to protect ourselves. So, there are many places that your highness shouldn't look at. It seems that I'm really not popular." Ning Chen laughed at himself and said, "Don't worry, as long as the ghost race doesn't betray the human race, I won't attack the ghost race. Similarly, I won't sacrifice you." "Thank you," replied the ghost race king. Half a day later, Ning Chen and Man walked out of the Yin-Si ghost prison and walked towards the 12 palaces of the underworld. "Is there anything strange in the ghost race?" asked Ning Chen. "There are many strange things," replied Man. "Tell me about it." Ning Chen continued to ask. "There are bones that can talk and stone monsters that can fly. Yes, there are also trees with arms." Man smiled. The two of them left. In the depths of the ghost race, white bones gathered, stones piled up, and trees uprooted from the ground. An incomparably powerful aura was awakened, and the pressure was pressing down on the Emperor realm. What a clever girl! The 13 sons of the heavenly demon are so terrifying. The white skeleton said in a deep voice, "We have to be careful of this boy." The giant made of stones replied, "I'm afraid that it's impossible to guard against him." The tree said, "Three venerables, it's not time for you to awaken yet. Continue to sleep." On the white bone throne, the ghost race king said calmly. Chapter 1307. Two figures walked in front of the Impermanence Palace in the underworld. A day passed so quickly. "You can just send me here." Man stopped and looked at the man beside her. She said softly, "I know you have things to do. You can go." Ning Chen nodded and smiled apologetically. "I'll stay with you for a few more days next time." "Okay." A man smiled sweetly and said, "Go on." Ning Chen nodded and left without further delay. After a few breaths, Ning Chen's figure flew away quickly. He returned for 2 days and left again. In front of the Impermanence Palace, Man looked at Ning Chen's back, and a trace of undetectable sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the Ziwei star zone, a white beam of light flashed and disappeared. On an unknown planet, waves rolled. The entire planet was covered by seawater, and huge waves surged into the sky. The magnificent scene was shocking. On this day, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in the sky above the planet. He stopped for a moment and then rushed into the ocean below. At the bottom of the ocean, a terrifying pressure came from all directions. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by the light of the divine prohibition. He separated the space and time and blocked the pressure of the seawater. In the deepest part of the ocean, Ning Chen scanned with his divine sense, looking for the legendary deep-sea iron essence. For a few days, Ning Chen walked in the depths of the ocean and searched every inch of the ocean. 5 days later, the white-haired figure broke out of the ocean and flew toward the starry sky. The starry sky was vast, and the white-haired figure flew quickly. Ning Chen stopped in front of a dead planet again. He looked at the planet in front of him and gathered his true qi. He punched the planet in front of him. Boom! The person with the strongest foundation in the mortal realm had unparalleled strength. He directly shattered the planet in front of him. Amidst the rumbling, cracks appeared on the planet, crisscrossing and spreading across the entire planet. Ning Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the cracks. Half a day later, Ning Chen's figure flew out and left again. In the starry sky, the knowing destiny state, cultivators traveled day and night. Every time they reached a planet and got something they wanted, they would leave quickly. Another month later, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky above a primitive planet. It was the first time he landed on a planet with life. On the large planet, volcanoes were active. Magma gushed into the sky, and soon after it turned into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. It was a shocking scene. Ning Chen's figure passed through the rain of fire. He stopped in the air above the mountain pass to take a look. Then, without any hesitation, he jumped in. In the depths of the volcano, red lava surged. The extremely shocking temperature was comparable to the blazing sun, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Inside the lava, Ning Chen plunged down rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles away. In order to forge the divine sword, knowing destiny had to go to heaven and earth, overturn rivers and seas, accumulating the divine materials to forge the divine sword bit by bit. 2 days later, a plain-clothed figure rushed out from the magma and flew into the starry skies. In the following few months, Ning Chen ceaselessly moved about from great star to great star for the sake of searching for a thumb-sized divine material. Sometimes he even had to search through over 10 great stars before he could obtain a harvest. The amount of godly materials needed to forge a sword was astonishing. In just 10 months, Ning Chen had walked across nearly 100 great stars and shattered more than 10 great stars with his own hands. Immortal Elder, how much longer will it take? The small gourd asked as it appeared on Ning Chen's shoulder. After 10 months, the small gourd had gained some weight. Many primitive great stars had rich natural treasures, and the small gourd had benefited from them all. Soon, Ning Chen replied and continued flying toward the great star in front of him. In front of him, the great star was lifeless. There was no sign of life. Ning Chen stopped in front of the great star and threw a punch at it. Amid the earth-shaking tremors, the great star cracked inch by inch. Ning Chen raised his hand, and a piece of purple divine metal flew out from the ground 10,000 miles below the surface and fell into knowing destiny's hand. On Ning Chen's shoulder, the small gourd glanced at the lifeless great star in front of him and immediately lost interest. After accumulating for so many days, the divine materials he obtained were still not enough to forge a sword. However, Ning Chen did not look discouraged. His figure flashed and quickly flew away. At the border of the Ziwei star zone, thousands of meteors blocked the path ahead. Ning Chen's figure rushed past without stopping. He smashed through meteors one after another and continued forward. In the Alcade star zone, Ning Chen arrived in front of a primitive great star and stopped. After a while, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew toward the great star in front of him. Ning Chen walked in the sea of earth fire and released his immortal will to search for divine materials of extreme yang. Just as knowing destiny was searching for materials to forge a sword, the kings of the 100 races gathered in the primitive demon zone and rushed toward the red phoenix star zone through the passage between the two realms. The promise of 10 years had not arrived yet. The primitive demon realm had gathered their forces in advance to prepare for the coming war. The red phoenix star zone was filled with death chi. Almost all the humans there had been slaughtered. The 100 races had completely occupied the red phoenix star zone and turned it into their base. In front of the demon army, Azura looked into the distance. The god of war could not suppress his desire to fight. The purpose of warriors' existence was to fight. 10 years was too long. Azura. In the sky, demonic chi surged. The demon emperor appeared and looked at the god of war in front of him. He said, "When the time is up, immediately send troops to the Ziwei star zone." Yes. Azura respectfully accepted the order. Ziwei star zone, underworld, King Bianqing Palace. Qingning looked at the secret report from the Red Phoenix star zone with a serious expression. The primitive demon realm was really impatient. They had already started to mobilize their forces. How long will it take for Jiming Marquis to come back? In the palace, Peacock, who had rushed over from the immortal realm, asked, "The divine material he needs to forge the sword this time is too hard to find." "I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in a short time," Qingning replied. "The primitive demon realm might send troops early." Whether Jiming Marquis can come back in time or not, the underworld has to make a decision, Peacock said seriously. Hearing this, Qin Ning fell silent. When Ning Qin left, he did not tell them what to do. No one knew if he did not realize it or did it on purpose. I suggest that Underworld avoid the brunt of the attack. After all, Underworld's current strength is still far from the primordial demon realm, Peacock said seriously. I'll think about it. Qin Ning sighed. When the Underworld was in a life-and-death situation, Jiming Marquis was not in the Underworld. He was running around the star zones to find the divine material to forge the sword. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 months had passed. In the Alcade star zone, on a vast planet covered by a vast ocean, a white-clothed figure rushed into the sky. Her white hair danced in the wind. She held a palm-sized blue divine metal in her hand. Cold chi spread, and her entire arm was almost frozen. It's finally enough. Ning Qin clenched his right hand and shook off the ice on his arm. He looked forward and said, "Phoenix body." As soon as he said that, the sky was filled with phoenix fire. One was black and the other was red. "Let's begin," Ning Qin said calmly. "Okay." The phoenix body responded, and the phoenix fire disappeared. The next moment, the 3 divine materials of the sword embryo appeared in the sky. The phoenix fire circled around and swallowed the divine materials. On a strange, vast planet, the 2 of them worked together. The world was the furnace, and the phoenix fire refined the divine weapon. Chapter 1308. On an unknown planet in the Alcade starfield, raging waves surged and rushed to the 9 heavens. Above the sea, knowing destiny forged swords. Phoenix fire filled the sky as he forged 3 types of divine metals. In front of the 2 bodies, deep sea iron essence, star scar divine gold, and fire essence blood copper, the 3 best forging materials in the world, floated up and down. After 2 years, knowing destiny traveled all over the Z-Way and Alcade starfields and searched for countless large planets. He finally gathered the 3 divine materials and began forging swords. The yin-yang phoenix, fire burned the sky and boiled the sea. The black and red flames split the sky and the earth. The scene was shocking. In the phoenix fire, 3 sword embryos gradually took shape. The sword power was faintly discernible and extraordinary. The 2 bodies worked together to forge the peerless divine swords. Days passed by. In the phoenix fire, the 3 sword embryos kept spinning. The sword power became stronger and stronger. In the first 10 months, the phoenix fire forged the sword. The divine materials were forged into sword embryos. In the 10th month, the 2 bodies fully activated the yin-yang phoenix fire to refine the divinity of the divine materials. After the first 10 months, the sword embryos were forged. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds surged. Thunderclouds spread and covered the sky. Before the divine swords were forged, the lightning tribulation had already appeared. In the tribulation clouds, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. Below, Ning Qin saw this and soared into the sky. His hands formed a seal, and countless seals spread out. The yellow spring opened and sealed the void. In an instant, the divine restriction formed a barrier between the heavens and the earth. Boom! Lightning fell. The divine restriction space swallowed the angry lightning, and the heavenly tribulation could not descend. In the void, Ning Chen's figure landed again. He glanced at the phoenix body not far away and said calmly, "Continue." The phoenix body nodded. Phoenix fire spread out from its body. The black flames of extreme yin and the red flames of extreme yang surged, and its power became stronger. Gradually, the second 10 months passed. In the 10th month, the weather on the large planet changed. Heavy snow fell, and the weather was so cold that even the ocean was frozen. In the sky above the sea, the 2 bodies stood in the air. In front of them, the phoenix fire had reached the critical point of forging the sword. On the sword embryos, the impurities were gradually burned away. the refined divine weapon began to take shape. When the divine weapon appeared, Ning Chan walked to the middle of the two swords. The blood of human and demon flew out from his hands at the swords. At the side, the phoenix body walked to the third divine sword at the same time and cut its finger. Time flew by. In the sea of fire, human blood, demon blood, and phoenix blood floated up and down. Mu sword, Yang sword. The third 10th month was approaching. Both of their auras were weakened to different degrees. Their blood and chi merged into the sword, helping the divine weapon to take shape. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. In the sky above the sea, the aura of the three divine swords became more and more shocking. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the heavens sensed it. Lightning struck down, directly breaking through the divine restriction and destroying the 3 swords. In front, the 2 figures looked at the 3 divine swords and did not try to stop them. The divine sword was about to be completed, but it still lacked the refinement of the laws of heaven and earth. This heavenly tribulation was just right. In the 4th month, the lightning tribulation forged the swords. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, bombarding the 3 swords. The 3 swords hummed softly. Lightning radiated from the swords, dazzling everyone's eyes. Just as the 3 divine swords were being tested by the heavens, the 100,000 demonic army in the Red Phoenix Galaxy set off for the Z-Way Galaxy. With the impending war looming, the entire Z-Way Galaxy was on high alert. The 12 kings of the underworld emerged from their seclusion and prepared to face the enemy. There's no time left. Can't you make a choice? In the royal palace of Bien City, Peacock looked at the woman in front and asked. In front of the royal palace, Qing Ning looked at the sky for a long time and sighed. Retreat. The underworld was his painstaking effort, but the lives of his companions were more precious. At the back, Peacock heard the woman's decision and did not say anything. Sometimes the decision was not important. What was important was to make a prompt decision. Right and wrong. There were many times where there was no absolute standard. In the 12 kings of the underworld, Qing Ning's order was passed down. When the kings heard it, they all fell silent. King Pingdang requests for battle. In the 9th king of hell, Xia Zi's voice echoed in the underworld. As soon as the voice fell, the hearts of the kings trembled. King Zhuanluan requests for battle. In the 10th king of hell, Luo Fei's voice sounded in everyone's heart. King Song requests for battle. After the 2 kings, in the 3rd king of hell, Mu Qianshang's voice sounded in a solemn tone. The 3 kings requested for battle. In the 1st king of hell, Luo Xingqian's face changed. Are these guys not afraid of death? Forget it, if they die, then die. King Qingguang requests for battle. Luo Xingqian gritted his teeth and declared. In the face of a great enemy, the kings from the divine prefectures, War of Death, all chose to fight, unwilling to retreat. King Wuguan requests for battle. At this moment, in the 5th king of hell, Yin Er's voice sounded. Her tone was firm. The underworld was created by her master. She could not watch as the underworld was destroyed. Out of the 10 kings of hell, 5 of them declared their stance, and half of the kings of hell requested for battle. In the underworld, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. In the king of Chujiang's palace, Lin Yuzhen frowned. The difference in strength between the underworld and the demon realm's army was too great. Temporarily avoiding them was the best choice. However, the underworld's strength must not be scattered. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. Lin Yuzhen turned around and looked at the phoenix cry sword on the long table. After a long time, she sighed softly. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. King Chujiang requests for battle. Lin Yuzhen spoke and declared. 6 kings declared. In the king of Taishan's palace, Yishuan Miao held his sword and said indifferently, If you want to fight, then let's fight. In the king of Dusher's palace, King Aaron smiled beautifully and said, King Dusher requests for battle. In the underworld, the 8 kings all declared their stance. In the king of hell's palace, the demonic Qi was turbulent. Nu Chang and Hua Zhongdia were still in seclusion. Knowing destiny had not returned, the king of hell's palace was still without a master. In front of King Bianqing's palace, Qingning listened to the voices of the underworld's palace, and her heart was in turmoil. In the underworld's crisis on an unknown planet in the Alcade starfield, knowing destiny, who had left the underworld for a few years, stood quietly in the void, concentrating, waiting for the moment of the sword's completion. On the vast planet, raging waves swept across, and huge waves rose to the sky. The birth of 3 peerless heavenly weapons was right in front of them, and the sword's power was earth-shattering. The thunder tribulation was about to end, and the power of the 3 heavenly swords was even more shocking. 10 months of forging, quenching, nurturing, and forming. Countless days and nights. The 2 of them worked together to forge the swords, and the peerless heavenly weapons finally appeared. At the top of the 9 heavens, the thunder tribulation was in its final frenzy. The heavenly swords were about to be formed, and Xian Song was furious. The tribulation clouds changed from black to red, and the color of blood was dazzling. After a few breaths, the blood-red lightning struck down, dyeing the entire sky red. Under the lightning, Ning Chen and the phoenix body held their swords at the same time. In an instant, a horrifying sword intent erupted, and the sword's power soared to the 9 heavens. The 2 of them waved their swords, and the power shook the sky. A shocking scene appeared. In the sky above the sea, heaven and earth were directly cut open, and 2 huge cracks appeared. The void spread and swallowed the tribulation clouds. Between the 2 of them, the 3rd heavenly sword floated up and down. The demonic Qi was restrained, and the sharpness was not released. Let's go back. The tribulation disappeared, and Ning Chen waved his hand to put away the demonic edge. He glanced at the phoenix body, not far away, and said, "Okay." The phoenix body nodded and disappeared. Then a huge phoenix shadow appeared between heaven and earth, and the phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The heavenly sword was forged, and knowing destiny returned, crossing 2 starfields and rushing to the underworld. Chapter 1309. Demonic clouds loomed over the Ziwei star zone. An army of 100,000 heavenly demons crossed the starry sky and covered the sun, shocking all the major factions. War chariots rumbled in front of the heavenly demon army. The heavenly demon kings stood on hundreds of war chariots. Azura, the war god of the demons, stood on the largest war chariot in front of the war chariots. His half-step emperor's aura was so shocking that it distorted the starry sky around him. In the underworld, the 12 palaces of the underworld stood between 2 giant stars. The human kings were ready for battle. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The 10-year time limit was approaching. In the primordial demon realm, 2 demon emperors were looking for traces of the underworld day and night. The 2 emperors worked together and parted the clouds, searching for traces in the endless laws of heaven and earth. Found it. After many days, Demon Emperor Kuin's eyes flashed. He said, "Every time the human kings disappear here, the underworld must be nearby." Not far away, 7 Brilliant's Demon Emperor opened his eyes and said, "I'll send the coordinates of the star zone to Azura immediately." "No," Demon Emperor Kuin said in a deep voice. "Go and help Azura in person." 7 Brilliant's Demon Emperor frowned slightly and said, "If I go, the human emperors will definitely interfere. I'm afraid it's not a good idea." "Don't worry about the human emperors," Demon Emperor Kuin said calmly. "They won't dare to do anything with me around." 7 Brilliant's Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "Brother, you're going to the sky beyond heaven yourself?" "That's right," Demon Emperor Kuin said coldly. The decisive battle is coming soon. I should go to the sky beyond heaven myself. Seven Brilliant's demon emperor's face turned serious. If his brother was going to go, it seemed that the decisive battle was coming soon. Demonic chi surged around the underworld in the Z-Way star zone. The heavenly demon kings showed up in the demonic chi and surrounded the underworld. Azura walked out in front of the kings. He held the fire beacon and the black demonic spear. "It wasn't easy to find you," Azura said in a deep voice. He threw the demonic spear with all his might. The demonic might crashed into the divine restriction above the underworld. The entire starry sky started to tremble. Under the terrifying impact of the demonic might, the divine seal in the sky above the underworld showed signs of instability, as if it would collapse at any moment. In front of the 12 palaces of the underworld, one after another, the figures of the human kings flashed past, leaping into the sky. The Yama kings of the 9 palaces, the Anidya Hell Guards, and the black and white Anidya Hell Guards. All of Hell's forces were mobilized to resist the demonic tribulation. In the starry sky, the 11 human kings stood in the air, their king's might rising and shaking the heavens and earth. "So, you've been hiding such powerful strength." Azura looked at the 11 peak kings and said indifferently. Among the kings of the underworld, Xia Zi stepped forward. Demonic chi surged from his body as the frenzy of doomsday manifested. "Send the others away. You and I will go one-on-one," Xia Zi said. "You overestimate yourself." Azura said coldly. He swept his gaze across the otherworldly demon monarchs and ordered, "All of you retreat 50 kilometers away." In front of the underworld's kings, Xia Zi also raised his hand, stopping Mu Qianshang and the others from stepping forward. He wanted to use his sword to fight for a chance of survival for the underworld. This was a battle that would determine the survival of Hell. Even before the battle had begun, the atmosphere of the battle had already become oppressive. Spear light rose, sword intent rose. The battle between humans and demons had begun. All the kings watched as the spear and sword clashed, clones intertwined, illusory yet real, extreme in martial arts, absolute at the peak. The devil's war god's spear was domineering, each move destructive. The equal palace master's sword roared through the 9 continents. Her demonic might was vast, and she did not lose out to anyone. In a head-on confrontation, the battle between the peak of the 2 realms was a battle of martial arts, a battle of life and death. After exchanging 10 moves, Azura's demonic might rose rapidly. His secret technique was revealed, and his strength multiplied. Flames swept across, and the overbearing king destroyed the endless starry sky. In front of him, Xia Zi waved his sword to block the attack. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood spurted out. The battle situation changed, but the equal palace master did not retreat. The black feathers around her fluttered, turning into the 12 wings of sin. With the support of the Nether King's power, Xia Zi's aura also rose sharply. He slashed with his sword and counterattacked. With a rumble, the 2 forces collided. The battle was separated, and both of them took a few steps back. The 2 kings started their battle. Far away, in the red Phoenix star zone, on a planet occupied by the heavenly demons, chaotic demonic chi surged, and the number 1 emperor of the heavenly demons walked out. The first Kuan demon emperor appeared in the human world. In an instant, the 3 human emperors sensed his presence, and their attention was drawn to him. The heavenly demon monarch. He recovered his cultivation so quickly. "You want to fight? I'm happy to oblige." The first Kuan demon emperor felt the gazes of the 3 human emperors and said lightly. In the Z-Way star zone, the azure-robed fortune-teller, the master of the immortal realm, and young master Xiaobai's expressions turned serious. They suppressed their urge to attack and chose to wait and see. In the underworld, the battle between the 2 kings shook the heavens. The fierce battle had yet to begin, and the wind and clouds surged wildly. 100 miles away from the battle, the heavenly demon monarchs, surrounded the underworld. Behind them, the heavenly demon army grew larger and larger. An admirable opponent. Unfortunately, I can't let you live. In the battle, Azura said in a deep voice. The flames left his hands, and his palms condensed a peerless demonic technique. The earth-shattering demonic might spread rapidly, drowning the battlefield. Seeing this, Xia raised his mad doomsday and pointed at the ground. The demonic aura surged wildly, and his power was extremely terrifying. Just as the two kings' ultimate techniques were about to clash, and the outcome was about to be decided, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor appeared in the void. He didn't say a word and slammed his palm down on the battlefield. The sudden change shocked everyone present. They wanted to help, but it was too late. At the critical moment, Phoenix cries could be heard from afar. Before anyone could react, Ningchen appeared and blocked the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's fatal palm strike with a sword. You finally came out. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor clenched his right fist, and his murderous intent burst out. Without any warning, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor moved and threw a punch, shattering the starry sky. At the center of the attack, Ningchen swung his sword, and endless sword intent clashed with the heavenly demon monarch's might. Knowing destiny, Marquis. Knowing destiny, Marquis returned. Outside the battle, the human emperors recovered from the shock, and joy flashed across their faces. Bring out your strongest form, or you'll die. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor said coldly. He flipped his left palm, and demonic suns flew out of nowhere. The seven demonic suns kept spinning between heaven and earth. The imperial might was shocking, and it suppressed all the kings present. Now is enough to deal with you. Ningchen responded. He slashed down with his divine sword, and a blast of air filled the sky. In front, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor raised his hand to block the sword chi. He channeled his demonic essence and counterattacked. In the starry sky, Ningchen took a strange step, and his body moved like an illusion. The demonic suns circled around him, blocking his path of retreat. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor took a step forward and pressed forward. It was a shocking battle. The battle had reached its climax as soon as it started. The divine sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed with purple light. The sword swept across and blocked the demonic might again. Boom! A huge force came, and Ning Chen's body slid back 100 feet. However, his expression was still calm. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the heavenly book of creation appeared. The 10 scrolls flipped, and the wind and thunder of heaven and earth changed. Chapter 13:10. In the sky above the underworld, the heavenly demon army pressed down on the border. The demon emperor personally arrived on the battlefield, and his imperial might shook the heavens and the earth. The appearance of the emperor shocked all the kings. At the critical moment, the phoenix whistled in the sky from afar. Knowing destiny rushed back in time. Ningchen did not dare to be careless in front of a powerful enemy. He flipped his left palm, and the golden book of the heavenly book appeared. The open heavenly tome scroll emitted a golden light. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly book of creation. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's eyes widened. Someone in the human world had mastered all 10 heavenly tomes. The 10 scrolls gathered together, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Dazzling golden light surrounded Ning Chen's body, making him look like a supreme emperor, shocking everyone. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's expression darkened. His demonic aura surged as the 7 demonic suns circled around him. A terrifying temperature spread across the place, evaporating all the water vapor in the surroundings. Facing the demon sovereign again, Ning Chen moved his body and his sword, striking first to gain the initiative. The divine sword began to show its sharpness. The sword light was dazzling. The star-scarred divine gold from 100 great stars had been refined into a sword. Its sharpness was threatening. Sword technique, wind and thunder transformation. The sword drew wind and thunder, and a great battle began. Between heaven and earth, lightning surged, and the scene was shocking. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's face stiffened slightly when the attack came close to him. He raised his hand to block the sword as his demonic aura surged rapidly. Rumble. Sword chi and demonic chi shook violently as a terrifying shockwave spread out. The kings around the battlefield were all forced to take a few steps back. At the center of the battle, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor threw out his left fist and counterattacked. Ning Chen focused and held the heavenly book of creation in front of him to block the demonic power. The demonic might attacked, and the heavenly book's brilliance shone brightly, neutralizing the ruler's attack. After a round of attack and defense, they were evenly matched. After 100 years of practicing the sword, he finally reached the peak today. Rumbling sounds resounded through the starry skies. The two individuals unleashed all of their fighting prowess. Their figures continuously intersected. The great battle had just begun, but it was already white-hot. The divine sword forged from the star-scarred divine gold was indestructible. Even an Emperor Tao sovereign would find it difficult to destroy it easily. In the center of the battle, the human and the devil fought fiercely. The human and the sword moved. Their sword techniques were unpredictable, and their killing moves were endless. It was a simple yet sharp sword. Every move was filled with murderous intent. Its extraordinary speed combined with the supreme sword intent forcefully made up for the difference in cultivation. On the other hand, the devil ruler had 7 suns circling around his body. His cultivation base was unparalleled, and every move he made had the power to destroy the world. This was the battle at the peak of the human world. It was a battle that surpassed the king realm and defied the heavens to slay immortals. It was an all-out white-hot battle. Victory or defeat was only a matter of time. While the humans and demons were fighting in the Z-Wei Galaxy and the Hongwan Galaxy, the human clan and the demon territory supreme emperors were facing each other from afar. The situation was equally tense. In the Red Phoenix Star area, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi appeared alone. His powerful deterrence made the 3 human emperors not dare to act rashly. All their attention was on this celestial devil monarch. He was the only one of the 10 great demon monarchs of the ancient times who had survived to this era. He was a supreme expert comparable to the immortal monarchs of the ancient times. His strength was immeasurable, and he could pluck the stars with a raise of his hand. He could fight against gods and demons. Even in the ancient times where experts were numerous, he was still an absolute expert. In the face of such a powerhouse, the 3 sovereigns of the human race no longer had the energy to divert their attention. The crisis of the underworld could only be resolved by Ji Ming and the others. In the Red Luan Star region, the first demon emperor stood in the air. Demonic chi surged around him, covering the stars in the sky. He was the most powerful demon in the world. Just one person was enough to intimidate the world. In the underworld, the battle between humans and demons was the focus of the 2 realms. With the divine sword in his hand, Ji Ming's sword intent rose endlessly. He unleashed his unparalleled sword cultivation and broke through the limits of the human world. He vaguely touched the barrier of the imperial path. With a slash of his sword, the laws of the world collapsed rapidly. The sword that had formed its own Tao kept improving and growing in the battle. The heaven-defying battle of immortals was like a portrayal of Ji Ming's life. With a powerful enemy in front of him, he could only survive by becoming stronger. He had practiced the sword for 100 years, and the world was his witness. His every move was refined and refined. On the battlefield, an army of 100,000 heavenly demons rushed over and stood in the starry sky. Once Ji Ming lost, the army of 100,000 elite heavenly demons would wipe out the underworld. There was no room for failure in this battle. Ning Chen's battle intent became more and more intense. The divine sword and the heavenly book, one attacking and one defending, were perfect. He showed the demeanor of a supreme expert for the first time. Compared to when you were in the primordial demon realm, you've become stronger. The 7 Brilliants, Demon Emperor said coldly. He still couldn't gain the upper hand after dozens of exchanges. Unfortunately, Demon Emperor, you haven't improved at all. Ning Chen replied calmly. The divine sword turned around, and a purple sword glow lit up the world. Love of snow. The sword turned around, and snow fell from the sky. Endless cold air spread, freezing the scorching hell in the world. 3,000 miles of sword snow. The ultimate technique of Taoism appeared again. Ning Chen swung his sword, and snow fell from the sky for 3,000 miles. The world of ice and snow and the 7 suns' demonic hell clashed with each other. The world immediately turned gray, and everything returned to chaos. Ugh! The remaining force spread. The 2 figures were knocked a few steps back at the same time. Blood flowed out of their mouths. The 7 Brilliants, Demon Emperor, raised his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the blinding red on his hand. His dignity as a ruler suffered a blow again. He clenched his right hand, and the red color was unconcealable. Cracking sounds came from his knuckles. The 7 Brilliants, Demon Emperor's eyes turned dark. Not a single white part of his eyes could be seen. When a ruler was infuriated, his demonic nature completely took over his consciousness. Roar! The next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. The entire starry sky began to shake violently. 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure appeared. Its terrifying demonic essence roared and surged. Its presence quickly spread to every corner of the starry sky. Not good. Both inside and outside the battlefield, the expressions of the human kings changed. They looked at the 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure in front of them with shock. The powerful demonic aura was several times stronger than before. The starry sky around the demonic figure was distorted. Even the starlight was devoured. The shocking scene froze the atmosphere on the battlefield. The kings of the 2 realms backed away again, unwilling to be affected by the imperial aura. The white-haired, knowing destiny stood in the sky in front of the 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure. He stared at the demonic figure in front of him without much change in his expression. Humans had their own paths, and demons had their own demonic paths. Demons were powerful, but humans were no weaker. Today, I'll use my sword to slay demons and protect humans, Ning Chen said coldly. He held his sword in front of him and yelled. The heavenly book disappeared into his body. Giant waves surged in his dantian's sea of qi. Knowing destiny gathered all his strength. The 10 heavenly books flipped rapidly, including the most powerful martial arts in the world. The beginning of life, the end of nothing. The creation of heaven and earth. The sun and the moon shone on the human world. The most powerful martial arts in the world returned to the origin, proving the foundation of martial arts. Behind Ning Chen, the chaotic small world appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared, shocking everyone. When heaven and earth were first created, all the techniques had yet to appear. Suddenly, a divine sword appeared in the lightning. The path of knowing destiny started with the sword. A moment later, Ning Chen moved and walked into the chaotic small world. He raised his hand and held the divine sword. His aura rose rapidly. Sword technique, Tai. He slashed with the sword. The chaos was first created. The sword split the world apart. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were unstoppable. In the large world, the sword light broke through the sky. Under the shocked gaze of the kings, the divine sword light cut through the space-time and cut the 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure in half. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the sky. It was an indescribable scene. In the chaotic, demonic chi, the upper and lower halves of the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor were separated. Inside and outside the battlefield, the kings of the 2 realms and the 100,000 demons were all shocked. They could not believe what they had just seen. One sword, just one sword, and the demonic emperor was defeated. Cough, cough! The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor coughed violently. Blood flowed out. Demonic chi surged around him. He forcefully pulled the upper and lower halves of his body together, trying to repair them. However, the sword aura lingered around the upper halves of his body. It could not be erased. It forcefully prevented the demonic cultivator from recovering. The world was shocked. Before anyone could react, Ning Chen's figure dashed out. Murderous intent appeared on his sword. It was as if he was going to slay all demons. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor's eyes widened. At the moment of life and death, a force that did not belong to him erupted from the demonic cultivator. Chaotic demonic chi surged and turned into a powerful attack. The sudden change made Ning Chen unable to dodge in time. He was knocked away by a palm strike. 100 feet away, Ning Chen stabilized his body. Chaotic demonic chi devoured his body, restricting his true chi. Seeing this, the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor immediately charged forward. He gathered all his strength into a fist and punched at the former's chest. Ugh! Ning Chen grunted as the heavy punch landed on his body. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Die! The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor stopped attacking. He gathered his true chi in his palm and slapped at the knowing destiny, heavenly spirit. In the nick of time, a giant bell appeared in front of Ning Chen and blocked the deadly attack. Dong! The immortal bell vibrated vigorously as the demonic palm landed. A mysterious sound spread rapidly and affected everyone. The emperors of the humans and demons only felt their ears hurting under the shocking immortal might. Their divine sense blurred for a moment. In the distance, the army of 100,000 heavenly demons was affected too. Thousands of heavenly demons exploded, unable to withstand the power of the mysterious sound. At the center of the battle, the knowing destiny heavenly spirit and the 7 luminaries demonic emperor were hit by the mysterious sound at close range. Blood burst out from their bodies and dyed the sky red. However, the chaotic demonic chi inside Ning Chen's body dissipated under the impact of the mysterious sound. His restricted cultivation recovered. Ning Chen endured the pain and slashed at the demonic cultivator at close range. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor grabbed the sword and cut open the demonic cultivator's skin. Blood poured out and dyed the sword red. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor threw a punch at the demonic cultivator after his sword was restricted. When the heavy punch arrived, Ning Chen did not dodge. Instead, he countered with an equally powerful punch. A great rumble took place as the two clashed head-on. Cracking sounds were heard as the human and demon's arms were shattered. The fierce battle dyed the sky red with blood. It was a cruel battle of life and death. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor's expression twisted again as he felt great pain. He could not help but loosen his grip on the sword. Ning Chen's left arm fell to his side silently. Knowing destiny heavenly spirit was not affected by the same pain. The divine sword glowed again. Ning Chen advanced instead of backing away. He slashed at the demonic cultivator and severed his arm. Blood splattered across the sky from the severed arm. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor let out a painful cry. His eyes were filled with the fear of death for the first time. Humans aren't food for the other races. 7 luminaries demonic emperor. Don't forget to apologize to the innocent humans in the Yellow Springs. The divine sword glowed and severed the demonic cultivator's head. It took one last look at the human world. unwillingness, and fear killed them all. Leave no one alive. Ning Qin turned around and ordered the emperors of the underworld. Chapter 13:11. After the battle, the sky above the underworld was filled with devastation. Many planets were destroyed, and rubble flew to every corner of the starry sky. The 7 Brilliants demon emperor died in battle. Ning Qin raised his hand, and demonic qi surged, devouring the emperor's body. He was healing the emperor's body with his body. In the starry sky, the kings of the underworld dashed out. A few seconds later, they charged into the army of heavenly demons. After the 7 Brilliants demon emperor died, the army of heavenly demons fell into panic. They couldn't resist the attack of the kings of the underworld. Retreat! The defeat was already decided. Azura made a prompt decision and immediately gave the order to retreat. After the order was given, the army of heavenly demons retreated quickly. The chariots rumbled and sped away. In the Red Phoenix Star Zone, the first Kunyi demon emperor, who had been watching the battle between the two realms, looked surprisingly calm. Even though the 7 Brilliants demon emperor died, he didn't show much emotion. Thanks to the 7 Brilliants demon emperor, he now had a clearer understanding of the 13 suns' strength. They were strong, but that was all. In the next moment, the first Kunyi demon emperor disappeared from the starry sky in the Red Phoenix Star Zone. In the Ziwei Star Zone, demonic clouds rolled in the sky above the underworld. The celestial demon emperor hadn't arrived yet, but his terrifying aura had already descended. Below, the kings of the underworld felt it. They looked at the sky with shock in their eyes. This aura, what a terrifying demonic aura. It was far more powerful than the 7 Brilliants demon emperor. They weren't even on the same level. Kunyi! In the void, Ning Chen looked into the distance, and his eyes narrowed. The celestial devil monarch had finally come. Z, you guys go first. The most terrifying enemy was coming. Ning Chen glanced at his close friend behind him and said with a serious expression, "Be careful." Xia Zi withdrew his gaze and reminded him. He didn't waste any time and led the kings of the underworld away. After the kings left, Ji Ming was the only one left in the sky above the underworld. In the starry sky, the demonic aura became heavier and heavier. The world gradually froze. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. In order to buy time for the kings to retreat, Ning Qin was surrounded by phoenix flames. He spread his wings and flew away in the opposite direction. "Ghost King, take your people away as soon as possible." Ji Ming's voice came from the In-Si ghost prison. The Ghost King on the white bone throne said with a hoarse voice, "Understood." In the starry sky, the phoenix spread its wings and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. In the sky above Z-Way Galaxy, the demonic clouds rolled and became thicker and thicker. The celestial devil monarch was about to arrive, and the whole starry sky turned dark. The supreme experts who had lived from the ancient times to this era were practically undefeatable existences in this era where everything had withered. They had surpassed the sovereign Tao and reached a whole new level. In the starry sky, the phoenix sped past. Behind it, great stars flew into the distance one after another, crossing through time and space. Its speed became faster and faster. Where are you planning to escape to? Within the demonic clouds, a majestic voice sounded. Demonic might swept out as a palm pressed down. The starry sky collapsed inch by inch wherever the devil might arrive. It was like a surface of ice that had suffered a heavy blow. Cracks crisscrossed the starry sky before it shattered with a bang. Below, phoenix flames filled the air. Ning Qin walked out, and the divine sword in his hand glowed with purple light. He swung the sword to block the demonic palm. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the starry skies. The demonic might was difficult to block. It directly crushed the sword light and slapped down. The most terrifying one was the celestial devil monarch. He surpassed all the emperors in the mortal world and was shockingly powerful. At this critical moment, phoenix flames surged around Ning Chen's body. His body blurred instantly. The phoenix secret technique appeared again, and he avoided the fatal palm. The demonic palm passed through his body. In the distance, a great star exploded. Rocks flew everywhere and quickly turned into dust. In the starry sky, demonic clouds swirled. The first demon emperor's figure descended from the sky. The unparalleled demonic monarch's power shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. 100 feet away, Ning Chen's figure solidified. The phoenix flames around him disappeared, and his body regained control. 1 body, 3 transformations. You're the first person in thousands of years to cultivate your doppelganger to such a level. The first demon emperor stared at the 13 sons of the celestial devil monarch and said lightly, "You flatter me." Ning Chen replied calmly. His divine sword turned, and the sword light flickered. The true battle of life and death was about to begin. Facing the most powerful monarch of the celestial devil clan, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He shouted and dashed out. Boom! The sword slashed down. The first demon emperor raised his hand and blocked the extreme Dao sword with a clang. With the divine sword blocked, the first demon emperor pushed his palm even harder. The demonic might shook, and the knowing destiny cultivator in front of him was pushed back. The chaotic demonic might rushed forward. Ning Chen's mouth turned red. He retreated a few steps, and blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. He had just gone through a great battle, and his body hadn't recovered yet. Facing the monarch of the celestial devil clan, Ning Chen was at a disadvantage. "Have you reached your limit?" the first demon emperor said coldly. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stabilized his body. Before he could react, the first demon emperor had already arrived. He slapped out, and a destructive aura engulfed him. Layers and layers of killing intent. The demonic might was extremely dense. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally, and he retreated a few more steps. Nirvana! The situation wasn't good. Ning Chen made up his mind. His sword rotated, and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. The ultimate move appeared again. The 10,000 swords were displayed, and the sword light was dazzling. In an instant, the 10,000 swords pierced through the sky and slashed toward the celestial devil monarch. The first demon emperor snorted. He raised his right hand, and demonic chi spread out, blocking the 10,000 swords. The unshakable demonic might was as strong as Nirvana, but it couldn't shake the celestial devil monarch's body. After a round of attack and defense, the first demon emperor's figure flashed again, and his powerful palm landed on Ning Chen's body. Arg! Ning Chen grunted. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His heavily injured body was injured again. Even though he was injured, Ning Chen's battle intent was still high. He spun around, and his body was extremely fast. His sword was like thunder. Fast, fast, fast. Ning Chen's life was hanging on the sword. He was heavily injured, and his body couldn't hold on anymore. He changed his battle strategy, using speed to counter strength. The first demon emperor frowned. He opened and closed his hands, blocking one attack after another. Are you trying to stall for time? After exchanging 10 moves, the first demon emperor's expression turned cold. Chaotic, demonic chi burst out from his body, and an unparalleled demonic might spread out, forcefully shaking off the swords that were close to him. Of the 2 fighting, one was at his peak, and the other was heavily injured. With the absolute difference in cultivation, the already unfair battle became more and more tilted. Hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen stopped. Blood kept dripping from the hand holding the sword, dyeing the divine sword red. You protected the human race, but unfortunately, you couldn't protect your own life. The first demon emperor stepped forward, and chaotic, demonic chi surged around him. The celestial demon king had mercilessly announced his death. Heaven's will The celestial demon king was pressing for his life. Ning Qin sighed. The heavenly book in his body flipped rapidly. The 10 scrolls of the heavenly book shone brightly, and all their power rushed to the life scroll. The god-slaying forbidden technique was about to appear. Cold chi spread out between heaven and earth. The entire starry sky was quickly frozen, and even the stars stopped moving. The terrifying power had yet to appear, but the order of heaven and earth was already in chaos. A strong sense of danger came. The first demon emperor's expression turned serious. He looked at the young man in front of him and didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He rushed out and attacked first. Just as the life scroll and the celestial demon king were about to clash, golden light shone brightly in the starry sky. An old figure walked out. He raised his withered hand and blocked the celestial demon king's attack. Marquis Jiming, you go first. Leave this to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the fortune teller in green appeared in front of him. He held a long staff in his hand and looked calm. In the void, Ning Chen suppressed the forbidden technique and looked at the 2 human emperors in front of him. He was slightly stunned. This is your era. Go, there's still a long way to go. The fortune teller in green looked back and smiled. Even in the face of life and death, he still looked calm. The master of the godly realm and the celestial demon king exchanged a few blows and separated. The master of the godly realm glanced at Jiming behind him and said in a hoarse voice, "Go, as long as you're alive. There's hope for the human race. From now on, you're the new master of the godly realm. Venerable Changsheng and I are old. We're already satisfied to see the new master of the godly realm." Then, the master of the godly realm didn't say anything else. He rushed out and stopped the celestial demon king. "You're overestimating yourself." The first demon emperor's expression darkened. He gathered his demonic chi and punched the starry sky. The impact of the demonic chi destroyed the starry sky. The master of the godly realm didn't retreat and took the demonic chi head-on. Blood flowed out and dripped down. Even the master of the godly realm dissolved the invincible demonic chi. "Don't let our sacrifice be in vain. Go." The fortune teller in green turned his palm and poured in his demonic chi. The power of the emperor's path exploded and sent Jiming, who was seriously injured, out of the battle. Then he rushed out and joined the battle. The 2 human emperors joined forces, and the battle became heated. The terrifying emperor's path shook the starry sky. The 3 emperors fought, and the stars in the sky kept collapsing. They couldn't bear the terrifying power and quickly turned into dust. The demon emperor of the first Kunyi demon emperor did not seem to be at a disadvantage even when facing 2 human emperors. Every move he made was filled with destruction. The strongest devil fought against 2 human sovereigns alone and suppressed the human sovereigns. At the center of the battle, the fortune teller in green and the master of the godly realm looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The new era had a leader, and it was time for them to do the last thing for the human race. At this moment, 2 long shouts sounded in the starry sky. Golden light surged around the 2 human emperors. They reversed time and returned to their peak state. They burned their lives and returned to their peak state. Their faces quickly regained their youth, and their withered bodies gradually became full. I didn't expect to fight side by side with an old friend. The fortune teller in green laughed. His fighting spirit rose, and his blood chi burned like a divine sun. It was dazzling. "Let's fight. Don't leave any regrets," the master of the godly realm said lightly. His young face was handsome, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. "First Demon Kuin, go to hell with me today." The fortune teller in green laughed and rushed out to start the battle again. Not far away, the master of the godly realm also rushed out and joined forces to kill the demon. Tens of thousands of miles away from the battle of the 3 emperors, Jiming, who was sent out of the battle by the venerable Changsheng, stopped and looked at the shocking battle in the distance. Not long after, there was a terrifying explosion in the distant battle. The starry sky collapsed, and the aura of the three emperors disappeared at the same time. Farewell, seniors. Ningchen bowed and said softly. Chapter 1312. In the Ziwei Galaxy, a terrifying explosion sounded. Tens of thousands of miles of space collapsed. Golden light spread and swallowed everything around. In the first Demon Slayer War, 2 human emperors died. At the last moment, they self-destructed and chose to die together with the heavenly demon lord. However, half a day later, demonic chi gathered in the collapsed space again. The first demon lord walked out. Chaotic, demonic chi surged around him, and he was extremely powerful. The armor on the heavenly demon lord cracked, and blood flowed out. The 2 human emperors fought to the death. Even the unparalleled demon lord couldn't escape unscathed. The heavenly demon lord's aura appeared again. 1,000,000 miles away, Phoenix fire gathered and Ning Chin appeared. He looked into the distance, and his face darkened. As expected, the first demon lord survived. After a while, Ning Chin didn't stay any longer. He spread his phoenix wings and flew away. In the distance, demonic chi surged around the first demon lord as he suppressed the injuries in his body. He lost one of the 7 luminaries in exchange for 2 human emperors. It was worth it. After a few breaths, the demonic chi dissipated. The first demon lord disappeared and left the Ziwei Galaxy. After the heavenly demon lord left, the war between humans and demons came to an end. The Ziwei Galaxy was devastated. 100 days later, the human emperors appeared in the sky above the underworld. They looked at the 12 palaces in front of them and fell silent. Let's do it. Ning Chin said calmly in front of the human emperors. Yes. Behind him, the human emperors received the order and flashed toward the underworld. Half a day later, the primitive star between the 2 giant stars shook and deviated from its original orbit. It was heading east. It was a shocking scene. The human emperors of the underworld worked together to move the star, crossing thousands of miles and rushing toward the distant realm. In front of the star, the white-haired, knowing destiny stood in the sky and led the way. A month later, in the unknown realm, the array patterns of heaven and earth flickered, and the primitive star disappeared. In the immortal realm, the primitive star appeared and floated in the void. It stopped. We're here. Ning Chin said calmly. He gazed at the peak that was surrounded by numerous floating islands in the distance, and then he soared into the sky and moved forward. On the peak, the peacock turned her back to the world and remained silent. In front of her, Ning Chan walked up to the peak. You're finally here, the peacock said calmly. This position is too high. Ning Chen walked to the front of the mountain and looked at the human world in the distance. It's lonely at the top, but you have to endure it, just like what my master has done for thousands of years. Peacock's expression dimmed as she spoke. Ning Chin fell silent and sighed once more in his heart. He wondered how many more people would have to be sacrificed in order to obtain true peace. It's time to give this to you. After saying that, Peacock raised his right hand. Immediately, a golden imperial seal descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure caused the sky to change color. Ziwei Holy Seal. Ning Chen's eyes widened slightly. The crepe myrtle divine realm's world-suppressing artifact. From today onwards, you are the true master of the godly land. Peacock said. Ning Chen raised his hand, and the crepe myrtle saint stamp slowly descended from the void and disappeared into his hand. When the new master of the divine realm returned, the kings of the divine realm on the floating islands around the peak felt something and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the border lord. The kings bowed and respectfully welcomed the new lord of the divine realm. Get up. On the mountain peak, Ning Chin spoke. His expression returned to normal. Thank you, border lord. The king stood up and responded. The kings bowed. In the void, a dragon roared, and a white dragon appeared on the peak. Greetings to the border lord. Young master Shao Bai bowed respectfully. Dragon Emperor, there's no need to be so polite. Ning Qin stepped forward and personally helped the new emperor of the dragon clan up. Border lord, I have something to ask, young master Shao Bai said. Speak your mind, Ning Qin said calmly. Have you really met my father? Young master Shao Bai asked seriously. Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, I was fortunate enough to meet the previous Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's heroic appearance is still unforgettable. Young master Shao Bai's eyes were filled with longing. If there was a chance, he really wanted to go back to the demon realm. Border lord, will we win? Young master Shao Bai sighed. Yes. Ning Qin said affirmatively, no matter what the price is. The last two emperors of the human race talked for a few hours. When the stars shone on the peak, young master Shao Bai and Peacock left one after another. Only knowing destiny was left on the peak that reached the clouds. On the cold peak, a cold wind blew gently. White clothes fluttered in the wind. The peak alone was so cold. Ning Qin looked at the human world in front of him and stood there for a few hours. What's wrong? Are you not used to it? In front of the peak, Qing Ning walked over and looked at the former man and asked softly. Ning Qin turned around and looked at the person who came. He smiled and said, I'm not used to it. In front of Qing Ning stood the man beside her and said, the burden of the human world can only be borne by you for the time being. There were only two emperors left in the human world. Young Master Shao Bai was a dragon and could not take over the position of the Great Myrtle Realm Lord. Although she was unwilling, this position could only be taken by Ning Qin. Qing Ning stood quietly in front of the peak with the man beside her. She looked at the emotions of the human world. Her expression was calm. Where is the Red Phoenix Star Zone? After a long time, Qing Ning looked forward and asked, Northwest. Ning Qin raised his hand and pointed in the northwest direction. Qing Ning looked in the direction that he pointed. In the distance, demonic qi lingered and covered a region. That used to be the territory of the human race, but now it's the demon zone. Qing Ning sighed. One day, the human race will restore peace and take back everything that originally belonged to the human race, Ning Qin said coldly. Qing Ning was silent. She did not say anything more. She just quietly accompanied the former and endured the cold. For months later, in the Great Myrtle Realm, demonic qi surged. The army of the 100 races gathered. The Lord of the Sacred Region, the Emperor of Scales, and the Lord of the Divine Capital appeared. Their imperial might spread and shook the stars in the sky. Attack! A majestic voice sounded in front of the 3 emperors. The celestial demon lord walked out and gave the order. With the order, the army of 1,000,000 marched toward the Great Myrtle Realm. The scene was majestic. Demonic qi covered the sky and the sun. The greatest demonic tribulation in the human world had arrived. Millions of demons in the demon realm set out to conquer the human race. In the Great Myrtle Realm, Ning Qin looked into the distance and also gave the order. Attack! With the imperial order, the kings of the human race on the thousands of floating islands in the immortal realm appeared and respectfully accepted the order. The armies of the human race and the demon realm were mobilized. The 2 realms clashed and gathered continuously. The situation was urgent and a war was about to break out. In front of the armies of the 2 realms, imperial might spread. The emperors of the 2 realms descended from the sky. Their shocking power swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The final battle was about to arrive. Everyone in the human race and the demon realm looked at the border of the 2 realms nervously. This day had finally come. Chapter 1313. At the border of the Great Myrtle and Red Phoenix Star Zones, the armies of the human race and the demon realm had gathered. There were millions of them, and the mighty formation shocked the gods and Buddhas of the 9 heavens. Thousands of miles away, in front of the 2 armies, the imperial Tao descended. The vast pressure swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and all creatures prostrated themselves. The final battle was coming, and there was no way out. The 2 armies faced each other, and millions of soldiers covered the sky. The human race and the demon realm had used all their forces to prepare for the final battle. Scale Emperor! In front of the demon realm army, the first demon emperor said coldly, "Go and greet him." Yes, the Scale Emperor accepted the order and walked forward step by step. Golden light rose around him, and it was dazzling. Dragon Emperor, I'll leave this formation to you. In front of the human race army, Ning Qin also ordered. Yes, young Master Shao Bai obeyed and walked forward. The new Dragon Emperor, I didn't expect there to be a survivor of the destroyed dragon race. A dragon race with only one person, how sad. Between the 2 armies, the Scale Emperor looked at the new Dragon Emperor and mocked him. Young Master Shao Bai did not respond. He held his right hand, and the Dragon Emperor's sword transformed into a golden and white spear. The dragon chi and dragon might were shocking. Seeing this, the Scale Emperor's expression turned serious. The Dragon Emperor's chi, the old Dragon Emperor's Dragon Emperor sword. Today, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to the thousands of dragon souls of the dragon race. With a declaration of war, young Master Shao Bai's figure flew out quickly, and the dragon roared in the sky. The Scale Emperor's eyes turned serious, and he stepped forward. The golden light around him shone brighter, and the scale armor appeared. The absolute defense reappeared. Boom! The dragon spear broke through the sky and crashed into the Scale tribe's absolute defense. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and the 9 heavens were shocked. When the emperors clashed, the shockwaves were destructive. In the center of the battle, the meteors were turned into ashes and disappeared. In front of the 2 armies, Ning Qin and the first demon emperor attacked at the same time. Wind and snow filled the air, and demonic chi surged, blocking the shockwaves of the battle. The dragon race is indeed a terrifying race. The new Dragon Emperor has just proven his Tao, and he is already on par with the Scale Emperor. Behind the first Kuan Demon Emperor, the Lord of the Western Sanctuary said with a grave expression, The Lord of the Divine Capital, Yuluwu, smiled indifferently. The Emperor of Scales was just a rat who knew how to hide in his turtle shell. If it were not for the fact that they were going to fight against the humans together, Yuluwu would not have associated with such a person. However, it was undeniable that the Emperor of Scales was not weak. The fact that this new Emperor of the Dragon Clan could fight him to a standstill was not to be underestimated. Dragon Monarch. A cold glint flashed across Demon Emperor Kuan Yi's eyes. If the previous Dragon Emperor was here, I might be a little afraid. But this new Dragon Emperor is too weak. Behind them, the Western Sacred Master and Yuluwu remained silent. No one dared to interrupt. In front of the human army, the experts of the 12 palaces of the underworld had all appeared. In this critical battle, not a single one of them was willing to back down. Behind Ning Qin, Xia Zi, the leader of the underworld kings, stood quietly. His cultivation was not far from the sovereign level. Next to him, Lord Guyao stood in the air. He had once been the top cultivator in the human world. Now he had also reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the human world. He was only half a step away from the imperial path. On the other side, Yi Tianqing, the Night Lord, also appeared. He was half a step away from the imperial path. The underworld, the immortal land, and the world's #1 pavilion, the 3 most powerful inheritances in the human world, had joined forces. Sacred Master, you should go and greet them. Demon Emperor Kuan Yi ordered in front of the army of the demon realm. Yes. The master of the Western Sacred Region took the order and stepped forward in the air. In front of the human army, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes and said, "Z, Night Lord, Guyao, the three of you go and fight." Yes, the martial arts chiefs of the three major forces in the human world followed the order and joined forces to fight the enemy. The three human experts who were infinitely close to the Imperial Path had joined forces to fight against an Imperial Path sovereign for the first time. In the battle, the Western Sacred Master frowned when he saw the three human experts in front of him. The three of them had a strange aura. They were not ordinary experts. Thinking of this, the Western Sacred Master looked at the plain-clothed young man in the human army and narrowed his eyes. The 13 sons of the heavenly demon realm were scheming. He definitely did not send these 3 people to die. He could not be careless. "Please," the Western Sacred Master said politely as he raised his right hand. At the front, Xia Zi, Honorable Guyao, and the Knight Patriarch returned the greeting at the same time and disappeared. The Western Sacred Master's eyes narrowed. His body flashed and disappeared. In the next instant, the battle started. Killing intent filled the sky. Rumbling sounds filled the sky. In the battle, the 4 of them kept moving back and forth. Their attacks were powerful, and their auras were shocking. After more than 10 moves, the strange feeling became clearer. The Western Sacred Master flipped his palm, and the flow of time in the battle changed again. In front of him, the 3 of them dodged the Emperor's attack and counterattacked. Boom! The Western Sacred Leader raised his hand to block the attacks of the 3. He looked at Honorable Gu Yao with a serious expression and slowly said, "What are you waiting for?" Heaven and Earth divine restriction. Time restriction. Demonic prairie fire. Demonic flames surrounded Xia Zi's body, and his demonic aura could devour the heavens and the earth. The Western Sacred Master's expression turned serious again. He flipped his palm to block the attack. After a short delay, the 3 of them retreated safely. Power of the Netherworld King. The Western Sacred Master's expression became colder. He looked at the Night Lord and said coldly, "What about you? What trump cards do you have?" "I don't have any trump cards. I only have some special skills." After saying that, the Night Lord's body started to fade and disappeared. The Night Lord had used a true martial arts technique. The Western Sacred Master spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense the Night Lord's aura. A moment later, the power of darkness surged in the starry sky. The cloud dragon divine halberd pierced through the sky and slashed at the Renhuang in front of him. The Western Sacred Master raised his hand and blocked the first attack. Swallow goes and swallow returns. The Night Master's voice reverberated within the waves of gravitational force. The cloud dragon divine halberd turned around, filled with boundless killing intent. The Western Sacred Master stepped forward and dodged the cloud dragon divine halberd. He looked at the cloud dragon divine halberd, and his expression turned serious. An invisible opponent. The Night Lord lived up to his name. The 3 of them weren't ordinary kings. Individually, they wouldn't be much of a threat. However, when they worked together, even the Western Sacred Master had to be careful. No wonder the heavenly demon, 13 scions, dared to face the upper demon realm. Apart from the Dragon Race Emperor, they still had such a trump card. In front of the heavenly demon army, the first demon emperor's expression turned cold as he looked at the battle. The 13 scions made him have a whole new level of respect for them. "Lord of the divine capital," the first demon emperor said, "It's your turn. I've been waiting for a long time." Yu Luwu replied, and then he took a step forward and flashed towards the battlefield. The demonic realm's 3rd emperor had set off. Golden light filled the air as a powerful emperor's aura descended. In front of the human army, the kings looked at the white-haired young man in plain clothes with serious expressions. How would the realm lord deal with him? Apart from the purple myrtle realm lord himself, the human race didn't have a 3rd emperor. However, there was still the first demon emperor in the primal demon realm. He's not here yet. At that moment, Ningchen looked in the direction of the all-heaven star field. A ray of light flashed through his eyes. It was about time for him to return. Chapter 13-14. In front of the immortal burial ground of the all-heaven starfield, black and red flames interweaved. A red-clothed figure walked out of the flames and descended from the sky. After observing for a moment, the red-clothed figure moved and rushed into the forbidden ground. Strange light rose in the immortal burial ground at an extremely fast speed. However, it was unable to restrict the speed of the phoenix. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix stopped in front of a huge mountain in the depths of the immortal burial ground. He clenched his right hand and waves of flame surged. A blood-colored divine sword appeared out of thin air. The Fire Essence Blood Kappa's extreme yang divine weapon appeared for the first time. With a slash of the sword, the mountain rumbled and split apart. The phoenix walked into the split mountain with the sword in hand. Phoenix flames coiled around his body, and he was as powerful as a god. Inside the mountain, iron chains locked the black-clothed man. He raised his head and looked at the young man who walked in. A trace of shock flashed through his exhausted eyes. It's him. So fast. The last time this child left was only a dozen years ago. Could it be that he has already stepped into the Emperor level? No. The black-clothed man looked at the red flames coiling around the young man. He could not conceal the shock in his eyes. Phoenix, you're from the Phoenix clan? The black-clothed man asked with a hoarse voice. Black Phoenix, long time no see. The Phoenix body looked at the Phoenix clan's traitor and spoke calmly. So you already knew my identity. You've been lying to me all these years, said the Black Phoenix with anger in his eyes. I indeed know your identity. Black Phoenix, the traitor of the Phoenix clan, replied the Phoenix body. You've already obtained everything you wanted. Why did you return? Asked the Black Phoenix with a sunken expression. As promised, I'll let you out, said the Phoenix body indifferently. The Black Phoenix was shocked. He looked at the Phoenix body in disbelief and asked in confusion, why? Since this child knew his identity, why did he still let him out? Promise me one thing, and I'll let you out now, said the Phoenix body calmly. What is it? Asked the Black Phoenix. Help the human race defeat the invasion of the primordial demon realm, said the Phoenix body indifferently. Hearing that, a strange look flashed through the Black Phoenix's tired eyes. He said, The seal of the primordial demon realm has been lifted? Who opened the seal of the Queen Mother of the West? The scaled race, replied the Phoenix body. How about it? To you, there shouldn't be any difference between helping the human race and helping the devil realm. Today, as long as you swear to help the human race defeat the invasion of the primordial devil realm, I will help you undo the seal. The Black Phoenix fell silent for a moment before looking up at Meng Hao. Fine, I swear an oath. The Black Phoenix swore. Wind and thunder appeared between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth bore witness, and no one dared to go against it. In front of him, the Phoenix quietly waited for the Black Phoenix to finish his oath. Then she stepped forward. The blood-colored divine sword hummed softly, and the sword light became even more dazzling. The divine sword slashed down, and with a loud bang, the iron chain shook violently. Extreme Een flames swept out wildly, devouring the person who had broken the seal. The Phoenix body's expression was slightly cold. Her body turned illusory, and the extreme Een flame passed through her body. She was not injured at all. Using the Phoenix secret art to manipulate time and space, the Phoenix body appeared in the blink of an eye, and the divine sword slashed down on the iron chain again. Bang! With a series of heavy blows, one of the chains snapped, and the heavily sealed Black Phoenix's aura grew stronger. The moment to break the seal was right in front of him. The Black Phoenix's tired eyes were filled with excitement. It had been more than 100,000 years, and he could not escape from the purgatory that he had gone through countless nirvanas. Finally he could escape. Bang! Above the crisscrossing iron chains, the divine sword slashed down, and the second iron chain was broken. The seal on the Black Phoenix's body was also reduced. As the iron chains were broken one by one, black flames gradually burned around the Black Phoenix. A terrifying imperial aura spread out, cold and heavy, making people shudder. 140,000 years. Eastern Deity Master, you have trapped me for a total of 140,000 years. Half of the iron chains were broken. The Black Phoenix's eyes flashed with madness. The aura around him surged, and the black aura surged. The remaining iron chains snapped, and black flames swept across the sky. It was earth-shattering. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky above the immortal graveyard. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking the Black Phoenix below. Scram! The Black Phoenix raised his head and roared. Violent black flames soared into the sky, directly dispersing the thunder clouds in the sky. The shocking power frightened the gods and Buddhas. In the void, the phoenix body quietly looked at the Black Phoenix, who was about to break the seal. Her expression was as calm as water. Below, the Black Phoenix looked over and looked at the red-robed figure in the void. He took a step and disappeared instantly. In the void, the two of them looked at each other. The Black Phoenix attacked and grabbed the knowing destiny state in front of him. When the attack arrived, the phoenix body did not retreat. Instead, she moved forward and slashed with her sword to block the attack. Rumble! In the void, there was a violent vibration. Black and red flames shook around the two of them. The momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea was shocking. Are you done venting your anger? The phoenix body was close to the Black Phoenix. She swung her sword and shook off the battle. She looked at the Black Phoenix in front of her and asked calmly. The Black Phoenix clenched his fists, and the surging black flames around him gradually calmed down. He said calmly, "After I complete my oath, I will definitely take your life." "Any time," the phoenix body calmly replied. "Let's go." After that, the phoenix body waved her hand and put away the divine sword in her hand. She then flew out of the Forbidden Land. The Black Phoenix behind her snorted coldly. He took a step forward and quickly followed. At the border of the Crepe Myrtle and Red Phoenix starfields, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The two battles caused the starry sky to tremble. The battle was in a stalemate. In front of the army of 1,000,000 demons, the first demon emperor gave another order. The master of the divine capital went out to fight, and the third emperor, Tao, supremacy came out. The situation of the battle quickly changed. In the human camp, the hearts of the kings sank. They all felt the shocking pressure in front of them. Who will fight with me? In the starry sky, Yulu looked at the human army in front of him and said. The deafening declaration of war resounded through the battlefield. In the human camp, the expressions of the kings grew heavier. They all looked at the young Crepe Myrtle Realm Lord. In front of the human army, Ningchen looked in the direction of the all-heaven starfield. After 10 breaths, a strange light flashed through his eyes. It's here. At that moment, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. In the distant horizon, black and red flames spread out and covered the sky. Everyone present was shocked. This is... In front of the demon army, the first demon emperor felt something. He looked in the direction of the phoenix flames, and his expression sank. The Black Phoenix, his former ally, had reappeared. However, the first demon emperor did not feel the slightest bit of excitement. Instead, he had a bad premonition. The Black Phoenix had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. It was too much of a coincidence for it to appear now. In a few breaths' time, black flames spread out in the sky above the battlefield. 2 figures descended from the black flames. One was dressed in red and the other in black. Their powerful auras were close to that of the Emperor Tao supremacies present. The phoenix body returned. Without saying anything, the 2 bodies fused back into one. As the 2 bodies fused, Phoenix origin surged around Ning Chen, and his aura became stronger. Black Phoenix, show your strength to the demonic realm's emperors. Ning Chen said calmly. As you wish. The phoenix body replied indifferently. Then it turned around and looked at the master of the divine capital. It said coldly, "Come and die!" Be careful. This is the Black Phoenix, an anomaly of the Phoenix clan. In front of the army, the first demon emperor sent a voice transmission. At its peak, the Black Phoenix's strength is close to that of the Phoenix clan's master. However, the Black Phoenix's aura seems to be very unstable right now. It should be heavily injured. Oh! Hearing this, Yu Luwu sized up the black-robed man in front of him. He smiled and said, "You're that traitor of the Phoenix clan? It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you." Hearing the mockery in Yu Luwu's words, the Black Phoenix's expression darkened. Black flames surged around him as he said coldly, "You don't know what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Phoenix moved and instantly arrived in front of the master of the divine capital. He slammed his palm down, and black flames spread out. The terrifying power was still so shocking, even though it had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Yu Luwu focused, and the crescent blade in his hand met the Black Phoenix's attack. With a boom, he blocked the Black Phoenix's attack. After one exchange, they were evenly matched. In the battle, black flames surrounded the two and swallowed their bodies. Within the black flames, Yu Luowu's blade shook. Just as he was about to counterattack, his body suddenly froze as if he had fallen into a quagmire. The black flames that filled the sky were cold and oppressive. It was like a boundless quagmire that made it difficult for anyone who entered to move. Yu Luowu's expression darkened. He yelled, and golden light shone around him. He activated his sovereign path origin, and a huge war god Dharma appeared behind him. It slashed down, breaking the quagmire. With a boom, the black flames scattered. The Black Phoenix flashed through the flames and punched the master of the divine capital in the chest. Arg! Yu Luowu grunted, and he slid back a few dozen feet. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The master of the divine capital was injured for the first time in just 2 moves. In front of the human army, Ning Chen looked at the battle in front of him attentively. He could learn from the Black Phoenix's battle experience, especially the way to use the black flames. That was his main purpose of watching the battle. In the battle between the 2 armies, the master of the divine capital was injured, and the smile on his face disappeared. Cold killing intent rose, and green currents spread out. Everywhere they passed, all techniques were assimilated. The shocking scene attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, the Black Phoenix frowned. What a strange technique. The emperor race in front of him shouldn't have been royalty in the ancient times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have no impression of it. Ha! Yu Luwu shouted, and the green currents around him became more majestic. The crescent moon blade pierced through the sky. Dark hell, abyss of chaos. The Black Phoenix didn't dare to be careless. He activated the Phoenix origin in his body, and the black currents spread out, turning the entire battle into hell. In the next moment, a huge blade, Qi, slashed down from the sky. The green light was dazzling, and the gods were shocked. In front of the armies, Ning Chen and the first Demon Emperor's expressions froze, and their eyes dimmed. Boom! In the battle, an earth-shattering tremor sounded. 2 terrifying imperial auras spread out, and the aftermath spread out in all directions. In front of the 2 armies, Ning Chen and the first Demon Emperor attacked at the same time. Cold qi and demonic qi surged, blocking the aftermath of the battle. Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. After a few breaths, the aftershocks dissipated, and the figures of the 2 rulers appeared. The splashes of blood were so beautiful. In the battle, blood burst out from Yu Luo's chest, dyeing the starry sky red. In front of him, the Black Phoenix stood in the air. The blade wound on his right hand was glaring and blood flowed down. Chapter 1315. At the border of the Crepe Myrtle domain and the Red Phoenix domain, the Imperial Path battled. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, shaking the starry sky of the two domains. The war between the humans and demons had arrived. The Imperial Path had personally gone to war. The outcome of each battle could determine the direction of the war. In the third battlefield, the Master of the Divine Capital and the Black Phoenix fought fiercely. The strength of the humans' new reinforcements affected the hearts of all the kings present. Ning Chen stood quietly before the human army. He waved his hand to disperse the shockwaves of the battle. His eyes were fixed on the battle between the Black Phoenix and the Master of the Divine Capital. He was extremely focused. In front of the demonic army, Demon Emperor Kuan was also paying attention to this unexpected battle. A strange light flashed through his eyes. The Black Phoenix's strength wasn't much weaker than his when he was at his peak. He was close to the 10 Demon Kings. Although he had lost a lot, he still had the strength of a top-tier Imperial Path Supreme. If the Master of the Divine Capital couldn't adapt to the Black Phoenix's fighting style in time, he might even lose this battle. In the battle between the two realms, blood flowed from the Master of the Divine Capital's chest, dyeing his armor red. The Black Phoenix's fighting style was strange and unpredictable. Even someone as strong as the Master of the Divine Capital suffered a lot when he wasn't prepared. The Black Phoenix, fire spread in the starry sky. The swamp-like flames were everywhere. It was impossible to defend against them. The Phoenix divine fire that was supposed to be extremely young had become extremely in flames. Their attributes were completely opposite, and their characteristics were also very different. Yu Luowu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Blue chi swirled around him as he forcefully suppressed his internal injuries. He had heard many rumors about the Black Phoenix. Back then, the Black Phoenix could severely injure the Phoenix Master. One could imagine how strong he was. However, he didn't expect the Black Phoenix's fighting style to be so uncomfortable. Is the current Imperial Path so weak? You've disappointed me. The Black Phoenix looked at the Master of the Divine Capital and sneered. Yu Luowu didn't reply. He looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of the human army. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. The 13 sons of the Heavenly Demon Clan were truly terrifying figures. Even though the Black Phoenix was powerful, the fact that he was able to find the former Phoenix's traitor and pull him to the human clan's side was truly frightening. In front of the human army, Ning Chen felt the Master of the Divine Capital's gaze. His expression was as calm as before. With a powerful enemy before him, Yu Luowu quickly calmed himself down. With a flip of his palm, he poured out his yuan qi, and his figure shot out swiftly. The situation was unfavorable. Yu Luowu made a prompt decision to abandon defense and attack. He opened up a path with his palms and shook off the black flames that covered the sky. In front of him, the Black Phoenix moved at the same time. Controlling the black flames with both hands, he punched out with earth-shattering force. Yu Luowu leaned to the side, evading the fist. The crescent moon blade in his hand slashed out with a heavenly false star slash. Boom! Behind Yu Luowu, the Black Phoenix fist force smashed into a large star. The entire star was quickly devoured by the black flames and disappeared. At the same time, the crescent moon saber had already arrived in front of the Black Phoenix. The saber chi was tens of thousands of feet long, shocking the world. Black Phoenix raised his hand, and black flames curled around him as he blocked the crescent blade with a loud bang. Black Phoenix's fleshly body met the sharp edge of the divine weapon head-on. Fresh blood continuously flowed down from his right hand, dyeing the blade red. In terms of martial arts, I am not inferior to anyone, Yu Luowu said coldly as he closed in. Then he gathered his origin energy in his palm and punched out again. The Black Phoenix narrowed his eyes. Black flames gathered in front of him and took shape, blocking the Emperor's fist force head-on. The fist force crashed into the black flame barrier. The Emperor's left arm sank into the mud, and he could not move it. Yuluowu was already mentally prepared for this strange feeling. With a deep shout, he changed the direction of his saber and swept away the enemy. The energy saber broke through the black flames. The sharp divine weapon immediately cut open the mud and pressed down on the black phoenix. As the danger approached, the black phoenix frowned slightly. He stepped lightly and retreated 300 meters away. Since the start of the battle, the black phoenix had been the first to retreat. After exchanging several blows, the master of the divine capital had already gotten used to the black phoenix's strange fighting style. 300 meters away, the black phoenix looked at his injured right hand and frowned again. What? This is just a small injury. Do I need to wait for you to stop the bleeding? Yuluowu asked coldly. The black phoenix heard this. He looked at the master of the divine capital in front of him and said indifferently, I take back what I said just now. Your existence is worthy of my destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, the black phoenix's expression turned serious. He flipped his hands and raised his origin energy to the sky. Boom! At this moment, wind and thunder roared in the surroundings. Endless black flames surged out and turned into black clouds that filled the sky. It was like the end of the world, shocking the kings of the two realms. Below, the black phoenix's figure slowly rose. Black flames curled around his back and condensed into a pair of wings. The peerless Imperial might temporarily reappeared. The aura around the black phoenix rose rapidly. Vaguely, the ancient divine might reappeared. In front of the demonic realm army, the first Kunyi demon emperor's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Chaotic, demonic chi surged in his body as he prepared to attack. In front of the human army, Ning Chen's left hand shone with golden light. The heavenly book of creation vaguely appeared. He was also prepared to attack. Below the black clouds, the master of the divine capital looked up at the black phoenix in the sky with a solemn expression. The crescent moon shone brightly. Yu Lu poured all his energy into the saber. Instantly, saber chi soared into the sky and illuminated the dark world. Eye of the dark phoenix! The black phoenix flipped his palm, and a huge eye appeared in the surging black clouds. The opening of the dark phoenix's eye signified the end of the world. As the eye of the dark phoenix stared at him, Yuluowu immediately felt an intense tearing sensation coming from his body, deep into his bones. Despite the intense pain, Yuluowu forced himself to endure it. He held his saber with both hands and slashed down. Saber chi tens of thousands of meters long fell from the sky, slashing toward the black phoenix in the sky. Its shocking might directly split the starry sky. In the sky, the black phoenix clasped his palms together and forcefully blocked the saber chi. Although the saber chi was restrained, the remaining force was difficult to block. A terrifying saber wound appeared on the black phoenix's chest. Blood spurted out, dyeing the starry sky. Below, the divine might of the eye of the dark phoenix heavily injured you. Blood mist burst out from his body, adding to his injuries. The black phoenix and the master of the divine capital were both injured. Blood covered their bodies, and their auras were abnormally chaotic. In front of the million-strong army, the first Kunyi demon emperor snorted coldly. He no longer waited and flew out to participate in the battle. He originally thought that he did not need to personally participate in this battle. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the human race. With the celestial demon emperor personally participating, the battle instantly changed. Chaotic demonic realm surged between heaven and earth, pushing back the black clouds with an unstoppable force. Seeing this, the black phoenix's expression sank. He looked at the celestial demon emperor in front of him, and his heart sank. The first Kunyi demon emperor not only lived to this era, but he also seemed to be even stronger. Black Phoenix You shouldn't have gotten involved in this. In the sky, the first Kuni demon emperor raised his hand. Chaotic, demonic chi surged, turning into a huge palm that slapped toward the black phoenix in front of him. In the instant of danger, wind and snow surged in the sky. A white-haired figure in white clothes walked out. In his left hand, the heavenly book of creation flipped rapidly. The final volume of the void scroll revealed its divine might. A colorless and boundless brilliance spread out, turning into nothingness. Chapter 13:16. The flames of war raged across the battlefield between the two domains. When the human race was in danger, the Black Phoenix joined the battle and turned the situation around. War broke out in all three battlefields. The flames of war spread to every corner of the starry sky. The battle reached its climax. The three sovereigns of the demonic realm were all out, but it was still difficult for them to gain the upper hand. The demonic realm sovereigns' expressions changed. No one expected the human race to be so powerful. At the critical moment, first Demon Emperor Kuin moved in front of the demonic realm army and joined the battle. Chaotic, demonic chi spread, dispersing the black flames in the sky. The Black Phoenix in Flame was at a disadvantage due to the absolute difference in power. The Celestial Devil Sovereign joined the battle personally. Snow waves surged as knowing destiny appeared. The heavenly book of creation showed its power and blocked the ancient demonic sovereign. The final scroll flipped, and a strange light rose, dispersing the celestial devil sovereign's attack. The leaders of the two realms joined the battle, and the battle reached its climax. The endless flames of war burned the starry sky. Let me see just how capable you are. First Demon Emperor flipped his palm and attacked the plain-clothed young man. Chaotic, demonic chi ignited in flames and cut through the void like a meteor. Clear when it's snowing. Demonic power arrived again. In Ning Chen's left hand, the heavenly book of creation flipped, and the life scroll shone with divine light. At the same time, he and his sword shone brightly. Clear when it's snowing. Ice sealed 1,000 miles. Wind and snow spread above the sword made of star-scarred divine gold. With the heavenly book's help, its power increased several times. With a slash of the sword, ice and snow covered 1,000 miles, blocking the chaotic, demonic palm. The two forces collided violently. The strongest battle in the world, the Crepe Myrtle Realm Lord and the Celestial Devil Sovereign were fighting to the death. Scroll of Heaven, 10,000 heavenly attraction. After exchanging several moves, the heavenly book of creation flipped in Ning Chen's left hand again. Blue light rose, and the stars within 1,000,000 miles shook. They forcefully left their original orbit and flew over. Seeing this, first Demon Emperor Kuin's expression darkened. He moved quickly to gain the initiative. The Scroll of Heaven was activated, and the other 9 scrolls supported it. The Scroll of Heaven lost its defensive power temporarily. The moment the demonic palm got close, Ning Chen's white hair turned red. The phoenix wings on his back opened, and he took a step and disappeared. 1,000 zhang away, phoenix flames pervaded the air. A white-clothed figure walked out, and her red hair turned white. She brandished her sword, and snow fluttered about. Extreme frost spread out and froze the starry sky, stopping the celestial devil monarch's advance. At this moment, one star after another flew towards the celestial devil monarch. The first Kuni demon emperor focused. He opened and closed his palms, forcefully blocking the large star. Rumbling intensely, several great stars directly stopped, unable to advance even an inch. Scroll of Earth. The great stars were obstructed. In Ning Chen's hand, the heavenly book of creation flipped to a new page. The scroll of Earth lit up, and the great stars shook violently. Earth burst starlight. The ultimate move of the scroll of Earth was unleashed. In an instant, several large stars exploded. The power of the star explosion devoured the heavens and earth, as if doomsday had arrived once again. Amidst the exploding stars, the first Kuan demon emperor's expression darkened. The chaotic demonic chi that filled the air rapidly converged and turned into a barrier, protecting him. All the kings were shocked. A terrifying explosion resounded through the starry skies. In front of them, Ning Chen stood in midair. His white hair danced in the wind as if he had gone mad. The heavenly book of creation lives up to its reputation. After the explosion, chaotic demonic chi surged in the sky full of stars and rubble. The first demon emperor of Kuan stepped out, and his powerful aura spread out, shocking the world. Unscathed, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the celestial devil emperor in front of him. After a while, a light flashed across his eyes. No, he was still injured. In front of him, in the turbulent demonic chi, a streak of blood slid down the left arm of the first demon emperor of Kuan demon emperor, silently. Was it just a light injury? Ning Chen sighed softly in his heart. He immediately collected his thoughts and focused his gaze, preparing for the celestial devil emperor's counterattack. The strength of the first demon emperor of Kuan demon emperor was undoubtedly much stronger than all the elites in the mortal realm. How to defeat this celestial devil emperor that had lived from the ancient times until today was the key to whether the human race could win this war. Currently, he was not confident. 13th son, I admit that I made a mistake in letting you live back then. Today, I will completely erase that mistake. As he finished speaking, the first demon emperor of Kuan demon emperor moved again. Chaotic demonic chi surged for 30,000 miles. The shocking scene shocked all the kings and emperors present. Phoenix body, assist me. The real battle was about to begin. Ning Chen opened his mouth and said solemnly, together in life and death. The phoenix body's voice sounded in the starry sky. Phoenix fire filled the sky as the power of the two bodies completely merged. Ning Chen's face gradually changed. Red and black flame marks merged on his forehead. The god of fire appeared in the mortal realm again. As the two bodies merged, violent chi spread out. The heavenly book disappeared from Ning Chen's left hand. Flames wrapped around the phoenix sword appeared. It was a divine weapon made of fire essence blood copper. It was unparalleled in yang. As soon as the divine sword appeared, endless waves of fire swept across the world. The human sword and phoenix sword appeared together for the first time. Yin and yang chi swirled around Ning Chen. The yin and yang formation opened, and ice and fire shot into the sky. In the sky, the Tai Chi formation appeared. At the center of the formation, the heavenly book appeared. It became the eye of the formation and strengthened the power of the yin and yang formation. In front of the human army, King Aaron and the other human kings looked at the scene before them and couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. The knowing Ming Marquis was unprecedented. The kings all sighed. One could imagine how much effort he had to put in to become the absolute leader of the human race from a mortal's talent in 100 years. In this mortal realm, only the knowing Ming Marquis could stop the celestial devil emperor. The 4 battles were all in a stalemate. The most crucial battle was between the strongest of the 2 realms. The knowing Ming Marquis opened the formation, and yin and yang chi rushed into the sky. It was an unavoidable battle. Ning Chen faced the ancient demonic emperor head-on. The human sword and phoenix sword spread out. In the yin and yang formation, the chi around Ning Chen's body surged. He was the first person to cultivate all 10 scrolls of the heavenly book. His foundation was unparalleled in the world. Even Emperor Dao Supremes were inferior to him. In front of him, Demon Emperor Kuan squinted his eyes. A few months ago, this kid needed the help of the immortal realm master and the human race's venerable Chongqing to survive. In just a few months, this kid had changed so much. It seemed that after the battle with the 7 luminaries, this kid had grown a lot. Thousands of feet away, the strongest of the two realms faced each other. The light of the yin and yang formation spread out and enveloped the celestial Devil Emperor. "Is this your trump card?" Demon Emperor Kuin glanced at the yin and yang qi around him and said lightly, "Not bad. No wonder you have the courage to stand in front of me." "You flatter me," Ning Chen replied coldly, and then he took a light step forward before his figure flashed out with extreme speed. He was so fast that it was hard to see him with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the celestial Devil Emperor appeared in front of him. He waved his human sword and froze 1,000 miles. First, Demon Emperor Kuin raised his hand and blocked the first wave of attacks. After the human sword was blocked, the phoenix sword followed. It burned the city walls and swallowed the celestial Devil Emperor. The first Kuni demon monarch was surrounded by chaotic demonic qi to protect him, blocking the second attack. The unshakable ancient demonic emperor couldn't break the protective demonic qi of the demonic emperor. "Back off!" Demon Emperor Kuin shouted. Demonic qi burst out from his right palm and pushed the knowing destiny state cultivator away. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. Demon Emperor Kuin closed in on him at the same time and attacked with a heavy palm. Yin Moon and Heavenly Sunday. As the killing intent approached, Ning Chen raised the sun and moon with his 2 swords. Yin and yang intertwined and met the attack. As the strong attacks clashed, the Yin Moon and Heavenly Sun collapsed. The demonic palm blocked the 2 swords and forced the knowing destiny state cultivator back. Demonic qi rushed out. 10 steps away, blood dripped from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. The knowing destiny state cultivator is at a disadvantage. In front of the human army, the lords of the netherworld looked serious. How strong was Demon Emperor Kuin? He was still suppressed even though the knowing destiny state cultivator was so powerful. At least he blocked the celestial Devil Emperor. Beside the lords of the netherworld, Gu Shengtian, the lord of the Dongshin territory, said, "In this world no one can stop Demon Emperor Kuin other than the knowing destiny Marquis." The lords of the netherworld were silent. They looked at the fierce battle with heavy hearts. It was not enough. It was far from enough. In the current situation, the knowing destiny state cultivators had to be stronger. It wasn't that they were demanding too much. It was just that only the knowing destiny state cultivators could defeat the famous celestial Devil Emperor. The battle ahead was getting more and more intense. In the battle, Ning Chen managed to block Demon Emperor Kuin with the help of the yin and yang formation. However, the situation was getting worse and worse. The yin and yang qi kept flowing out of the 2 bloodstained swords, neutralizing the celestial Devil Emperor's attacks. No one could interfere in the true battle between the 2. In the starry sky, the Tai Chi formation spun faster and faster. It went beyond its limit, and cracks started to appear on the formation. Even with the help of the heavenly book of creation, the yin and yang formation couldn't withstand the intensity of the battle and was about to collapse. In the yin and yang formation, Demon Emperor Kuin's face turned cold. He shouted angrily and gathered all his power. Boom! The chaotic demonic qi exploded and destroyed the yin and yang formation. The aftershock hit Ning Chen and made his mouth turn red. In the starry sky, the Tai Chi formation collapsed, and the heavenly book of creation flew back into the dantian of knowing destiny state. With the formation destroyed, the situation of the battle took a turn. Demon Emperor Kuin moved and threw out a punch. In danger, Ning Chen crossed his swords and blocked the attack. With a boom, the palm went through the defense of the 2 swords and hit Demon Emperor Kuin's chest. Blood splattered in the sky. Ning Chen was sent flying hundreds of feet away. He was severely injured. In front of the human army, the expressions of the Beast Kings changed. At this moment, they didn't have enough strength. Knowing destiny, surpass him. Surpass the celestial demon lord. You've already come this far. How can you stop here? Luo Xingqian stepped forward and shouted angrily. They had fought side by side for half of their lives and had gone through too much together. Knowing Destiny State had suffered a lot. They knew better than anyone that they had survived more desperate times. How could they stop here? In the battle, hundreds of feet away from the celestial demon lord, Ningqian staggered and stabilized himself. Blood dyed his clothes red. The heavens don't protect the human race. Knowing Destiny State, fight with the heavens. Ningqian forced himself to the limit. The two swords in his hands disappeared. He shouted and his blood chi shot into the sky. In an instant, the flame mark on Ningqian's forehead shone brightly. His divine senses spread out rapidly. Celestial swords all around the Red Phoenix Star region sensed it and shot into the sky. Violent resentment surged out and covered the sky. After hundreds of thousands of years, the four swords in the sky reappeared. It was a shocking scene. The beast kings of the two territories were shocked and looked at the sky. Chapter 1317. At the border of the Ziwei and Red Phoenix Star regions, the battle between the Imperial Dao and Red Phoenix Star regions spread for 30,000 miles. This was the most intense battle between the human and demon realms. All the top forces were used, and millions of soldiers covered the sky. At the center of the battle, Knowing Destiny gathered all his power. His blood-stained white hair danced in the wind, making him look like a demon. Evil chi surged everywhere in the Red Phoenix Star region. Thousands of creatures that died in the demonic tribulation didn't die. Their resentment filled the sky. It was a shocking scene. The kings looked at the sky, and their hearts were in turmoil. What happened? Four immortal slaying swords. In the starry sky, first Demon Emperor Kuin felt the terrifying sword pressure from afar. He looked at the evil clouds in the sky, and his expression darkened. This feeling was too familiar. In the ancient times, the heavenly demons suffered a great loss because of these four swords, especially the strongest immortal slaying sword. It was called the number one immortal artifact in the world. The master of the Eastern Celestial World once killed 9 demon kings with this sword, causing the heavenly demons to be unable to recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that without the 4 immortal slaying swords, the 4 immortal realms wouldn't have been at their peak. The primordial demons wouldn't have lost so badly in the ancient war. The familiar aura appeared again. Murderous intent flashed in first Demon Emperor Kuin's eyes. He crossed his hands, and chaotic demonic chi surged and condensed. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure swept out. A huge death scythe appeared in first Demon Emperor Kuin's hand. It was as black as ink and cold to the bone. The peerless demonic artifact reappeared in the world after hundreds of thousands of years. First Demon Emperor Kuin's aura rose rapidly as he gathered all his power. With a powerful enemy in front of him, the heavenly Demon Emperor Kuin unleashed all his power. He didn't dare to be careless. Evil chi formed clouds in the sky and kept rolling. An extremely heavy aura pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. In the evil clouds, for immortal swords were faintly visible. They were mottled and broken. During the ancient war, the immortal realm collapsed, and the 4 immortal swords were also damaged. Now that they were gathered, their power was still shocking. Below, the white-haired figure in plain clothes stood in the sky. The flame mark between his eyebrows shone brightly. He was like a divine king, and his battle intent was shocking. The final battle had arrived. Knowing Destiny unleashed his last trump card. The 4 celestial swords appeared at the same time. Refined by the resentment of billions of creatures for more than 10 years, the 4 celestial swords rose to the sky and vaguely reappeared the power of the ancient times. Strong, so strong that it was indisputable. This was a life and death battle between the 2 most powerful people in the human world and the demon world. Before the battle even began, the starry sky within 1,000,000 miles began to shake violently. All troops, retreat 50,000 kilometers. In front of the armies of the two realms, a king ordered a retreat of 100,000 li. With this order, the million-strong army immediately retreated, temporarily avoiding the brunt of the battle. 50,000 kilometers away, the two armies stopped. Everyone looked at the battle in front of them, feeling very nervous. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle would likely determine the outcome of the war between the two realms. Neither the human race nor the demon realm could afford to lose. Below the clouds of resentment, Ning Chen clenched his fists. Instantly, the clouds of resentment surged as the immortal slaying and immortal slaughtering swords trembled and slowly descended. With the world-suppressing sword of the Eastern and Western immortal world in his hand, Ning Chen's body surged with killing intent. The resentment of all living beings was added to his body. His divinity transformed and his demonic nature became overwhelming. "Demon body, come with us," Ning Chen said calmly. As soon as he said that, demonic qi surged between heaven and earth. The sleeping demon body seemed to have sensed it and released its power to help the two bodies. As the demonic qi merged, the divine flame mark between Ning Chen's eyebrows turned black. Demonic patterns appeared vaguely, extremely powerful. With the power of the three bodies gathered, Ning Chen's cultivation rose again. Suddenly, a power that surpassed the limits of the human world shot up into the sky. In an unknown space, an ancient gate appeared. The power of the three bodies clashed, and the celestial gate that had never been opened rumbled. A crack appeared, and celestial light spilled out, sprinkling on the knowing destiny body. This is... In front, Demon Emperor Kuin looked at the sky with a heavy expression. The ancient mystic realm. With the celestial light on him, Ning Chen's aura rose to the extreme. His combat ability reached the peak again. 100,000 miles away, Qing Ning looked at the plain-clothed man in front of her. Light kept flashing in her eyes. In the past 100 years, he had become stronger and stronger. He was so strong that it was unbelievable. He was strong enough to carry the entire human race. For a mortal to go against a celestial was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Today, perhaps the legend would be broken. Humans could go against the heavens and change their fate. The terrifying knowing destiny, Marquis. Luo Xingqian couldn't suppress the waves in his heart. It was already difficult for them to reach such heights. They had known each other for 100 years, so they knew the knowing destiny Marquis best. It was extremely difficult for a mortal to grow to where he was today. Every bit of combat ability he had now was exchanged with the blood of the knowing destiny Marquis. The knowing destiny Marquis said that the luckiest thing in a person's life was to be rewarded with hard work. If you encounter one or two, you must try your best to seize it. In times of despair, work harder and maybe hope will appear. Today, the hope of the human race finally appeared. Boom! Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Endless thunder struck the knowing destiny Marquis under the resentful cloud. At this moment, it couldn't hurt the swordsman at all. With the three bodies gathered and the four swords in the sky, the knowing destiny Marquis combat ability reached its peak in 100 years. In the next moment, Ning Chen stepped forward in the starry sky. His white hair fluttered, and he disappeared instantly. Fast, unbelievably fast. The monarchs of the two realms didn't even see how the knowing destiny Marquis attacked. The fairy-slaying sword was already in front of the celestial devil Lord's chest. With the fairy-slaying sword, the first demon emperor swung the death scythe in his hand and knocked the fairy-slaying sword away. His shocking reaction speed actually caught up with the phoenix's extreme speed. Before the fairy-slaying sword could strike, the fairy-slaying sword followed up and attacked the celestial devil Lord again. The continuous attacks were faster than the previous. The death scythe in the first demon emperor's hand changed direction again and blocked the fairy-slaying sword with a boom. The two moves clashed. Before the fairy-slaying sword, the first demon emperor stepped forward and attacked with his black scythe. With the death scythe chasing, Ning Qin didn't retreat. The fairy-slaying sword went against the flow and attacked. Boom! A violent collision sounded. The starry sky was destroyed. The fairy-slaying sword blocked the death scythe, and the fairy-slaying sword attacked again. The first demon emperor snorted. Chaos surged around him and gathered on his fist. He punched out. His flesh and blood were unable to withstand the fairy-slaying sword. The fairy-slaying sword and the demon-slaying sword clashed. Endless chi waves spread out and quickly engulfed the starry sky around them. The destructive power was unstoppable. The two's battle intent was raised to the peak. Every move they made could destroy the heavens and earth. The strongest celestial devil lord and the strongest Xia, Jiming Marquis. The two figures crossed each other rapidly. Demonic chi and sword chi surged as they clashed again and again. The rumbling continued. Demonic chi and fairy-slaying sword clashed in their hands. The airflow was chaotic and it was shocking. Boom, boom, boom. This battle concerned the fate of the two realms. They couldn't afford to lose. Outside the battle, the kings of the two realms had a heavy expression. They held their breaths and watched the battle nervously. Monsters. In front of the human army, Luo Xingqian couldn't help but say, these two were indescribably strong. They were like monsters. On the side, Mu Qianshang was shocked. Indeed, Jiming Marquis was no different from a monster now. Boom! In the center of the battle, Demon Emperor First Kuan, who had the upper hand in cultivation, exploded with all his strength. The powerful impact sent Ning Chen's immortal slaughtering, sword flying. The move was effective. Demon Emperor First Kuan moved forward. His death scythe swung across the sky and mercilessly took a life. In the moment of crisis, red light shone from the tribulation, clouds in the sky. The immortal trapping sword fell and blocked the deadly black scythe. Ning Chen's left hand clenched, and the immortal slaughtering sword returned. He took a step forward and slashed with both swords. Bang! Slaying immortal and slaughtering immortal. Demon Emperor First Kuan blocked with his scythe. The violent impact forced him to take half a step back. Since the start of the battle, the demon cultivator was the first to retreat. Outside the battle, the kings of the two realms were shocked. Swoosh! At this moment, red light filled the starry sky. Immortal trapping sword was activated again. Countless sword lights crisscrossed and slashed at the celestial devil lord. Demon Emperor First Kuan's eyes darkened. He grabbed a star and smashed it at the immortal sword in front of him. Boom! The red light slashed the star. Rocks flew everywhere. The sword momentum didn't stop and continued forward. Celestial Devil Blood Seal. As the sword lights approached, Demon Emperor First Kuan raised his hand. Bloody light filled the sky and formed a seal, blocking the thousands of sword lights. The immortal slaughtering sword and the celestial devil seal clashed. After a moment of stalemate, the two forces collapsed. In the violent aftershock, the white-haired figure flashed past quickly. Slaying immortal and slaughtering immortal came again. Humph! Demon Emperor First Kuan snorted. He swung his death scythe. Chaotic demonic chi surrounded it and blocked the attack of the two swords. There were several rounds of extremely intense attacks and defenses. Danger surrounded every move. No one dared to be careless in the slightest. The four immortal swords appeared at the same time, with the support of the resentment of billions of creatures. Knowing Destiny's combat power finally rose to the level of the celestial devil lord. It surpassed the imperial path and approached the ancient deity realm. After using so much power that doesn't belong to you, you can only barely fight me. However, how long can your physical body last in a battle of this level? Demon Emperor First Kuan said coldly in the battle. He used all his power. Every move pushed the limits of knowing Destiny's body. After dozens of moves, blood kept dripping from Ning Chen's hand. dyeing the two immortal swords red again and again. Knowing destiny, who was bathed in blood, paved the future of the human race with blood. Even someone as strong as the celestial devil lord had the upper hand. Boom! The three immortal swords clashed again. Blood dripped from the corner of Demon Emperor First Kuin's mouth. After exchanging injuries, the celestial devil lord finally suffered internal injuries. Blood dripped from Ning Chen's hands. In order to kill the culprit, his injuries had multiplied. Back off! With his internal organs injured, Demon Emperor First Kuin let out a deep roar. Primal chaos, demonic chi spread out, pushing back his opponent. 100 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. Silver light rose from his body. The life scroll of the open heavenly book appeared and quickly healed his injuries. In front of him, Demon Emperor First Kuin glanced at the last immortal sword floating in the sky. He was on guard. After fighting for so long, the 13th prince still hadn't used the celestial ending sword. It must be unusual. The celestial ending sword was unpredictable. It was the most mysterious of the 4 immortal swords. Few people had seen its true power, including him. If he guessed correctly, this sword was the 13th prince's true trump card. Chapter 1318. Starry sky resentment covered the sky, and demonic chi spread for thousands of miles. The two forces clashed, and the sky changed color. Below the resentment clouds and demonic clouds, the two figures clashed again and again. Every time they clashed, it would bring about endless destruction. It was a battle that was beyond common knowledge. It was a battle of a higher level than Emperor Tao Supreme's. It was unfamiliar and shocking. The stars shifted and the sun and moon sank. After exchanging almost 100 moves, the two experts were dyed red. True chi and demonic chi circled around them, quickly recovering from their injuries. Destruction and rebirth continued to cycle. After exchanging 100 moves, the two's combat power didn't decrease at all. Their powerful recovery ability allowed them to maintain their peak condition. Outside the battle, everyone's attention was attracted by this shocking battle. They held their breaths and were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe. Close combat was dangerous. The immortal slaying and immortal slaughtering swords were merciless. On the other hand, the celestial devil lord had the death god scythe in his hand. Every attack of his was earth-shattering. The battle continued for a long time, and it was hard to tell who was better. There even again. In the human army, the kings of the underworld looked serious. Although knowing Destiny's injuries were more serious, he wasn't at a disadvantage. The gap between the two had been narrowed to the maximum. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that knowing Destiny could do this. In the battle, the first demon emperor waved the death god scythe and blocked one attack after another. He glanced at the immortal ending sword floating in the resentment clouds and became more cautious. He knew that if he didn't force the 13th prince to use this sword, it meant that the 13th prince was still holding back. The real winner of this battle would be when the immortal ending sword fell. Celestial Devil 9 transformations, reincarnation. The battle reached its climax. The first demon emperor used the Celestial Devil 9 transformations. His demonic palm held up the sky, and the clouds in the sky changed. It was a move that had never been seen before, and it shocked the ghosts and gods. Above the starry sky, a huge reincarnation phenomenon appeared. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the reincarnation kept surging. The strongest celestial devil art, Ultimate 9, moves the world. The first demon emperor held the reincarnation in one hand and the death god scythe in the other. His demonic power shook the stars. With the appearance of the 9 transformations martial art, the demonic might spread rapidly. In the battle, Ning Chen's expression turned serious, and the 2 swords in his hands flew out. In the blink of an eye, the Yama King's divine zither appeared in front of Ning Chen. The white tiger deity's weapon of slaughter had reappeared in this world. The strings of the zither vibrated as the King Yenluo of Hell demanded his life. The King Yanluo of Hell resisted the cycle of reincarnation. Ding! With a profound sound, 3 swords circled in the air. Using the zither to control the swords, they slashed at the samsara phenomenon in front of them. Boom! With the support of Xianin, the immortal extermination, immortal slaughter, and immortal entrapment swords entered the great whirlpool of lightning, forcefully severing reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation collapsed. At the same time, the death scythe came for his life. Ning Chen's right hand shook the guqin. The Yama, godly guqin flipped over and stood up, blocking the deadly black scythe. 2 strings on the white tiger's zither of slaughter snapped, unable to withstand the sharpness of the death god scythe. Ugh! The reincarnation and divine zither were destroyed. The corners of their mouths turned red, and they retreated several steps. 1 move for another. How many more moves can you block? 10 steps away, the first demon emperor raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Chaotic demonic chi surged around him, quickly healing his injured body. 10 moves. Knowing destiny can only block 10 moves. After 10 moves, I'll take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, black and red flames rose around Ning Chen's body. The immortal extermination and immortal entrapment swords flew back into his hands. 11th sword. The 2 swords turned, and the 11th sword appeared. Instantly, thousands of swords surged out between heaven and earth like a crazy waterfall, endless and shocking. The 11th sword appeared, a perfect move in the human world. Wherever the sword passed, the starry sky collapsed. Cracks appeared, spreading tens of thousands of miles away. Are you insulting your opponent with such a move? The first demon emperor snorted coldly. He waved the death god scythe, and the powerful chaotic demonic chi surged, swallowing all the swords in the sky. The move that shook heaven and earth seemed so weak in front of the celestial devil emperor. 12th sword. The 11th sword appeared, followed by the 12th sword. In the void, the immortal entrapment swords flew over. The 3 swords combined, and a gorgeous sword light circled into the sky. The sword that surpassed the limits of the human world was dazzling. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the 12th sword slashed down, activating the demonic chi again. The sword light slashed down. In front, the first demon emperor's expression turned serious. This sword was more like it. The first demon emperor used his palm energy, and demonic chi surged. The first demon emperor used his palm energy, and demonic chi swept across the sky. The terrifying demonic chi blocked the peerless sword. The sword reached the pinnacle, and the peerless demonic chi collided with the 2 forces. Rumbling sounds were heard, and the violent aftershocks surged, instantly dividing the battle. Between the 2, a huge spatial gully appeared. It was bottomless and insurmountable. In an instant, Su-yi moved in the starry sky. The phoenix's extreme speed surpassed the law of time, and directly passed through the spatial gully. 1 sword slashed the demon emperor. The sword was as fast as lightning without any warning. This time, the spatial gully blocked the divine sense. Even the celestial devil emperor couldn't detect it. Boom! The sword entered the demonic barrier, and the chaotic demonic chi rapidly scattered. It couldn't stop the immortal execution's sharpness. The cold killing intent was maddening. The celestial devil emperor, who had experienced countless life and death battles, quickly reacted. He dodged to the side, sacrificing the rook to save the king. The ear-piercing sound of battle clothes being torn rang out. Blood splattered from the first demon emperor's left arm, dyeing his clothes red. The first demon emperor's face immediately turned angry. He used his full strength to counter with a powerful palm attack. Offense and defense switched positions. The immortal entrapment appeared in front of Ning Chen, blocking the demon emperor's palm. The violent impact shook. Ning Chen's figure moved, avoiding the aftershocks. 300 meters away, Ning Chen stopped. The two swords in his hands pierced through the air. In an instant, the remaining sword chi from the previous two moves quickly gathered. The 13th sword appeared. Fusing the aftershocks of the 11th and 12th swords, swords appeared out of nowhere. They turned from illusory to real, and in an instant 10,000 swords merged into one, forming an everlasting worldly saint sword. Sword! 13th! The 13th sword appeared. The worldly saint sword slashed down from the sky. It shone brightly, breaking through the chaotic demonic chi and killing the celestial devil emperor. The stunning sword was dazzling. The first demon emperor's eyes flashed. He took a step forward, and the 10,000-meter tall demon avatar appeared. The celestial devil avatar was indomitable. It waved the death god's scythe in its hand. With a boom, it clashed with the worldly saint sword. The aftershocks were vast and mighty, rapidly destroying the two's bodies. In the rumbling heaven and earth, the two's figures clashed several times. The sound of battle was deafening. It was an extremely exciting series of attacks and defenses. The attacker was unpredictable, while the defender was unchanging. His rich combat experience made people gasp in admiration. In front of the celestial devil army, the war god of the devil race, Azura, watched the battle quietly. The battle blood in his body kept surging, becoming harder and harder to suppress. The two's war souls were too dazzling. You can't suppress it anymore? Xian Mo asked calmly. Can you still hold it in? Azura said in a deep voice. Although you've been trying to suppress your nature, the fact that you're a demon will never change. Demons love to battle, and so do you. Xian Mo was silent and didn't deny it. In the battle of life and death between human and demon had reached the most critical moment. The battle of 10 moves had reached half. The demon monarch's left arm was covered in red dots. Since the start of the battle, the knowing destiny state had the advantage of half a move. 5 moves. Demon Emperor Kuan Yi flipped his palm to shake off the battle. His right hand brushed over his left arm to seal the wound. He looked at the 13th prince and said lightly, "This injury isn't enough to take my life." The celestial devil monarch, who had surpassed the emperor realm, had a shocking recovery ability. The injury wasn't fatal, and it couldn't shake the body of a demon. 5 moves left. It's enough. Ning Chen glanced at the celestial ending sword floating in the tribulation clouds and narrowed his eyes. It was almost time. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded in the battle. Ning Chen's body was sublimated to the extreme. Black and white currents rushed into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Boom! In the clouds of resentment, thunder roared, and the resentment of all living beings stirred rapidly. In the center of the huge whirlpool that spread for tens of thousands of miles, an ancient celestial sword fell from the sky. It merged with the origin of the immortal divine tree, and the celestial might shook the world. A complete celestial sword. Below, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi was shocked when he saw the celestial ending sword in the center of the whirlpool. Wasn't the celestial ending sword already damaged? The ancient celestial sword was perfect and flawless. Ning Chen raised his hand, and patterns spread out from the celestial ending sword's hilt and pierced into the knowing destiny state's right arm. The most mysterious celestial ending sword of the 4 celestial slaying swords appeared. Between heaven and earth, there was a faint sound of the sword, one after another, shocking everyone. Inside and outside the battle, everyone's expression changed when they felt the shocking sword pressure in front of them. Ning Chen's roar became more and more deafening. His sword intent kept rising. The strongest sword in the world had surpassed the limit and shocked the world. It was coming. In front, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi's expression was unusually serious. He stared at the 13th prince in front of him, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Swoosh! Before anyone could react, the celestial ending sword arrived in front of Demon Emperor Kun-yi. The white-clothed figure was full of murderous intent. Getting ready, Demon Emperor Kun-yi instinctively placed the death scythe in front of him to block the first wave of attacks. As the weapons clashed, Demon Emperor Kun-yi's arm went numb. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. After blocking the killing move, he still couldn't see the former's body clearly. This meant that the top human in front of him had completely suppressed him in terms of speed. Since he was at a disadvantage in terms of speed, Demon Emperor Kun-yi made a prompt decision. Demonic chi surged around his body and protected his vital parts. 4 more moves. In the starry space, Knowing Destiny's figure disappeared. Only his illusory voice echoed. Powerful, so powerful that it was unbelievable. With the 4 celestial swords, the Knowing Destiny Marquis of the Great Xia finally started to turn the situation around. In the void, the first Kun-yi Demon Emperor spread out his consciousness and was fully focused. He was on guard against the incoming storm. Although he didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that this kid now had the power to be on the same level as him. In front of the human army, the kings of the immortal state realm, the underworld palace, and the #1 pavilion all looked at the battle with serious expressions. Today, they might be witnessing a miracle with their own eyes. Chapter 1319. In the Battle of the Starry Skies, victory was decided in 10 moves. The celestial ending sword, tempered by billions of vengeful spirits, descended upon the world. The dawn of the Demon Slayer War finally appeared. The 4 fairy-slaying swords each had their own strengths. With the blessing of the celestial slashing sword, the Knowing Destiny State's strength, speed, and body were all enhanced. His combat strength was elevated to the peak of his life. The final 4 moves were about to determine the outcome of the battle. Ning Chen unleashed all of his combat strength. His body was surrounded by a dazzling divine light, and his fighting spirit was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure disappeared. His speed surpassed time and space, and it was difficult for the naked eye to catch sight of him. In the battle, first Demon Emperor Kun released his consciousness. Demonic chi flowed around the death god scythe, which was as black as ink. Since ancient times, the strongest Crate Myrtle Realm Lord, and after ancient times, the strongest Celestial Devil Lord, the 2 supreme masters of the human world were engaged in a life and death battle. Victory and defeat were only a matter of time. Clang! Zhu Xian and the Grim Reaper's scythe clashed. Raging waves swept out, destroying everything in their path. The 2 of them stared at each other, their killing intent astonishing. The instinctive reaction of a martial artist was beyond the limits of the divine sense and the naked eye. The first Kun-yi Demon Emperor once again blocked the attack of the Knowing Destiny State cultivator. His outstanding battle instincts were different from any of his previous opponents. Immortal execution. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and the immortal extermination sword slashed down from the sky. The sword had reached the extreme and returned to its original state. After thousands of battles, the Knowing Destiny sword had returned to its original state of swordsmanship, simple and sharp. It was a simple stroke, but it was as different as the clouds and mud. In the starry sky, a huge sword mark appeared. It was like a scar of the heavens that stretched for thousands of miles. As the second immortal sword approached, the first Kun-yi demon monarch's expression darkened. He gathered his chaotic fiend essence and formed a protective barrier in front of him. Immortal and devil clashed. 2 forces of completely opposite attributes collided. Chaotic devil chi rapidly dispersed, and layer after layer of protective barriers were broken. Immortal slaying advanced inch by inch, its sword might shocking the world, affecting the hearts of everyone present. Everyone in the human race was waiting for a miracle to occur. Would the undefeated legend of the ancient demon Lord be broken today? The collision of the 2 forces only lasted for a moment, but it felt as long as 1,000 years. Under everyone's gaze, the fairy-slaying sword broke through the obstruction of the chaotic demonic chi and pierced into the chest of the demonic cultivator. Blood spurted out as the immortal slaying sword penetrated half an inch into his body, making it difficult for him to advance any further. The first Kuni demon emperor roared in anger and struck out with his palm, forcefully counterattacking. With a rumbling sound, Ning Chen's body was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into a huge meteor in the distance. 7 moves had already passed, but it was still difficult to determine who was the winner. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries, and even with their unparalleled recovery abilities, it was still difficult to quickly heal their injuries. Blood flowed and dyed their clothes red. Even though they were tens of thousands of feet apart, the two of them steadied themselves, and the fighting spirit in their eyes blazed even more fiercely. In the past 130,000 years, you are the first person to be able to injure me to this extent. The first Kuni demon emperor looked at the guardian of the human race in front of him with respect. In just 100 years, he already had such amazing martial arts attainments. Perhaps there would not be a second opponent like him. In front of him, Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He held the celestial ending sword tightly in his right hand, and 3 celestial swords fell around him. The tips of the swords hung upside down, and their baleful aura was oppressive. 3 moves left. Ning Chen's tired and cold voice was like a declaration of death. His body moved, and thunder roared through the air. He was so fast that no one could see him clearly. The first Kuni demon emperor stared at the afterimage that flashed in front of him, and the death god's scythe in his hand directly struck out. With a loud bang, the divine weapons clashed once again. The remaining energy was frantic and spread out in all directions. "You've slowed down," the first Kuni demon emperor said coldly. Before this, when this person attacked, it was difficult to even catch a trace, let alone afterimages. Now that he could see afterimages, it meant that this person's body had reached its limit. "I have indeed slowed down," Ning Chen said lightly, and the flame mark between his eyebrows had already disappeared. Seeing this, the first Kuni demon emperor's pupils constricted. Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard the cry of a phoenix. Behind the celestial demon emperor, black and red flames gathered, and the body of a phoenix appeared out of thin air. It transcended time and space, slaying immortals and demons. The power of slaying immortals was invincible. At the moment of crisis, the first Kuni demon emperor quickly dodged to the side, avoiding his vital parts. Ugh! The immortal sword pierced through the first Kuni demon emperor's body, and blood splattered everywhere. The immortal sword pierced through the first Kuni demon emperor's left shoulder, and he was severely injured. The first Kuni demon emperor's eyes turned blood red, and chaotic demonic chi surged around him, pushing him back. 100 feet away, he stopped, and the 4 swords of slaying immortals appeared in his hand. After 8 moves, the demonic lord was severely injured. Determination flashed across his eyes, and the 4 swords turned, guiding the evil chi into his body. Boom! Evil clouds stirred in the sky, and the resentment of billions of beings fell from the sky, entering the bodies of the knowing destiny duo. As the resentment entered his body, Ning Chen's body gradually reached its limit, and it started to collapse, devouring his body. At this moment, the blazing war soul shone brightly, illuminating the dark human world. In front of the human army, the lords of the netherworld were shocked when they saw the scene. Oh no! The knowing destiny aura has increased again. Even the knowing destiny Marquis, who had the best foundation in the world, couldn't be safe after bearing so much power that didn't belong to him. In front of the lords, Qing Ning clenched her fists, and sadness flashed across her eyes. He was always like this, choosing to sacrifice himself again and again, never thinking about himself. Beside her, a man felt her heartbeat and said softly, "I'll wait for the peace you promised." On the battlefield, Ning Chen's body absorbed the resentment of billions of beings. His body kept collapsing, and it was irreversible. Between the two bodies, the first Kunyi demon emperor suppressed the injuries in his body. He looked at the army of millions of demons in the distance, and the determination in his eyes never wavered. Demons should fight on the battlefield. Chaotic times were the time to create heroes. Come, let me see your last power. The first Kunyi demon emperor glanced at the knowing destiny duo and said, 6 paths fall together. Thousands of demonic tribulations. Taishang forbidden sword. In the starry sky, the knowing destiny duo spoke at the same time. Instantly, boundless sword intent spread out, merging with the resentment of billions of beings. The forbidden sword appeared. It was a shocking scene. In the starry sky, 2 sword storms shot up into the sky. The knowing destiny duo flew up in the storm, and their war souls were dazzling, guarding the world. The 2 bodies attacked at the same time, and the 4 deity swords merged into the forbidden sword. The 2 sword storms quickly spread and merged into one, swallowing the celestial demon emperor in the middle. In the sword storm, the knowing destiny duo flew up, and the light around them became more and more dazzling, like the sun. The 2 attacks combined, and a black and white divine sword appeared between the 2 bodies. The sword was 10,000 feet long, and its power was shocking. The final attack, the final sword, the only one in the world, witnessed by heaven and earth. The knowing destiny duo shouted and controlled the divine sword to slash down. Below, the first Kunyi demon emperor's eyes darkened, and his body quickly enlarged. His 10,000 feet long demonic body rose into the sky. The death scythe waved and met the black and white divine sword. With a boom, the divine sword and demon clashed, and the 2 divine weapons collapsed. Inside the collapsed black and white divine sword, the 4 deity swords broke through the sky. The 4 immortal swords, slaying demons and protecting humanity. Swoosh! The sword light slashed, and the celestial demon's head flew up into the sky. Blood spurted out, dyeing the starry sky red. The demon emperor's head was cut off, and chaotic demonic chi on his body rushed to the demon head in the sky to reattach it. Swoosh! At this moment, the second deity sword light slashed again, and the demonic body was cut in half. Blood spurted out like a waterfall, and it was extremely dazzling. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then the 3rd and 4th deity, sword light, slashed down in the starry sky. The celestial demon emperor's body was cut into 5 and scattered in all directions. Chapter 1320. In the battle in space, the immortal slaying 4 swords killed the demon king. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the battlefield red. Head, torso, arms, and lower limbs. The celestial devil lord's body was split into 5 parts. The power of the immortal slaying 4 swords was shocking. However, chaotic demonic chi surged from every part of the demon king Kuin's body, protecting each other and trying to merge back together. It was a shocking scene. Outside the battle, the kings could not hide their shock. Could the celestial devil lord be immortal? In front, Ning Chen's expression darkened. Thoughts flashed through his eyes. Not far away, the phoenix body descended from the sky. It looked at the unbelievable scene in front of it, and its expression was also very serious. Undying body. The phoenix body said in a serious voice, "There can't be a true immortal in this world. Otherwise, Kuin wouldn't have sealed himself for hundreds of thousands of years with his demonic origin." Ning Chen said calmly, "Since we can't kill him now, let's seal him first." "That works too." The phoenix body nodded. Black-red phoenix flames rose around it and swallowed the demon king's arms. At the same time, Ning Chen's main body also attacked. Ice and snow swept across the sky, covering the celestial devil lord's head, torso, and lower limbs. The 2 bodies worked together and opened the yellow spring. They controlled the divine restriction of heaven and earth and sealed the 5 bodies in different small worlds. At the critical moment, demonic chi surged in the void. A figure in crimson armor walked out. He grabbed the Demon King's head in a small world and quickly left. Xian Luo. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He waved the celestial slashing sword, and a sword light broke through space and time, slashing at the escaping Xian Luo. When the sword light got close, Xian Luo turned his palm and absorbed the attack. With a boom, there was a shocking explosion. Xian Luo's body was covered in blood. Just one sword strike had almost killed him. Jiming Marquis, you owe me half of your body. Today, I'll use the Celestial Devil Lord's head to pay for it. Xian Luo did not dare to face the opponent who was not the same as before. He suppressed his injuries and quickly left. In the small worlds, chaotic demonic chi surged and kept attacking the seal. Ning Chen's expression darkened. He formed a seal with his hands and strengthened the divine restriction. After a moment of delay, Xian Luo's figure in the distance. This change happened in the blink of an eye. Before the kings in front of the armies of the 2 realms could even react, the dust had already settled. The celestial devil monarch was defeated. His head was taken away, and his other body parts were sealed by the knowing destiny state. The demonic realm had lost their leader, and their morale was in chaos. In the starry sky, the other 3 battles were still going on. The Scaled Emperor, the master of the Holy Capital, and the Western sacred leader were blocked by the human cultivators and were unable to break free. After sealing the celestial devil sovereign between the 2 armies, Ning Chen looked at the 3 battlefields in the distance. He took a step forward, merged with his body, and instantly disappeared. The Scaled Emperor, who was closest to the battlefield, felt a chill run down his spine. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure flashed over. A dazzling flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. The Scaled Emperor attacked, but his arm was grabbed. In the next moment, Juexian slashed down, shocking the world. The sword that shook the heavens caused the world to lose its color. The Scaled Emperor's left arm fell off, and blood spurted everywhere. It was a shocking scene, and all the kings were shocked once again. The Scaled Tribe's absolute defense was like paper in front of absolute strength. It could not withstand a single blow. Peace is not easy, but you don't cherish it. The human world is not a battlefield for you to fulfill your ambitions. The human race is not someone you can bully as you wish. Ning Chen said coldly. He swung the sword in his hand again and slashed at the Scaled Emperor in front of him. The Scaled Emperor was shocked. He immediately retreated, not daring to continue fighting. You can escape. Ning Chen snorted. His figure flashed, and with a speed that surpassed the limits of the world, he charged forward again. Ning Chen's speed was suppressed, his strength was suppressed, and with the support of billions of resentful spirits, his physical body kept collapsing. However, his combat power was so terrifying that it made people despair. The Juexian slashed, and the starry sky within 10,000 miles was destroyed. The Scaled Emperor could not dodge in time, and a terrifying sword wound appeared on his chest. His scales could not block it, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Scales flew all over the sky, and they were stained with blood. The strength of the knowing destiny state was unparalleled. Damn it! With his life in danger, the Scaled Emperor's face turned ferocious. The demonic vitality in his body surged, and he charged forward, wanting to perish together with his opponent. Without this tortoise shell, what do you have left? Ning Chen raised his hand and clasped the Scaled Emperor's face. The divine flames of the phoenix spread and burned the demonic cultivator's body. Ugh! The Scaled Emperor groaned in pain. His body was engulfed by the divine flames of the phoenix and burned violently. The Scaled Emperor's demonic vitality surged to resist the power of the divine flames. Ning Chen clasped the scaled emperor's face with one hand, and his sword hand clenched into a fist. He punched the scaled emperor's Dantian sea of qi. Bam! The force of the punch penetrated the scaled emperor's body, and his Dantian collapsed. The demonic vitality surged and scattered wildly. With his 1,000 years of cultivation destroyed, the scaled emperor's eyes were filled with despair. His body was quickly engulfed by the red phoenix flames. Ning Chen waved his hand and threw the scaled emperor aside. He looked at the two battles in the distance and walked forward step by step. In the starry sky, the white-haired, knowing destiny state was walking at a steady pace. At this moment, he was like a demon, and every soldier in the demonic territory was terrified. Around Ning Chen, every deity sword was dripping with blood. The battle of killing demons was coming to an end. The knowing destiny state body was also about to be destroyed due to the backlash of the resentment of billions of creatures. However, his absolute power was not reduced at all. Fear, despair, and regret rose in the hearts of all the soldiers in the demonic territory. Chaos began to appear within the army, and it became more and more intense. In the distant battle, the Lord of the Divine Capital and the Western Saint Lord shocked their opponents with their moves. They looked at the 13 sons of the heavenly demon tribe in the distance with serious expressions. The current 13 sons of the heavenly demon tribe were too terrifying. They were almost invincible. Just as the knowing destiny state and the demonic territory emperors were about to fight, a majestic demonic might appeared in the starry sky. It was powerful and blazing. It was not inferior to the first lord of the heavenly demon tribe who had just been defeated. Stop! Xian Jiao walked out from the turbulent demonic qi. He looked at the disciple in front of him and said. Ning Chen saw the person in front of him and stopped. Take it as doing master a favor, Xian Jiao said softly. Ning Chen was silent. After a while he said, the human race needs peace and the demonic territory is the source of chaos. Master, you should know better than me the principle of eliminating the source of trouble. I can't agree to your request. With that, deity sword light shone around Ning Chen again. For the human race and the people around him who he cherished more. Knowing destiny state made up his mind to go against his master. In front of him, Xian Jiao sighed. He was the emperor of the demonic territory after all. He couldn't just watch the soldiers of the 100 races get killed. If you win in one move, I won't interfere in the affairs of the 2 territories. Come, let me see your growth. Then 9 beams of black light flew out from the turbulent demonic qi around Xian Jiao. The Xian Jia 9 changes appeared in the human world again. Please! Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless in front of his master. He knew that his master's strength was definitely not below any Emperor Dao sovereign, including Demon Emperor Kunwan. The Xian Jia appeared and the 9 changes merged into one, turning into a black spear. Xian Jiao raised his hand and held the spear, his battle-intent sword. In the final battle, Ning Chen roared. He gathered the last of his strength and used the move he had comprehended in the past. Nirvana! Nirvana of the phoenix, rebirth from the fire. Nirvana of the way of the sword, returning to the origin. This was the final move. Ning Chen's figure rose slowly. He used the celestial end shift, and his sword light soared into the 9 heavens. In front of the sky demon army, Xian Jiao looked at the dazzling sword light in the sky. Gratification flashed through his eyes. He had indeed grown. Jiao battle technique, flying swan, celestial slaying art. With the ultimate move in front of him, Xian Jiao also gathered all of his demonic qi. The black spear condensed demonic might and shot out. The battle between master and disciple concerned the fate of the 2 territories. The moment the move was made, no one held back. Endless destructive power spread out. Wherever it passed, the starry sky quickly collapsed. An instant later, the sword light and spear light collided in the starry sky. a terrifying tremor sounded. The aftershock was vast and mighty, turning the world into chaos. In the battle, Xianjuo stepped back slightly and steadied himself. In the void, the demonic might devoured his body. Ning Chen took all of the remaining force, but he suppressed his injuries and refused to take half a step back. Xianjuo took a deep look at his disciple in the void and said, "I've lost." "Master, thank you for letting me win." Ning Chen descended from the sky and said calmly. Xianjuo turned around and looked at the two demonic realm rulers behind him. He said indifferently, "If we retreat now, we can still save the lives of most of the soldiers in the demonic realm. That's all I have to say. See you again." As soon as he said that, the demonic qi in the world disappeared. Xianjuo's figure disappeared and left the battlefield. Retreat. In front of the Sky Demon army, the two demonic realm rulers looked at each other. They did not dare to hesitate and ordered. With that order, the million-strong Sky Demon army immediately retreated toward the Red Phoenix star zone. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the retreating Sky Demon army and said, "Kill! Kill!" With the Emperor's order, the human army's murderous cries shook the sky. The anger that had been suppressed for decades erupted today. The army set out and passed by Jiming continuously, chasing after the Sky Demon army. The responsibility had been fulfilled. Around Ning Chen, the resentment of billions of living beings surged out. In the sky, the remnant souls of all living beings appeared. They bowed in unison and paid their respects to the plain-clothed young man below. "Thank you for accompanying me on the path to slaying demons. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future." Ning Chen bowed and said softly, "See you in the future." The remnant souls bowed again, and then their figures dissipated one after another, returning to the world. The resentment of all living beings left his body, and more than half of Ning Chen's foundation dissipated. He had no regrets in slaying the demons. "It's all over." At the side, Qing Ning walked forward and said, "I promised to return her a world of peace. Although I'm late for decades, I've finally done it." Ning Chen looked at a man who was not far away and said softly, "You've done well enough. Now that everything is over, we should go back." Qing Ning looked back at the world in the distance and said, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and left with the woman beside him. On the battlefield, the flames of war spread for millions of miles, but Jiming was missing. The moment everything ended, Jiming left and returned to the place where he belonged. Chapter 13:21. The flames of war were everywhere in the Red Phoenix star zone. The human army invaded the primordial demon realm's base in Sky Beyond Heaven, and the war lasted for several months. The celestial demon lord and the scale emperor were defeated. The demon realm's defeat was an irreversible fact. The 100 Races army started to retreat to the demon realm, not daring to continue fighting. The million-strong demon army retreated. The scene was shocking. The kings of the 100 Races felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts when they returned dejectedly after coming here full of ambition. They had once said that they would contribute to the demon realm and expand their territory, but in just a few decades, everything had turned into a dream. They were unwilling and unwilling. But the Marquis Jiming of the human race was too strong, so strong that it made them despair. The demon lord died in battle, the scale emperor was completely wiped out, and even the demonic emperor of the 9 underworlds lost. The celestial demon, 13 scions were no longer the same. Just one of them was enough to intimidate the entire primordial demon realm. 10 months later, the 100 Races army retreated from the Red Phoenix star zone. The once ancient star zone was almost destroyed in the war. There were many things waiting to be done. The Ziwei divine realm, the underworld, and the number 1 pavilion of the human race left dozens of kings to help rebuild the Red Phoenix star zone. "King, we made the right choice." The grand elder of the ghost race looked at the star zone that was waiting to be rebuilt and couldn't hide his excitement. After the human race defeated the demon realm, the ghosts naturally became the subjects of the emperor. The red phoenix star zone was the best thing the ghosts could rely on to return to their peak. The great Xia, Jiming, Marquis. On the white bone throne, the ghost king murmured softly. His eyes flashed with emotion. He was forced to make a choice back then. He didn't expect it to be the opportunity for the ghosts to soar. The great Xia, Jiming Marquis, was indeed extraordinary. Inji, thank you, the ghost king said softly. Inji had contributed greatly to the ghosts becoming the subjects of the great Xia, Jiming Marquis. She could be said to be the greatest subject of the ghosts. Inji only did what I should do, Inji said respectfully. Even she didn't expect the 13th prince of the celestial demon realm to reach such heights one day, so high that everyone had to look up to him. Just as the war between the human realm and the devil realm ended and the major star regions began to rebuild in the divine prefecture of the eastern domain in the inner realm, knowing destiny returned in a low-key manner. Under the rule of the current Emperor Xia, the great Xia dynasty gradually regained its former glory. It quelled internal rebellions and resisted external enemies. The name of the virtuous emperor was known throughout the world. In front of the royal city of Grand Xia, a white-haired figure in plain robes walked over. His entire body was covered with the scars of time. Beside him, the green-clothed woman followed. She was beautiful, and just like in the past, she quietly accompanied him. When the two of them entered the city, the general guarding the city was stunned when he saw them. This white-haired young man was very similar to the statue in the palace. I want to go back and take a look. On the street, Ning Chun looked at the woman beside him and said softly, "Yes." Qing Ning nodded and walked towards the manor of Marquis Jiming together. West of the imperial city, Jiming Ho Manor. The Wu Ho Manor had been empty for 100 years. Other than the current Emperor Xia, who occasionally came, no one dared to take half a step into it. After 100 years, the word Jiming Marquis had pretty much become a legend and had become the faith of the great Xia people. In front of the manor, Ning Qin and Qing Ning walked over. The familiar scene in front of them was no different from 100 years ago. Qi, is considerate. Ning Qin opened his mouth and said softly, "In his heart, the person he respects the most is you, his master. Naturally, he would not allow anyone to touch your manor." Qing Ning replied. Ning Chun smiled lightly and walked forward, pushing open the door of the manor. There were no guards around the manor. However, when the two of them arrived, the experts hidden around the manor had already sensed them and were about to attack. No need to be nervous. I'm just going back to take a look. Ning Chen's aura flowed around him, suppressing the experts as he smiled. All the experts around the manor immediately froze, their faces filled with shock. Who was this person? Was he the legendary 4th-level expert? I haven't been back for 100 years. Everyone's faces have changed. Qing Ning's gaze swept across the many experts of the royal family hidden in the dark and said softly, "The appearance of a young expert means that the great Xia has truly entered the golden age of martial arts. Those old fellows should also rest." Ning Qin smiled. As the two of them talked, they walked into the manor together. Everything was the same as before, so familiar. Back then, you were the one who planned strategies and calmed all the wars here. Are you proud? Qing Ning smiled. I'm just repaying a debt of gratitude. Back then, if it weren't for Her Majesty's protection, I wouldn't even have the chance to enter this manor, Ning Qin said softly. He had no way to repay her kindness. He could only use all he had learned in his life to calm the world. At this moment, outside the manor, a sword light flew over. In the sword light, a white-robed figure appeared. His cultivation was infinitely close to the 4th level, and he dispersed the restraints on the experts. Greetings, Marquis Baiyi. Around the manor, the experts of the royal family appeared and bowed respectfully. In the manor, Ning Chun felt the commotion outside. He turned around and looked at the person who came, a strange look flashing in his eyes. "You've become a Marquis?" Ning Chen asked with a smile. Looking at the familiar figure in the manor, Baiye's body trembled. His face filled with disbelief. "Master!" After a moment, Baiyi came back to his senses and immediately bowed. "Master!" A strange look flashed across Qing Ning's face. This is the descendant of the millions of innocent people in the War of the Gods. Back then, when he came to take revenge, I taught him sword techniques, Ning Chen explained. When Qing Ning heard this, the doubts in her heart disappeared. So that's how it was. Back then, I was young and inexperienced and offended master. "Please punish me," Baiyi said respectfully. "You're not wrong," Ning Chen said softly. "Back then, I sacrificed millions of innocent people and indeed committed an unforgivable sin. It's only right for you to take revenge. Master's responsibility, Baiyi can't compare." Baiyi sighed. Ning Chen smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He sized up the young man in front of him and continued, "Now that you're a Marquis of the Great Xia, don't disgrace this name. I see that you've already touched the 4th level, so I'll give you a small gift." As he finished speaking, Ning Chen raised his hand. Between heaven and earth, sword light gathered and turned into a small silver sword that entered between the eyebrows. "Here, there's some of my understanding of the way of the sword. I hope it'll be of use to you." After that, Ning Chen retracted his hand, and the sword qi that filled the air dissipated. "Thank you, master." Baiyi felt the shocking sword will of the small silver sword between his eyebrows and couldn't hide the shock in his heart. He bowed again. "All right, you can leave first. With your current status, it's not suitable for you to appear here. It'll easily cause unnecessary chaos," Ning Chen reminded him with a smile. Baiyi was silent. He immediately looked back at the imperial family worshippers behind him and said, "All of you can leave as well." Yes, the worshippers suppressed the shock in their hearts and disappeared again. After sending the worshippers away, Baiyi didn't stay any longer. He turned into sword light and left through the air. "Not bad, kid." Qing Ning smiled and said, "To be able to let go of hatred is not something that ordinary people can do. With them in the Great Xia, we can leave with peace of mind. This era will eventually be handed over to them." Ning Chen smiled. In the Marquis manor, the two didn't stay for long. They immediately left the manor and walked towards the palace. In the heavenly mandate hall of the Great Xia Palace, the current emperor of the Great Xia, Xia Qi, sat high on the dragon throne. His handsome and majestic face had the aura of an emperor. At this moment in the main hall, an illusory figure walked out and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, someone has broken into the manor of the Marquis." "What did you say?" On the dragon throne, Xia Qi's eyes were filled with anger when he heard this. He slammed the table and stood up. Almost at the same time, the news of someone breaking into the manor of the Marquis spread rapidly among the various forces in the imperial city. Not long after, the various forces sent people to investigate. The manor of the Marquis was the emperor's reverse scale. Today, someone actually dared to break in. Was he tired of living? In the imperial city, the 2 Marquis guarding the manor were about to move out when they were immediately stopped by Baiyi. "It's master," Baiyi said. "Marquis?" Kong Yu heard this and was shocked. The Marquis was back. On the side, a young man who had just become a Marquis revealed a fanatical look. Baiye's master was the legendary guardian of the Great Xia, the Marquis. "Don't make a fuss. Master doesn't want to alarm the people in the city," Baiyi reminded. Kong, you looked towards the palace. His Majesty should have received the news by now. Maybe the Marquis is back. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the Dark Dragon Guard said respectfully. On the dragon throne, the furious Xia Qi trembled slightly. "Master?" After a moment of absent-mindedness, Xia Qi quickly recovered and said, "Go and investigate immediately." Yes. In the main hall, The dark dragon guard accepted the order and disappeared. In front of the palace, Ning Chun came with Qing Ning. He had not returned for nearly 100 years. Almost all the faces had become unfamiliar. Things are the same, but people are different. Qing Ning sighed softly. Ning Chen smiled softly and said, "Sister Qing Ning, why have you become so sentimental?" "I haven't been back for too long. I miss home." Qing Ning gathered her thoughts and replied softly, "Let's go into the palace and have a look." Ning Chen replied as he walked towards the palace. In front of the palace, the soldiers guarding the palace saw them and wanted to stop them, but their bodies did not listen to them. It was a shocking scene. The two walked all the way into the palace. Along the way, everyone stopped and could not stop them. In the world, the only person who had mastered the laws of time and space was not someone who could be stopped by the warriors of the mortal world. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, the two walked side by side. In the imperial hall, Xia Qi felt it and immediately stood up. What was this aura? The fate of the emperor was invulnerable. Under the great pressure, the fate of the great Xia dynasty filled Xia Qi's body. Purple Qi was vast and mighty, automatically protecting its master. In front of the main hall, under the 1,000 steps of stone steps, a figure in plain clothes walked up. His white hair danced in the wind. Nearly 200 years had passed. Although knowing Destiny's appearance had not changed, he had really aged. His long white hair danced in the wind, showing the ruthlessness of time. Under the 1,000 steps of stone steps, Ning Chun walked up step by step, neither hurried nor slow. After fighting for half his life and quelling all the wars, knowing Destiny returned to the beginning of the story. Chapter 13:22. In front of the great Xia Imperial Palace, in front of the Heavenly Mandate Hall, there are thousands of steps leading to Tianting. At the bottom of the 1,000 steps, the silhouette in plain clothes walked up step by step towards the end of the stone steps. Not long after, Jiming appeared in front of the Heavenly Mandate Hall. His white hair danced in the wind. In the Heavenly Mandate Hall, when Xia Qi saw him, his body shook. He could no longer keep calm. "Master." After such a long time, Xia Qi's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, the majesty of the emperor no longer existed. When he was young, his deepest memory was the thin but tall figure of his master, who held up the sky of the great Xia. "Did you only see your master?" Outside the hall, Qing Ning walked in and smiled. "And Qing." Xia Qi's smile became brighter and brighter. Looking at Xia Qi, who was now in charge, Qing Ning's face flashed with emotion. Time had passed too quickly. Little Xia Qi, who was chased all over the yard, had now become the emperor of the great Xia. "It's Jiming Marquis." The news of Jiming Marquis' return spread, like wildfire, throughout the great Xia imperial city. Apart from the commoners, almost all the top forces knew about this news. Shocked, all the forces were silent. Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia. This name gave people too much pressure, even more than the emperor of the Great Xia. This was a true living legend. Back then, he single-handedly saved Grand Xia from calamity, leaving his name in the annals of history for eternity. Since the news has spread, we can't pretend that we don't know. Let's go into the palace. A serious voice sounded from one of the forces. The return of Jiming Marquis might be a chance for them to rise. In the heavenly mandate hall of the great Xia, the emperor and his teacher were catching up. Outside the hall, under the thousands of steps, the officials of the great Xia arrived and knelt in front of the hall, waiting for the emperor and his teacher to summon them. "Master, do you want to meet them?" In front of the hall, one report after another sounded. Xia Qi looked at the man in front of him and asked, "Since they are all here, let's meet them." Ning Chen smiled. No one was an exception. Even the saints were not exempt. These officials were the pillars of the great Xia, so there was no harm in meeting them. Xia Qi nodded. He looked at the palace attendant not far away and said, Summon the officials into the palace!" The emperor gave the order. Not long after, outside the heavenly mandate hall, the sharp voice of the palace attendant rang out and spread to the ears of every courtier. The ministers thanked him and stood up. They walked up to the heavenly mandate palace in an orderly manner. Inside the heavenly mandate palace, the officials lined up neatly in 2 rows and walked in one after another. After taking their positions, they knelt down and saluted respectfully. Hundreds of officials came for an audience, and the noblest nobles in the great Xia dynasty all came to witness the glory of the great Xia, Jiming Marquis. "Rise." Xia Qi said, calmly before the dragon throne. "Thank you, your majesty." The officials kowtowed in thanks and stood up one after another. 2 figures stood quietly in the center of the hall. The man on the left was dressed in plain clothes and had white hair. Bai Qin glanced at the white-haired young man in the hall from the corner of his eyes, and his heart trembled. It was indeed the Marquis of Jiming. He looked almost the same as the statue in the palace. The martial Marquis, whose name shook the world, had finally returned. Take a look if you want to. There's no need to sneak around. Ning Chen felt the curious and cautious gazes of the officials and smiled. In front of the dragon throne, Xia Qi also said, "This is my teacher, the Marquis of Jiming, whom you have always wanted to see. Today, you don't have to be so formal. If you have anything to say or ask, feel free to say it." After Emperor Xia spoke, the officials below relaxed a little. They looked up at the Marquis of Jiming in the hall, and the curiosity in their eyes could not be concealed. "I heard that the Marquis was already the top fighter in the divine prefecture 100 years ago. I wonder what level the Marquis is at now." A newly appointed martial Marquis asked respectfully. "The 4th level, the peak of the King realm," Ning Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the officials were in an uproar. It was said that the strongest fighters in the divine prefecture and even the 5 regions had just broken through to the King realm not long ago. The Marquis of Jiming had already reached the peak of the King realm. Beside Ning Chen, Qing Ning chuckled. The martial arts of the inner realm started too late, and most of the fighters in the Battle of the Gods had left with them. This guy's cultivation could only scare people in the divine prefecture. Fortunately, the war between the 2 levels did not affect the inner realm. Otherwise, with the martial arts of the inner realm, the entire 5 regions would be destroyed. "Marquis, how can I enter the 4th level?" the martial Marquis asked again. "Master a law of heaven and earth," Ning Chen said patiently. "This law will be the foundation of your martial arts. If you can't truly master it, I suggest that you don't enter the 4th level in a hurry. Otherwise, your foundation will not be stable, and it will be difficult for you to move forward in the future." In the hall, the generals of the Xia dynasty all quieted down when they heard this, especially the 3 martial Marquis. They looked at each other, and each had their own thoughts. They had been stuck at the peak of the 3rd level for too long, but they still could not find a way to break through to the 4th level. They did not expect this to be the reason. "Bai Yi, you cultivate the way of the sword. Just focus on the sword. There's no need to be distracted by comprehending the other laws of heaven and earth. When you succeed in the way of the sword, you will naturally enter the 4th level," Ning Chen reminded. "I will remember Master's teachings," Bai Yi replied respectfully between the 2 martial Marquis. "Kong Yu, you are the first to follow me. Because of the war of the Xia dynasty, your martial arts foundation was not well established. Now that your cultivation has been surpassed by these juniors, have you ever regretted it?" Ning Chen looked at the man in front of Bai Yi and asked seriously. Kong Yu was silent. After a moment, he said, "Although I am unwilling, I have never regretted it." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Today I will repay you for the time I owe you." As soon as he finished speaking, silver light rose around Ning Chen. The open heavenly book opened, and the wind and snow quickly spread out in all directions with the heavenly mandate palace as the center. The power of the emperor shocked the 9 states. In the imperial city of the Xia dynasty, Thousands of people looked at the falling snow with strange expressions. It was sunny just now. Why did it suddenly snow? In the heavenly mandate palace, under the shocked gazes of the officials, Ning Qin made his move. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered wildly and flowed endlessly into Kong Yu's body. The heavenly book tempered his body, and the intense pain caused Kong Yu to groan. His skin cracked and blood flowed out. "Guard your mind," Ning Qin said calmly. Ning Qin said calmly as he increased his strength by another 30% to help Kong Yu refine his foundation. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Time passed slowly. The wind and snow around the heavenly mandate palace gradually stopped and calmed down. In the heavenly mandate palace, Ning Qin stopped. A look of fatigue flashed across his face. He said, "It's done." Kong Yu opened his eyes and felt the abundant power in his body. He could not hide the excitement in his eyes. He immediately knelt down and said, "I will never forget Marquis' kindness." Ning Qin waved his hand to stop the former from kneeling. He said softly, "I told you that you are now a Marquis. You can't kneel to others so easily." Kong Yu heard this, and his body shook. After a moment, he straightened up and bowed. He said, "Kong Yu will remember Marquis' teachings." In the main hall, the officials looked at this scene with complicated expressions. The Marquis of the Xia dynasty was now too high in status. The reason was because of the Marquis Jiming. It could be said that the appearance of the Marquis Jiming had raised the Marquis of the Xia dynasty to another level. "What are you all worried about?" Ning Qin looked over at the officials and said calmly, "Worried that their power is too high and they will become officials who use it for their own ends." When the officials heard these words, they were all shocked. They immediately lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the Marquis. How would the Marquis know what they were thinking? In front of the dragon throne, Xia Qi sighed. In front of his master, the schemes of these officials were not enough. Yes. Amongst the officials, an old official with white hair and beard gritted his teeth and walked out. He said solemnly, "Marquis, the Marquis of the Xia dynasty has too much power. If he rebels, the country will not be a country." Is that what you all think? Ning Qin looked at the officials behind the old official and said. The officials kept silent and did not dare to reply. "Will you rebel?" Ning Qin's gaze shifted, looking at the three martial Marquis guarding the imperial court, and said calmly, "We do not dare." Kong Yu and Bai Ye's expressions changed as they replied. 200 years ago, a rebellious Marquis appeared in the Great Xia. 100 years ago, another rebellious Marquis appeared in the Great Xia. Ning Qin said expressionlessly, "Do you all understand what I mean?" The three of them looked at each other and bowed. "We are willing to give up our power." Ning Qin nodded and said calmly, "Power corrupts people's hearts. The glory of the Marquis of Great Xia is obtained through blood and battle merits. It is not obtained through power. Do you understand? We will follow your teachings." The three of them replied respectfully. The Marquis's power was taken away. When the officials of Great Xia saw this, their eyes were filled with shock. As a Marquis, he actually took away the power of the Marquis. It was unbelievable. "I, Jirong, thank you, Marquis, for your righteousness." In front of all the ministers, the old minister with white hair and white beard bowed shakily and said excitedly, "Surname Ji, are you a descendant of the teacher?" Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a weird light as he asked. "Yes," the white-haired old official said respectfully. Ning Chen went up and helped the old man up. "I am indebted to the teacher. Seeing his descendant here today, I am relieved." After this short interlude, the officials gradually calmed down. From time to time, officials walked out to ask for advice. Ning Chen was not in a hurry. He patiently answered the questions of the officials one by one. Outside the palace, the sun was setting. A day had passed. Inside the palace, the officials left reluctantly. After being an official for so many years, This was the first time they felt that the heavenly mandate palace with its constant infighting was so nostalgic. These officials have not been so magnanimous for many years. After the officials left, Xiachi walked down from the dragon throne and said, "Because I have no conflict of interest with them now, they dare to ask for advice." Ning Qin smiled. Master still sees through people's hearts so clearly. Xiachi smiled. "All right, no need to flatter me. Let me ask you something. Is the Emperor of Northern Meng still Mingyu?" Ning Qin asked. "No." Xiachi shook his head. As early as 20 years ago, Mingyu had already given up the throne of Northern Meng. After that, he disappeared. Chapter 1323. Ning Qin and Qingning left the imperial edict palace when the sun was setting. They walked out of the palace together. In front of the imperial edict palace, Xia Qi watched them leave. His eyes were full of reluctance. He knew that his master only came back to take a look and would not stay for long. Outside the city, in the mausoleum of Emperor Xia, the maple forest was red like fire. Ning Qin and Qingning walked directly to the tomb of Zhongsun. In front of the maple forest, they stopped and looked at the tomb in front of them. They knelt down together, knowing destiny, who did not kneel to heaven and earth and did not worship gods and Buddhas, at this moment put down their pride and bowed. "My lady, we are back." Their voices echoed in front of the mausoleum. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with undetectable tears. After a moment, he quietly hid it. After a lifetime of running around, fighting gods, slaying demons, and fighting for half of his life, the most precious memory in his heart was the warm smile when he first entered the palace. In front of the mausoleum, the two knelt for a full 2 hours. As usual, they told Zhongsun everything that had happened in the past 100 years. In the west, the sun had set and night had fallen. The stars dotted the sky. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The story of 100 years was so long. Ning Chen knelt for 1 hour and also talked for 2 hours. Nyang Nyang, the Buddha of the Buddha country, said that humans have afterlives. Xianyu's afterlife would appear 1,000 years later. After I settle the matters here, I will go and search for her. Nyang Nyang's spirit in the heavens, please bless me to find Xianyu's reincarnation as soon as possible. After talking for 2 hours, Ning Qin stood up reluctantly. He looked at the mausoleum longingly and left with the woman beside him. "Sister Qingning, are we getting old?" After leaving the mausoleum on the way north, Ning Chan whispered. "Why do you say so?" Qingning asked. "When people get old, they become long-winded," Ning Chin replied. "Maybe." Qingning smiled faintly and said, "We are almost 200 years old. After living for so long, even if our faces are not old, our hearts are old. I really don't want to be old." Ning Chin looked into the distance and sighed. Back then, when he was in his prime, he could pass judgment on the world. That youthful arrogance was too nostalgic. And the others are already standing on their own. "Our era is over," Qingning said softly. Ning Chen smiled lightly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this heavy topic. Let's go to Northern Meng and take a look. I don't know what that girl Mingyue is thinking again. She didn't want to be the emperor of Northern Meng, but after passing the throne, she disappeared without a trace. Other than you and Fan Lingyue, who else can control that child? Being able to persevere on the throne of the North for so many years has already made me see you in a new light," Qingning said helplessly. Back then, Mingyu and now Yin were both lawless masters. Without Ning Chen's discipline, they could overturn the heavens. Girls need to be raised well. Ning Chen said with a smile. Mingyu and Yin were different from Qi-er. Qi-er, that brat, would not take the wrong path if he was strict with him. As for Mingyu and Yin-er, as long as they understood the principles of human conduct, he did not want to restrict them too much. As the two of them chatted, they walked towards the north, leaving the mountains and rivers behind them. The two of them did not deliberately walk too fast. However, Wang Jing's speed was still unbelievable. Before dawn, the two of them appeared in the northern Meng imperial city and walked directly towards the northern Meng imperial palace. In front of the northern Meng imperial palace, Ningchen stopped and looked at the palace gate that had not been opened yet. After a moment, he continued to walk forward. "I'll wait for you here," Qing Ning said. Ningchen thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure disappeared and flew into the northern Meng imperial palace. In the imperial palace, the sky was about to brighten. The servants and maids were already busy. Ning Chen appeared and released his divine sense. After searching for a moment, Ning Chen collected his divine sense and frowned slightly. She was really not in the imperial palace. Where did this girl run off to? After thinking for a few breaths, Ning Chen's figure disappeared again and flew forward. In a quiet pavilion in the rear palace, a woman in palace attire was playing the zither. Her face was beautiful, and there was no trace of age on it. Su Fian, the descendant of the former imperial bloodline of a dead country, escaped from the Great Xia dynasty because of knowing destiny and became the empress of the northern Meng imperial palace. Now, she was the Empress Dowager. Her desire to restore the country had long faded with the changes of the world. At this moment, Ning Chen appeared in front of the pavilion. He looked at the woman in front of him and did not rush to disturb her. In the pavilion, after the song ended, Su Fian stopped playing the zither and looked at the white-haired man outside the pavilion. She said, "Since you're here, come in." "Miss Su, we haven't seen each other for 100 years, and you're still so beautiful." Ning Chen walked in and smiled. "We haven't seen each other for 100 years, and you've learned how to talk." Su Fian stood up and said softly, "When old friends meet, I always feel very close, and I can't help but speak casually. Miss Su, please don't blame me." Ning Chen smiled. Su Fian nodded and said, "I'm also happy to see old friends. However, there's one thing that you and Her Majesty have lied to me about. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Oh!" Ning Chen was puzzled. He said, "What is it?" Su Fian looked at the man in front of her quietly. After a long time, she smiled and said, "Jiming Marquis, your schemes are deeper than the sea. A big lie that deceived the world for 100 years. The northern Meng monarch is actually a woman. If Her Majesty didn't tell me personally, I would have been kept in the dark until my death." Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he sighed and said, "I had no choice. The northern Meng can't fall into chaos. Otherwise, the world will fall into endless war again. Miss Su, thank you for keeping this a secret all these years." Su Fian smiled and put away the zither in front of her. She said, "Jiming Marquis, you're old." Ning Chen was startled when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, "I've worked hard. In the end, I've aged faster. So I've won this time?" Su Fian smiled. "Yes, you've won." Ning Chen smiled. "When you let go of your hatred, you've already won. Because I can't let go of my responsibilities, I'm destined to grow old faster than you. Unfortunately, even though I've won, I can't be happy." Su Fian smiled. "What I want to see is the Jiming Marquis who showed off his abilities in the past. With the power of one person, you quelled the chaos of the imperial city. That night in the imperial city of the Xia dynasty, your abilities made me lose the confidence to fight back. The Jiming Marquis of the past was so dazzling. Now his hair was white and he was almost in his twilight years." "Where's Mingyu?" Ning Chen asked. "She left 20 years ago." Su Fian calmed herself down and said calmly she didn't have much attachment to the throne. After the northern Meng settled down, she passed down the throne and left the northern Meng with Zijing. "Did she say where she went?" Ning Chen frowned. "No." Su Fian shook her head. "In this world, the person who understands His Majesty the most is you and not me. Isn't that right?" Ning Chen sighed. "This girl. Forget it." Ming Yu had already grown up. He couldn't interfere too much. Outside the northern Ming imperial palace, the sky was about to brighten. The palace gates slowly opened. In front of the imperial palace, Qingning waited quietly. She didn't look anxious at all. Not long after, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out from the imperial palace. "Is there any news?" Qingning asked with a smile. "She left 20 years ago," Ning Qin replied. "But she has Zi Jing by her side. She should be fine. Are we going to look for her?" Qingning asked. "No," Ning Qin replied. "She's grown up. She should walk the path she decided on herself." Amen, Qingning nodded. "Then let's go." "Okay," Ning Qin nodded and replied. After a short return, Ning Qin and Qingning left and disappeared. Several months later, at the border of the All-Heaven Starfield and Luojia Starfield, the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, the two of them appeared and entered the divine restriction above the ancient ground. On the altar, the thousands of clansmen sensed the return of the High Priestess. They immediately looked up. "Welcome, High Priestess." Tens of thousands of Moon worshipping clansmen saluted respectfully. In the void, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky and walked towards the altar step by step. Above the altar, moonlight gathered and the moon god's image appeared. "Welcome back, High Priestess." "Greetings, Moon God." Ning Qin bowed and greeted her courteously. After several decades of experience, High Priestess has become even more weathered. Moon God sighed. "It's been a long time." "Moon God, you haven't lost your elegance," Ning Qin said with a smile. "That senior of yours has left," said Moon God. "Amen," Ning Qin nodded. "When senior left, I sensed his sword intent. High Priestess, your body is on the verge of collapse. Your cultivation will weaken with each passing day. The resentment of hundreds of millions of living beings has destroyed your martial foundation. Come to the divine realm. Perhaps you'll find a way to recover your cultivation," Moon God said with a serious expression. Hearing that, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He said, "Divine realm? Could it be that the world of the gods is going to be connected to the mortal realm?" "Not yet." Moon God shook her head. "However, I can feel that the laws of the mortal realm are gradually recovering. Now it's getting easier for my avatar to descend to the mortal realm. Perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, the gods will truly descend to the mortal realm. Since the world of the gods and the mortal realm are not connected, how can humans go to the divine realm?" Ning Qin continued to ask. "Through the clouds and ascension," Moon God said calmly. "It's easier for humans to enter the divine realm than for gods to enter the mortal realm. Just like in the ancient times, humans ascended to the celestial realm. As long as they have enough cultivation and have the guidance of the gods, they can enter the divine realm. High Priestess, you're the most qualified person in the mortal realm to enter the divine realm. Now, your cultivation hasn't completely dissipated. Perhaps this is your last chance to enter the divine realm." Ning Chen was silent. After a long while, he shook his head. "No, I'm waiting for someone." "How long?" Moon God frowned. 900 years, Ning Chen replied. Hearing that, Moon God frowned again. She said in a low voice, 900 years is too long. By then, your cultivation will have already dissipated. Even if you want to ascend to the divine realm, it will be impossible. High Priestess, you only have one chance. Don't let yourself regret it." Ning Chen smiled. "Ascending to the celestial realm and becoming a god are not my dreams. Compared to these, I'd rather wait in the mortal realm for 900 years. Chapter 1324. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, the phoenix body stood quietly on the altar, watching the main body and Qingning leave. In the starry sky, 2 streaks of light flashed by and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A month later, knowing destiny returned from the Z-Wei divine realm. The kings of the divine realm bowed respectfully to the return of the realm lord. Ning Chen walked over to the peak surrounded by thousands of floating islands. He stood on the peak and watched over the mortal world. Behind him, the wheelchair creaked as Peacock appeared and accompanied him quietly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the first 100 years after the demon calamity, the human race had gone through the most difficult period of reconstruction. In the past 100 years, the kings of the human race had been running around to quell the war and eliminate the remnants of the demon domain. They were busy with the reconstruction of the human race. On the peak of the Z-Way divine realm, there were battle reports coming in from time to time. Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the peak and watched the mortal world, but he rarely spoke. The battle reports were all handled by Peacock herself. The divine realm Holy Maiden had shown rare talent and strategy. After the first 100 years, the war in the four directions had basically calmed down, and the reconstruction of the human race was completed one after another. In front of the Immortals' Peak, the kings of the underworld came one after another to bid farewell. It was time for the 10 kings of hell to part once again. Knowing destiny, we'll meet again if fate wills it. On the Z-Way divine mountain, Xiazi and Luofei, who were the last to bid farewell, looked at the man in front of them and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Ning Chen replied and said softly. After bidding farewell, the two turned around and left. In front of the peak, Ning Chen looked at the two figures, and his eyes flashed with emotions. Finally, they left. The kings of hell all left and returned to their original paths of life. On the peak, Knowing Destiny stood silently as the cold wind blew past. It was bone-chilling. After a long time, Ning Chen sighed softly and turned around to watch over the mortal world. In the distance, Peacock quietly looked at the white-haired man in front of the peak. Her calm eyes were calm. Now he had truly become a qualified Z-Way divine realm lord. Time flew. The second 100 years after the demon calamity had arrived. The major galaxies were recuperating and the mortal world was once again bustling. On the Z-Way divine mountain, Knowing Destiny stood quietly for 200 years and never left. His eyes looked at the mortal world in the distance, and his white hair was stained with wind and frost. Over the past 200 years, Knowing Destiny had lost more than half of his cultivation, and it was difficult for him to recover his destroyed foundation. The resentment of billions of living beings was enormous. Even a god would find it difficult to bear, let alone a human body. However, once the Devil Slayer art was completed, he knew his fate and had no regrets. In the Red Luan galaxy, no one from the Devil realm walked out of the passageway between the two realms. The existence of the current Purple Myrtle Realm Master was enough to intimidate hundreds of races. Soon, the 2nd century passed and the 3rd century arrived. The human world had basically returned to how it was before the war, and the pain of the demonic realm was gradually forgotten by the people. In this 100 years, the martial arts of the mortal world developed rapidly. The younger generation of experts emerged one after another. After the chaotic times, a great era was about to arrive. Boom! In the depths of an extremely distant star region, a terrifying imperial Tao tribulation appeared. The radiance of lightning suffused half of the star region, and it was a world-shocking sight. After 300 years, there was finally another sovereign in the human world who had proven his Tao, announcing that the human race had officially entered a prosperous era. A few months later, in front of the great Myrtle Divine Peak, golden light shone brightly and the human sovereign appeared. After proving his way, he first came to see the current master of the Crepe Myrtle Divine Realm. On the high peak, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the newly proven sovereign in front of him. He said, "Congratulations." The human sovereign bowed respectfully and said, "Back then, during the demon-slaying battle, I still can't forget your demeanor. I wonder if I'll have the honor of learning a move from you." Ning Chen quietly looked at the human sovereign in front of him. After a long time, he nodded slightly and replied, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword pressure spread silently in the crepe myrtle divine realm. It was calm and uncontested, the selfless sword of selflessness. The human sovereign's expression was slightly serious. The laws of the sovereign path around him spread and gathered crazily, turning into a barrier in front of him. In the next moment, sword light gathered on the high peak, and an ordinary sword blade appeared. After an instant, it broke through the air. After the prosperity, the sword that returned to its original state was invincible. In front of the human sovereign, the laws of the sovereign path disintegrated, and it was difficult to block the selfless sword. In front of the human sovereign, the sword blade stopped and quietly dissipated. It was a shocking scene. Even someone as strong as the sovereign path could not block the sword. The human sovereign's heart surged. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said respectfully, "I admire your ability, Realm Master. You've just attained the sovereign path, and your realm is still unstable. Go back and consolidate your cultivation base. Don't leave any unnecessary hidden dangers." Ning Chun waved his hand and dispersed the sword pressure that filled the world. He said calmly. When the human sovereign heard this, he bowed again and retreated. After a short interlude, the crepe myrtle divine peak returned to silence. Ning Chun turned around and stood quietly in front of the peak, watching over the mortal world. The 3rd century gradually passed. At the beginning of a prosperous world, the humans prospered. When the 4th century arrived, martial arts in the mortal world flourished. Martial artists practiced martial arts, and scholars also began to practice martial arts. With the rise of martial arts, battles appeared. In the various star regions, wars occurred frequently, and the flames of war rose everywhere. On the crepe myrtle divine peak, Ning Chun looked at the mortal world that was filled with flames and smoke. He did not interfere and just let it develop. Finally, when the 4th century was about to end, another human sovereign had attained the path, shocking all sides. The moment the new sovereign attained the path, in the distant starry sky, black phoenix flames spread and rushed forward. At the same time, on the crepe myrtle divine peak, Ning Chun spoke and gave the first order in 400 years. In the deity realm, on an inconspicuous floating island, young Master Xiao Bai, who was dressed in white, walked out and respectfully accepted the order. The current Dragon Emperor reappeared in the mortal world and chased after the Black Phoenix. In the starry sky, a black and a white stream of light sped past. They were extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the depths of an ancient star region, lightning filled the air. After experiencing a great tribulation, the newly attained Sovereign Path Emperor walked out exhausted. His body was covered in blood. It was obvious that the great tribulation of the Sovereign Path was not easy. Just as the Sovereign was about to leave, black phoenix flames spread in front of him. The cold and heavy pressure made one's hair stand on end. After a few breaths, the black phoenix appeared and stopped the human sovereign. "It's you." The human sovereign looked at the black phoenix in front of him, and his expression froze. He had seen this person during the demon-slaying battle. He was extremely powerful. "Hand over the sovereign's origin, and I'll spare your life," the black phoenix said coldly. "Wishful thinking." The human sovereign snorted coldly. He forcefully suppressed his heavily injured body, and the laws of the sovereign path spread out around him. "You're overestimating yourself," the black phoenix said coldly. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the human sovereign. Black flames swept out, devouring the heavens and destroying the earth. At this critical moment, a white stream of light sped over from afar. A dragon's roar filled the sky and blocked the black flames that filled the sky. Seeing this, the black phoenix's expression froze. The Dragon Emperor. In front of him, amidst the surging aftershocks, young Master Xiao Bai walked out. He held the divine spear, transformed from the Dragon Emperor's sword in his hand, and his imperial might shook the heavens and the earth. As expected, the region master was right. It's easy to change a leopard, but it's hard to change a person's nature. You're ultimately a scourge. Young Master Xiao Bai looked at the black phoenix in front of him and said coldly, "The crepe myrtle region master. Ha! I'll take his life sooner or later. Today I'll start with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the black phoenix moved. Black flames swept through the 9 heavens and swallowed the dragon emperor in front of him. Young Master Xiao Bai's expression froze. His dragon's might rose as he faced the attack. The dragon and the phoenix clashed. The aftershocks of the great battle were destructive. An entire starry sky shook violently. The battle was evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. It gradually evolved into a battle of 1,000 days. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. On the peak of the crepe myrtle divine realm, Ning Qin quietly watched the great battle in the distant star domain. There was not the slightest ripple in his calm eyes. "Raise your swords." With a raise of the sword intent quickly spread out from all sides of the mortal realm. Wherever the sword intent arrived, 10,000 swords were unsheathed. 1 domain, 2 domains. The true emperor of the sword spoke, and billions of swords were unsheathed in the mortal realm and flew toward the horizon. It was a shocking scene. All the 4th realm powerhouses in the mortal realm looked at the horizon with shocked expressions. Is this the sword of the crepe myrtle region master? It's really terrifying. Everyone watched. In the starry sky, billions of swords pierced through the air. They were endless and limitless. At the end of the distant star domain, thousands of sword lights broke through. The majestic sword intent was shocking. "Crepe myrtle region master, you." The black phoenix sensed something. He turned around and looked at the billions of swords that were speeding toward him. His face was filled with shock and anger. The billions of swords had the power to destroy the world. They directly cut through the black flames in the sky and swallowed the black phoenix. In the terrifying sword current, the black phoenix used all his strength and performed the Phoenix clan's life-saving technique. The swords pierced through his body. However, the sword current was endless, surpassing the limits of time and space. Ugh! The secret technique's time was up. The black phoenix's figure appeared. The sword current pierced through his body, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood. After a few breaths, the billions of swords disappeared. The black phoenix's figure fell silently and was unconscious. Young Master Xiao Bai went forward, grabbed the severely injured black phoenix, and left. In the crepe myrtle divine realm, Ning Qin stopped. Fatigue flashed in his eyes. "Lord!" In the sky above the divine realm, a space-time vortex swirled. Young Master Xiao Bai returned with the black phoenix and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work." Ning Qin turned around and said, "Fortunately, I had the help of the Lord. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to capture him." Young Master Xiao Bai said seriously, "How will the Lord deal with this person?" "Seal his cultivation and suppress him under the crepe myrtle mountain," Ning Qin said calmly. "Yes." Young Master Xiao Bai took the order and left with the black phoenix. It has been 400 years. In front of the mountain, Ning Qin murmured softly. His tired eyes looked at the world. Suddenly he coughed violently. Red blood flowed out of his fingers and dyed his clothes red. His roots were basically destroyed. In order to capture the black phoenix, Ning Qin's body couldn't bear the burden and began to show signs of abnormality. "Lord, you can't use martial arts anymore." Behind him, the wheelchair creaked. Peacock appeared and reminded him. Only this time, Ning Qin put down his blood-stained hand and said calmly. Peacock nodded and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left. Jiming Marquis was without a doubt the most powerful of the crepe myrtle realm lords. Before entering the imperial path, he was able to suppress all the enemies in the world. Today, after 400 years, his strength was comparable to that of the ancient deities. He didn't need to rely on the power of the world. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his sword anymore. Chapter 1325. In front of the peak of Ziwei Holy Realm, a knowing destiny state cultivator stood there quietly for 400 years. The 400 years were long and silent. Only those who stood at the peak could understand the loneliness of being at the top. The most powerful man in the world, the first person in Ziwei Holy Realm for thousands of years, the strength of knowing destiny state had surpassed the limits of the human world. No one walked out of the demonic realm. In the past 400 years, the human world became more and more prosperous. Under the deterrence of Ziwei Holy Realm, all the evil people chose not to come out. In the human world, at the end of the distant star region, a heavenly demon in a dark red battle suit stood, quietly. Chaotic demonic chi surged around him. After 400 years, he had finally completely devoured the power of the heavenly demon lord. However, Xian Luo did not make a move in the past 400 years. He knew that the Marquis of Knowing Destiny state was too powerful. He was invincible. The end of the Black Phoenix was the best lesson. No one could block that sword, not even a god. After a long time, Xian Luo disappeared again and covered all his breath. On the peak of Ziwei Holy Realm, Ning Qin felt something. He looked at the distant star region, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Was it an illusion? The 400 years of frequent events in the world passed quickly in the flames of war and glory. The 500 years came, and the human world gradually returned to peace. The pain of the demonic calamity had been completely forgotten by the world. Except for the human cultivators who had experienced the demonic calamity, almost no one remembered this terrible calamity. Time was always the best weapon to erase pain. 500 years was too long for the mortals. On Ziwei Holy Peak, Ning Qin looked at the human world and witnessed countless joys and sorrows. His eyes became more and more weathered. In the past 500 years, a peach tree had taken root on Ziwei Holy Peak. In March every year, the peach blossoms bloomed and the fragrance was intoxicating. In the past 100 years, the human world had been relatively peaceful. Not many major events happened. The world was peaceful in the 100 years. Under Ziwei Holy Peak, the suppressed Black Phoenix woke up. The iron chain locked his body. On the iron chain, the talisman was destroyed, suppressing Black Phoenix's body. Lord of Ziwei Holy Realm, you are a hypocrite who burns the bridge after crossing the river. One day, you will die a horrible death. The Black Phoenix roared angrily, its voice reverberating throughout the crepe myrtle divine realm. Its hatred was bone-piercing, making one's hair stand on end. On the peak, Ning Qin stood there quietly, as if he didn't hear anything. After 500 years of ups and downs, his heart was no longer affected by anything. Realm Lord. At the back, Peacock came over in her wheelchair and bowed. What is it? Ning Qin said in front of the mountain. My time is up, Peacock said softly. Hearing this, Ning Qin's body trembled slightly. Sadness flashed in his eyes as he nodded and said, Go. Peacock smiled, turned her wheelchair, and left. At the end of the 100 years, the peacock would transform into the Tao. After the demonic tribulation was quelled, the heavenly mandate would end and it would return to the world. On this day, in the crepe myrtle divine realm, the 5-colored divine light illuminated the sky, and the shadow of a giant peacock appeared. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart ache. In front of the divine sword, Ning Qin looked at the gradually fading shadow of the peacock in the sky. He clenched his fists, and drops of blood seeped out from his fingertips. It was so glaring. Time was merciless. Aging people. Youth faded away in an instant. Even the dazzling peacock of the immortal state couldn't stop the heavenly cycle. The transformation of the peacock into the Tao symbolized the complete end of an era in the human world. A new era had quietly begun. The 600 years had arrived. At the beginning of a new era, the human world and martial arts ushered in a new era of glory. The human race prospered, and so did the martial arts. On the major planets, divine dynasties and martial arts sects sprung up one after another. A golden era had begun. In this 100 years, the human world had a new emperor. The Thunder Tribulation was vast and powerful. It was a shocking scene. However, in the past few hundred years, the great Myrtle divine realm had become more and more low-key and had disappeared from the world's eyes. The new emperor of the human race didn't visit again. In the past 600 years, there were more and more emperors in the human world. The human race's martial arts prospered and gradually didn't need the existence of the immortal state to deter the primitive demon realm. On the crepe Myrtle divine peak in the immortal state, the peach blossom tree bloomed and withered year after year. The peach blossom tree that had accompanied the knowing destiny state for 100 years suddenly stopped blooming at the end of the 100 years. The branches of the peach blossom tree also started to wither. In the last year of the 100 years, the withered peach blossom tree bloomed again. It was so beautiful, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the entire peak. In front of the peak, Ning Chen looked at the peach blossom tree not far away and sighed softly. "Thank you." With a word of thanks, the peach blossom tree suddenly swayed. The peach blossoms flew and scattered all over the sky. In this year, the peach blossom tree died and came to the end of its life. The 700 years arrived in the sky, full of flying peach blossoms. The human world, which had been peaceful for hundreds of years, finally had a big event. At the beginning of the 100 years, a human emperor suddenly died. His blood and chi scattered in the starry sky, shocking the world. "Master." On the great Myrtle divine peak, young Master Shao Bai appeared and bowed. "Go and find out what happened." In front of the peak, Ning Qin said, "Okay." Young Master Shao Bai nodded and disappeared from the immortal state. After the Dragon Emperor left, Ning Qin stood in front of the peak, quietly. A serious look flashed in his eyes. In the past 600 years, there had been 3 emperors in the human race. Logically speaking, the original power of heaven and earth wasn't enough to support the 3 emperors. Since the second emperor had proven his path, he felt strange. Now he could basically confirm that there was an unknown change in the human world. Perhaps in the near future, there would be more emperors in the human race. The sudden death of the human emperor this time might have something to do with the changes in heaven and earth. In the interstellar space, the white dragon sped past and rushed toward the distant star region. A few months later, in the depths of the starry sky, young Master Shao Bai appeared. Looking at the scattered corpses of emperors in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. There were no signs of battle in the surroundings. Did they die in one move? In this world, other than the master, could anyone else do this? Young Master Shao Bai went forward and checked the corpses of the emperors. His expression became more and more solemn. This power was so unfamiliar. He had never seen it before. It didn't seem to belong to the human world. Boom! At this moment, a huge crack appeared in the interstellar space and spread rapidly, devouring it. The sudden change made young Master Shao Bai's expression sink. He turned into a white dragon and retreated quickly. At this moment, a giant hand reached out from the crack, spanning hundreds of miles to capture the white dragon. Roar! Unable to dodge, young Master Shao Bai roared at the sky. The dragon's breath swallowed like water and met the huge hand head-on. Boom! The huge hand slapped down, and the dragon's breath dissipated. At this moment of crisis, young Master Shao Bai's body shone with golden light. The Dragon Emperor's sword appeared and automatically protected its master. Crack! The ear-piercing sound of the sword cracking rang out. The dragon race's divine weapon collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying power. After a moment of delay, young Master Shao flew thousands of miles away, avoiding the fatal palm strike. 100 miles away, young Master Xiao Bai's figure appeared. He staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Dragon Emperor's sword was destroyed, and he suffered a backlash. Young Master Xiao Bai looked at the huge crack behind him in shock. What was that just now? Was it the heavenly path or a god fiend? With danger by the side, young Master Xiao Bai did not dare to stay. His figure flashed and quickly left. On the peak of the crepe myrtle divine realm, Ning Qin felt the abnormal fluctuations at the end of the starry sky and narrowed his eyes. What happened? A few months later, in the divine realm, the space-time vortex stirred. Young Master Xiao Bai fell from the sky and smashed onto the divine peak. The blood-stained Dragon Emperor's internal organs were severely injured. Even in the Demon Slayer battle, he had not suffered such terrifying injuries. Ning Qin turned around and frowned slightly. He raised his right hand. Suddenly, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the divine realm surged and flowed into young Master Xiao Bai's body. After a long time, young Master Xiao Bai opened his eyes and looked at the master of the divine realm in front of him. He bowed respectfully and said with a pale face, "Thank you for saving me, Master of the divine realm." "What happened?" Ning Qin asked. The end of the Wanxiang star field, young Master Xiao Bai recounted what happened a few months ago in detail. That huge hand was too terrifying. It could even destroy the Dragon Emperor divine weapon that he cultivated with his life. It was really incomprehensible. After listening, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a serious look. The changes of heaven and earth had begun. Was this a blessing or a curse for the human race? Go back and rest. I will handle this matter personally, Ning Chen said. Yes. Young Master Xiao Bai obeyed and left. After the Dragon Emperor left, Ning Chen glanced at the floating island in the distance and said softly, "I will go and take care of something. I will be back soon." "Go ahead." On the floating island in the distance, the woman in the green dress nodded. After getting permission, Ning Chen took a step forward and disappeared into the void. After 600 years, knowing destiny left the divine realm for the first time. Outside the divine realm, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. Although his face was still young, it was full of hardships. In order to find out the secret of the changes of heaven and earth, knowing destiny came out personally. After a few breaths, he disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. At the end of the Wanxiang star field, huge spatial cracks crisscrossed. Each crack was tens of thousands of feet long and bottomless. On this day, Ning Qin appeared in front of the collapsing space-time. He looked forward and stopped. It was not the first time he saw this familiar scene. Ning Qin raised his hand and sword qi gathered in the sky and broke through the void. The ordinary sword broke through the spatial cracks and swept to an unknown place. The sword qi flew into the bottomless spatial crack, but it did not cause the slightest ripple before it was completely devoured. Ning Qin stopped and his eyes narrowed. He stood quietly in front of the spatial cracks and waited for changes to appear. He waited for dozens of years. The human world flourished several times, but there was still no change in the spatial cracks. Ning Qin sighed and no longer waited. He turned and left. Not long after knowing destiny left, a powerful force appeared in the depths of the spatial cracks. After a few breaths, it disappeared again. Ning Chen returned in the crepe myrtle divine realm. On the floating island in the distance, the woman in the green dress opened her eyes and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "Just a false alarm," Ning Chen replied. "That's good." Qing Ning nodded and did not ask any more questions. Ning Chen walked to the peak and looked at the Wanxiang star field in the distance. He could not hide the seriousness in his eyes. The giant palm mentioned by the Dragon Emperor could destroy the Dragon Emperor sword. It was obvious that its power was terrifying. Such an existence must have its own will. If it wanted to avoid him, it would be difficult for him to find it. The 100 years were not peaceful. The emperors of the human race fell, and the Dragon Emperor was severely injured. However, as time passed, everything was gradually covered by time. The 800 years came unstoppably. Chapter 1326. The Ziwei Divine Peak had waited for 700 years for the knowing destiny state. The wind and frost on its body were so thick that it could not disperse. His face had not changed for 700 years, and he was still as young as before. Only the vicissitudes of life in his eyes increased every year. When the 800 years came, Ning Chen's cultivation had completely dissipated, and he looked no different from a mortal. However, in the immortal realm, every fourth realm cultivator knew that the strength of the Ziwei Divine Realm Master was not something that could be affected by cultivation. This was also why the emperors of the demonic realm did not dare to invade the human race, even though they knew that the Realm Master had been severely injured in the war against the demons. It could be said that as long as the Realm Master was still standing on the peak, no one in the human world would dare to invade. In the 800 years, the martial Tao of the human world had developed further. The Yama kings of the underworld who had embarked on their own paths were finally the first to attain the sovereign path. To everyone's surprise, after 800 years, the first to attain the Tao was neither Xiazi, who was the strongest in martial arts, nor Prince Qi, who had the highest cultivation. It was the current Buddha, Lord of the Buddhist kingdom, King Aaron. On this day, in the sky above the Buddhist kingdom, thousands of Buddhas sang as King Aaron attained the Tao. The earth-shattering scene shocked everyone. The Yama kings of the underworld, who were scattered across the major stellar regions, looked at the Buddhist kingdom with strange expressions. They did not expect King Aaron to walk in front of everyone. Why didn't I see that this girl was so fierce? In the heavenly sacred city, Luo Xingqian, who was cultivating in seclusion, opened his eyes and looked surprised. You know her. Outside the stone room where Luo Xingqian was cultivating in seclusion, the seventh divine general said lightly, Yes. Luo Xingqian nodded and replied, She is a cultivator of the underworld and the current lord of the Buddhist kingdom, King Aaron. The Buddhist kingdom? The seventh divine general murmured softly. The Buddhist kingdom had been prosperous for the past 700 years. Attaining the Tao with the power of faith of all living beings was a shortcut. It's Aaron. In the starry sky of the Prime Minister's pavilion, Luo Fei stopped and looked into the distance. The Buddha's heart and the devil's nature. It's Tao, Xiazi replied calmly and said, Let's go. The heavens and earth are changing, and the human emperors are emerging endlessly. We must improve our strength as soon as possible to deal with the future changes. Yes. Luo Fei nodded and walked towards the depths of the starry skies. In the crepe myrtle divine realm, in front of the high peak, Ning Chen looked at the mortal world. His expression did not change much because of AI Rance Tao. Apart from him, the other kings of the underworld were all extraordinary in terms of talent and experience. All they needed was an opportunity to become an emperor. When the time comes, Qin Yi firmly believed that the glory of the kings of hell would be enough to move the entire mortal realm. Aaron was the first, but she definitely wouldn't be the last. He would stay in the immortal state and witness the amazement of the kings of the underworld. The 800 years of the golden age of martial arts gradually passed under the glory of the ruler of the Buddhist kingdom, Aram Mingwang. The 900 years soon arrived. At the end of the century, the hearts of all the kings in the deity realm became heavy. They knew that this was the last 100 years that the Realm Master would stay in the deity realm. Back then, when the domain lord came up the mountain, he made a promise that he would watch over the world for 900 years. Now, the last 100 years were finally coming. Gu Yao, you don't have much time left. Ning Chen said softly in front of the crepe myrtle divine mountain. In the distant star region, there were thousands of thunderbolts that turned into a sea of lightning, drowning the figure of the ascendant. In the sea of lightning, Lord Guyao in a blue robe stood in the air. Divine suns rose around his body and blocked the heavenly tribulation. Lord Gu Yao, the top overlord in the mortal realm in the past, was finally going through the emperor tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was endless. Lord Gu Yao's body was surrounded by divine flames, and his extreme yang cultivation art was displayed for the first time. The 9 suns burned the sky and blocked the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao was ruthless and killed the cultivators in the mortal realm. Gu Yao was going through the tribulation. On the crepe myrtle divine mountain, Ning Chen looked into the distance, and his calm eyes finally flickered. After he left, the deity realm needed a new realm master. Lord Gu Yao, who had mastered the time restriction, was the best candidate. Gu Yao's tribulation took 10 years. On the crepe myrtle divine mountain, Ning Chen also waited for 10 years. 10 years later, Gu Yao returned and bowed respectfully in front of the mountain. Realm Master, I'm back. After returning, Gu Yao's body was surrounded by dazzling golden light. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal realm. His aura was vigorous and shocking. Ning Chen turned around and looked at Lord Gu Yao in front of him. There was a rare trace of relief in his tired eyes. You've just become an emperor and still need time to consolidate your cultivation. There's no need to be so formal. Go back and rest, Ning Chen said. Thank you, Realm Master. I'll take my leave. Lord Gu Yao bowed respectfully and then disappeared from the crepe myrtle divine mountain. The deity realm's last wish had been fulfilled. Ning Chen also put down the heavy burden in his heart. He turned around and looked at the mortal realm with longing in his eyes. After nearly 1,000 years, the day he had been waiting for was finally coming. On the floating island in the distance, Qing Ning, who had been in seclusion for 800 years, walked out and left the floating island. Half a day later, Qing Ning came to the divine mountain. She looked at the white-haired man in plain clothes and said, I'm leaving. In front of the mountain, Ning Chen heard her and paused. He turned around and looked at her. Sister Qing Ning, where are you going? My cultivation has been stagnant for 100 years. I want to go out and have a walk, Qing Ning said softly. How long? Ning Chen asked. Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, I don't know, Qing Ning replied. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he sighed in his heart. He looked at the woman in front of him and said with a smile, Be careful on the road. You too, Qing Ning responded and looked at the former deeply. She didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. At the foot of the mountain, Ruo, she waited quietly. She didn't go up the mountain to say goodbye. Let's go. Not long after, Qing Ning came and said. Ruo, she nodded and left together. In front of the mountain, Ning Chen looked at the backs of the two and sighed again. Sister Qing Ning, will the young master get what he wants? Outside the divine mountain, Ruo, she finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. He will. Qing Ning nodded. That's good. Ruo, she smiled and raised her hand to wipe the tears on her face. We can't be the young master's concern. Concern? Qing Ning looked back with a complicated expression. If their departure could relieve him of his worries, then he wouldn't have chosen to wait for 1,000 years. 1,000 years was a long time. Cultivators pursued longevity and immortality. It was everyone's dream. What he gave up was not as simple as 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, with the help of the moon god, he could have ascended to the celestial realm. However, he chose to wait for 1,000 years in the mortal world. After 1,000 years, his cultivation was gone, and his foundation was completely destroyed. It was almost impossible for him to enter the celestial realm again. On the path of martial arts, it's easy to recover one's lost cultivation. But if one's foundation is destroyed, it's almost equivalent to cutting off all hope. This 1,000 years was the limit of what he could support. After losing all his cultivation and foundation, his lifespan wouldn't be much longer than a mortal's. After Qing Ning and Ruo she left, Jiming's thin figure appeared even lonelier. Day after day, year after year, He waited for the 1,000-year period to come. Gradually, the crepe myrtle peak was covered with fallen leaves. In the last 100 years, the vicissitudes of life in Ning Chen's eyes couldn't be dispelled. In the celestial realm, on the floating islands, all the kings who were in seclusion came out one after another. In this last 100 years, they didn't go into seclusion again. 900 years of ups and downs. From the Demon Slayer War to today, the Realm Lord had guarded the mortal world for a full 900 years. In these 900 years, the mortal world truly entered a golden age. It can be said that these years under the Realm Lord's watch was the most glorious period of the human race since ancient times. Time flew by. This year, on the crepe myrtle peak, Jiming, who had waited for 1,000 years, finally withdrew his gaze from the mortal world. 1,000 years had passed, and the promise of 900 years had been fulfilled. Ning Chen put down all the burdens on his body and turned to walk down the mountain. In the celestial realm, on the thousands of floating islands, the king sensed his arrival and saluted. "Farewell, Realm Lord! Farewell, Realm Lord!" A series of farewells resounded throughout the crepe myrtle celestial realm. The king saluted and thanked the Realm Lord for his 900 years of protection. "Honorable Gu Yao, from now on, the mortal world is in your hands." Under the crepe myrtle peak, Ning Chen said calmly and then walked out of the celestial realm. "Gu Yao, honorable decree." On the crepe myrtle peak, Honorable Gu Yao appeared and saluted respectfully. Outside the celestial realm, Ning Chen walked out. His white hair gradually returned to its black color. His face and aura were ordinary. Several months later, in the all-heaven starfield's Shumi Buddhist kingdom, Ning Chen walked out. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his steps were steady. In the Buddhist kingdom, King Erin sensed his arrival. Her beautiful eyes opened. Looking at the plain-clothed man in front of her, she said, "You still came." Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the mountain of prayer in the distance and said softly, "I want to go up the mountain again." King Erin looked at the person in front of her quietly. After a long time, she nodded and said, "Sure." "Thank you." Ning Chen saluted and walked towards the mountain of prayer in the west. On the mountain of prayer in the west of the Buddhist kingdom, an endless amount of faith power gathered. It was as majestic as the sea, shocking everyone. On this day, before the mountain of prayer, Ning Chen walked up the Buddha mountain step by step. "It's been 1,000 years. You've finally come." On the Buddha mountain, faith power swirled and condensed into an enormous golden Buddha. It was over 10,000 feet tall. Its Buddhist light illuminated the entire Buddha mountain. "Buddha, please give me your guidance." Ning Chen saluted respectfully. "The sea of people is vast. Even if she's truly reincarnated, you might not be able to find her. Even so, do you still want to search for her?" asked the Buddha. "Yes," answered Ning Chen. 1,000 years in the mortal world. 10 reincarnations. Even if you find her, she won't recognize you. Do you still want to search for her?" asked the Buddha. "Yes," answered Ning Chen again. "Fool." The Buddha sighed and said, "In the northern part of the all-heaven, at the end of the starry sky, there's a region called the River of Forgetfulness. Similar flowers often bloom there. If you're fated to meet her, you might be able to meet her there." "Thank you." Hearing that, Ning Chen saluted respectfully again and said, "Junior takes his leave." As Ning Chen was about to leave, the Buddha spoke again. 1,000 years of waiting might only allow you to pass by her once in this lifetime. Is it worth it? "It's worth it," Ning Chen replied calmly and walked down the mountain. Chapter 13:27. At the end of the universe was an ancient star region that had been forgotten by the world. The River of Forgetfulness was an unfamiliar name that rarely appeared before humans. Perhaps it was because it was too remote. Compared to the famed star regions like the Purple Myrtle, Red Luan, and All Heavens, the River of Forgetfulness could only be seen once or twice in ancient records. On this day, a white-clothed figure strode over before the River of Forgetfulness star region. Her black hair danced in the wind, and she seemed no different from a mortal. Ning Qin raised his hand, and a strange light rose up. Immediately, thin spiritual qi of the world gathered from all directions. The divergent yellow secret technique displayed its might once again. With Ning Qin as the center, boundless spiritual qi of the world rapidly spread towards the various planets of life in the River of Forgetfulness star region. After searching for a long time, Ning Qin dispersed the spiritual qi with a wave of his hand and continued onwards. Several days later, Ning Qin appeared on a bustling planet. He looked at the countless mountains before him, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. There were not many planets of life like the great ancient martial stars. With sex as the foundation, there were hundreds of schools of thought. However, there were even more conflicts. He did not know where Xianyu's next life was, so he could only search for her sect by sect. After a moment of thought, Ning Qin dismissed his thoughts and strode towards the nearest sect. The Ping Tian sect was a renowned martial arts sect on the great true martial planet. There were many fourth-level cultivators in the sect, and it was rumored that the sect had an ancestor who was infinitely close to King. Even within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, he could be considered a top expert. It was already extremely rare for a large sect that was so remote to possess such strength. At the very least, there was no doubt that they could dominate a region. A white-clothed figure strode over from below the Ping Tian sect. Her steps were steady as the light of divine restrictions rose up around her. It was difficult for ordinary people to see her. Formations flickered around the Ping Tian sect. At that moment, they were unable to stop knowing destiny. A few seconds later, Ning Qin walked over from the mountain. He glanced past all the disciples of the Ping Tian sect. After a long while, he sighed gently. She was not here. Ning Qin was already mentally prepared, so he was not too dejected. He made his way down the mountain. In just a few dozen seconds, no one in the Ping Tian sect sensed the arrival of knowing destiny, including the ancestor of the sect. Searching for a single person in a sea of people was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Ning Qin walked past the Ping Tian sect and continued to the second sect. True Martial Great Star was a vast planet with countless famous sects and sections. From this day on, Ning Qin spent half a year traveling through hundreds and thousands of sects, ancient cities, and villages in search of that familiar figure. 1,000 years ago, she was willing to exchange a lifetime of glory for 20 years of companionship without any complaints or regrets. 1,000 years later, he was willing to use the last 100 years of his life to search for her, just to see her again. To the east of true martial great planet, in the ancient city of 1,000 years old, Ning Qin's figure walked past. The chaos of war, the struggle, the parting of the world, he had seen too much. He had seen too much of it, but his heart had never let it go. Ta-ta! In the ancient city, the sound of horse hooves rapidly approached. Not long after, pedestrians rushed past in a panic. On the backs of the Tenad cavalrymen, the soldiers were dressed in luxurious clothes that did not look like ordinary armor. When the cavalry arrived, Ning Qin stepped aside. He did not fight or snatch. In the center of the cavalry, there was a red-clothed woman riding a red horse. She was valiant and heroic, different from an ordinary young woman. It's the 9th princess. On the side of the street, as the common people saw the red-clothed woman on horseback, they began to discuss amongst themselves. The 9th princess has returned from studying martial arts. It is said that the 9th princess has entered Jixia Learning Palace. That is one of the top sects of true martial planet. No one dares to provoke her. On the side, as Ning Qin heard the words 9th princess, his body subconsciously shook. He looked at the woman in the center of the cavalry, a dazzling brilliance flashing in his eyes. In just a moment, Ning Qin's expression was restored to normal. He gently sighed in his heart. It wasn't her. Whoosh! At this time, The sound of reins sounded out from the center of the cavalry. The red-clothed woman stopped. She looked back, her expression solemn. At the same time, the cavalry also stopped. They looked at the woman. The leading general asked, "Princess, is something wrong?" The red-clothed woman swept her eyes over the crowd, her eyebrows furrowing together. Just now, she had clearly felt an extremely formidable strength. So why couldn't she sense it again? In the crowd, Ning Chen lowered his head, no longer looking at the woman. Since it wasn't her, then there was no need to interact with her anymore. On the horse, the red-clothed woman's gaze swept across the plain-clothed figure in the crowd. It only lingered for a moment before she shifted her gaze away. "It's nothing. Let's continue on our way." The red-clothed woman retracted her gaze and replied. Then she patted her war horse and continued on her way. On both sides, the cavalry in charge of guarding also quickly followed and galloped away. In the crowd, Ning Chen looked at the backs of the cavalry. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward and followed. This seemed to be the territory of the true martial dynasty. Since he was here, he might as well go and take a look. He also had to make a trip to Jixia Academy. In the east of the ancient city, the cavalry galloped in the direction of the true martial imperial city. Behind them, Ning Chen followed unhurriedly, always maintaining a certain distance. The red-clothed woman and the cavalry did not notice that someone was following them at all. They were focused on their journey. In the west, as the sun set, the true martial imperial city came into view in the distance. It was grand and majestic, like a celestial palace, magnificent and extraordinary. An hour later, the red-clothed woman's group arrived in front of the city. They did not get off their horses, directly taking out the royal family's token and entering the city. Behind them, a strange light rose around Ning Chen's body, making his body invisible as he followed. He was the only person in the mortal realm who grasped both the time and space laws. Even if he lost his cultivation, he was still not someone ordinary people could compare to. Ning Chen walked into the true martial imperial city. The sky gradually darkened, and there were not many people left on the streets. Behind him, the gates of the imperial city closed with a rumble and a curfew began. The strange light around Ning Chen dissipated, and his figure appeared. He walked on the streets step by step, lonely and calm. After waiting for 1,000 years, today was finally the day. However, the sea of people was vast, and he could not find her. On this night, the night wind blew in the imperial city. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged, spreading to every corner of the imperial city. In the true martial imperial city, an old man opened his eyes and looked at the changing winds and clouds in the imperial city. An expert entered the city. The old man stood up and took a step forward, disappearing. In the imperial city, Ning Chen circulated the Qi Yellow secret art, controlling the spirit chi of heaven and earth to search for that familiar aura. However, after one night, he still did not find anything. "Friend, why didn't you say hello when you came to the true martial imperial city?" At this moment, golden light gathered in the void, and the old man walked out. He looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and said, "I'm looking for someone. I didn't mean to disturb you." "Sorry," Ning Chen said calmly. "Looking for someone." A strange look flashed in the old man's eyes, and he said, "Who are you looking for?" "An old friend," Ning Chen said softly. "We've been separated for a long time. I don't know who she is now or where she is." "If that's the case, you're undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack," the old man said with a frown. Ning Chen smiled and did not say much. The old man sized up the young man in front of him without leaving a trace. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and unfathomable. However, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of true qi from this person. It was really strange. "Tomorrow, the Imperial Emperor will hold a welcoming dinner for the 9th princess in the palace. At that time, many nobles and influential figures of the great sects will attend. I wonder if you can do me the honor and come as a guest, the old man invited politely. I'll leave tomorrow, so I won't disturb you, Ning Qin declined tactfully. Even if you're looking for someone, one day won't make a difference. Tomorrow, Jixia Academy and many top sects will send famous figures to congratulate you. It's a rare opportunity. You might be able to get the information you want, the old man advised. Ning Chen was silent for a moment before saying, In that case, I'll have to trouble you. It's the Zhen Wu dynasty's honor. The old man waved his hand, and a golden token flew out. With this token, you can enter and leave the palace freely. No one will dare to stop you. Thank you. Ning Qin took the token and thanked him. I'll be in the palace, waiting for your arrival. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure faded and disappeared in an instant. Ning Chen looked at the golden token in his hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The Zhen Wu dynasty and Jixia Academy had half-step imperial Dao inheritances. They were indeed extraordinary. In the east, the morning sun rose, and the morning light shone on the ground, dispelling the coldness of the night. Ning Qin collected his thoughts and walked toward the palace. In the true martial hall of the palace, the 9th princess, the brightest pearl of the dynasty, had returned after completing her studies. Imperial Lord Zhen Wu had invited all the heroes in the world to welcome the 9th princess. The banquet had been set up since dawn. Silk, satin, gold, and jade artifacts were all luxurious. When the morning sun rose in the east, guests arrived one after another. The nobles of the royal family, the grand elders of the large sects, and the consecrators of the aristocratic clans were all there. All of them had shocking statuses and cultivations. The servants and maids in the hall didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They knew that the guests today were all very noble. If they were negligent, their lives would definitely be in danger. Not long after, the various powerhouses had arrived in the true martial hall. The banquet was about to begin. Imperial Lord Zhen Wu was about to speak when he was stopped by a voice in front of the dragon throne. Wait a little longer. There's still an esteemed guest who hasn't arrived. The old man in the main seat sent a voice transmission. Imperial Lord Zhen Wu was puzzled when he heard that. He replied, Everyone is here. Who else is missing? Before he finished speaking, a plain-clothed figure walked over from the end of the stone steps outside the true martial hall. He looked so ordinary that one couldn't sense any aura of an expert. He's here. The old man in the main seat stood up and welcomed the newcomer personally. The true martial dynasty's high priest's actions surprised everyone present. When they saw the youth walking in from outside the hall, they revealed strange expressions. What's so special about this person that High Priest Zhen Wu came to welcome him personally? You're finally here. This way, please, the old man said politely. Thank you. Ning Chen stepped forward and followed the old man to the seats in front of him. In front of everyone, a table was placed next to the old man's seat to welcome the host. Imperial Lord, we can begin. Now that everyone was here, the old man sent a voice transmission to Imperial Lord Zhen Wu, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Imperial Lord Zhen Wu nodded. He looked at the servant beside him and said, Summon the 9th princess into the hall. Under the emperor's order and everyone's gazes, a beautiful woman dressed in splendid clothes walked in from outside the palace. Her gorgeous appearance was even more stunning under the reflection of her splendid clothes.